Poems and Prologue to Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1, by François Rabelais, translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Poems and Prologue. To the honoured noble translator of Rabelais. Rabelais, whose wit prodigiously was made, all men, professions, actions to invade, with so much furious vigour, as if it had lived o'er each of them, and each had quit, yet with such happy sleight and careless skill, as like the serpent doth with laughter kill. So that although his noble leaves appear antic and gottish, and dull souls forbear to turn them o'er, lest they should only find nothing but savage monsters of a mind, no shapen beauteous thoughts. Yet when the wise seriously strip him of his wild disguise, melt down his dross, refine his massy ore, and polish that which seemed rough cast before, search his deep sense, unveil his hidden mirth, and make that fiery which before seemed earth, conquering those things of highest consequence, what's difficult of language or of sense, he will appear some noble table writ in the old Egyptian hieroglyphic wit, where, though you monsters and grotescos see, you meet all mysteries of philosophy. For he was wise and sovereignly bred to know what mankind is, how it may be led. He stooped unto them, like that wise man who rid on a stick when's children would do so. For we are easy, sullen things, and must be laughed aright, and cheated into trust. Whilst a black piece of phlegm, that lays about dull menaces, and terrifies the rout, and cajoles it with all its peevish strength, piteously stretched and botched up into length, whilst the tired rabble sleepily obey such opiate talk, and snore away the day, by all his noise as much their minds relieves as caterwauling of wild cats frights thieves. But Rabelais was another thing, a man made up of all that art and nature can form from a fiery genius. He was one whose soul so universally was thrown through all the arts of life, who understood each stratagem by which we stray from good, so that he best might solid virtue teach, as some 'gainst sins of their own bosoms preach. He from wise choice did the true means prefer, in the fool's coat acting the philosopher. Thus hoary Aesop's beasts did mildly tame fierce man, and moralise him into shame. Thus brave romances, while they seem to lay great trains of lust, Platonic love display. Thus would old Sparta, if a seldom chance showed a drunk slave, teach children temperance. Thus did the later poets nobly bring the scene to height, making the fool the king. And, noble sir, you vigorously have trod in this hard path, unknown, ununderstood by its own countrymen. 'Tis you appear our full enjoyment, which was our despair, scattering his mists, cheering his cynic frowns. For radiant brightness now dark Rabelais crowns, leaving your brave heroic cares, which must make better mankind, and embalm your dust, so undeceiving us, that now we see all wit in Gascon and in Cromarty. Besides that Rabelais is conveyed to us, and that our Scotland is not barbarous. J. de la Salle. Rabelophila, the first decade. The commendation. Musa canas nostrorum in testimonio amorum, et gargantueas perpetuata faces, utque homini tali resultet nobilis echo, quid fama canit Pantagruelis erit. The argument. Here I intend mysteriously to sing, with a pen plucked from fame's own wing, of Gargantua, that learned breech-wiping king. Decade the first. 1. Help me, propitious stars, a mighty blaze benumbs me. I must sound the praise of him hath turned this crabbed work in such heroic phrase. 2. What wit would not court martyrdom to hold upon his head a laurel of gold, where for each rich conceit a Pumpian pearl is told? 3. And such a one is this, art's masterpiece, a thing ne'er equalled by old Greece, a thing ne'er matched as yet, a real golden fleece. 4. Vice is a soldier fights against mankind, which you may look but never find, for 'tis an envious thing, with cunning interlined. 5. And thus he rails at drinking all before 'em, and for lewd women does behoar 'em, and brings their painted faces and black patches to the quorum. 6. To drink he was a furious enemy, contented with a sixpenny, with diamond hatband, silver spurs, 6 horses, pie. 7. And for tobacco's pate rotunding smoke, much had he said, and much more spoke, but 'twas not then found out, so the design was broke. 8. Muse, fancy, faith, come now arise aloud, assembled in a blue-veined cloud, and this tall infant in angelic arms now shroud. 9. To praise it further I would now begin, were't now a thoroughfare and inn. It harbours vice, though 't be to catch it in a gin. 10. Therefore, my muse, draw up thy flowing sail, and acclamate a gentle hail with all thy art and metaphors, which must prevail. Iam prima oceani pars est praeterita nostri, imparibus restat danda secunda modis. Quam si praestiterit mentem daemon malus Adam, cum sapiens totus prodierit Rabelais. Malevolus.
Reader, the errata which in this book are not a few, are casually lost, and therefore the translator, not having leisure to collect them again, craves thy pardon for such as thou mayst meet with.
The author's prologue to the first book. Most noble and illustrious drinkers, and you thrice precious pockified blades, for to you and none else do I dedicate my writings. Alcibiades, in that dialogue of Plato's which is entitled The Banquet, whilst he was setting forth the praises of his schoolmaster Socrates, without all question the prince of philosophers, amongst other discourses to that purpose, said that he resembled the Silenes. Silenes of old were little boxes, like those we may now see in the shops of apothecaries, painted on the outside with wanton toyish figures, as harpies, satyrs, bridled geese, horned hares, saddled ducks, flying goats, thylla harts, and other such like counterfeited pictures at discretion, to excite people unto laughter, as Silenus himself, who was the foster father of good Bacchus, was wont to do. But within those capricious caskets were carefully preserved and kept many rich jewels and fine drugs, such as balm, ambergris, amomon, musk, civet, with several kinds of precious stones, and other things of great price. Just such another thing was Socrates. For to have eyed his outside, and esteemed of him by his exterior appearance, you would not have given the peel of an onion for him, so deformed he was in body, and ridiculous in his gesture. He had a sharp pointed nose, with the look of a bull, and countenance of a fool. He was in his carriage simple, boorish in his apparel, in fortune poor, unhappy in his wives, unfit for all offices in the commonwealth, always laughing, tippling, and merrily carousing to every one with continual jibes and cheers, the better by those means to conceal his divine knowledge. Now, opening this box, you would have found within it a heavenly and inestimable drug, a more than human understanding, an admirable virtue, matchless learning, invincible courage, unimitable sobriety, certain contentment of mind, perfect assurance, and an incredible misregard of all that for which men commonly do so much watch, run, sail, fight, travel, toil, and turmoil themselves. whereunto, in your opinion, does this little flourish of a preamble tend? For so much as you, my good disciples, and some other jolly fools of ease and leisure, reading the pleasant titles of some books of our invention, as Gargantua, Pantagruel, Whippot, Fessepant, the dignity of codpieces, of peas and bacon, with a commentary, etc., are too ready to judge that there is nothing in them but jests, mockeries, lascivious discourse, and recreative lies, because the outside, which is the title, is usually, without any farther inquiry, entertained with scoffing and derision. But truly it is very unbeseeming to make so slight account of the works of men, seeing yourselves avouch that it is not the habit makes the monk, many being monasterially accoutred, who inwardly are nothing less than monarchal, and that there are of those that wear Spanish capes, who have but little of the valour of Spaniards in them. Therefore is it that you must open the book and seriously consider of the matter treated in it. Then you shall find that it containeth things of far higher value than the box did promise. That is to say, that the subject thereof is not so foolish as by the title at the first sight it would appear to be. And put the case, that in the literal sense you meet with purposes merry and salacious enough, and consequently very correspondent to their inscriptions. Yet must not you stop there, as at the melody of the charming sirens, but endeavour to interpret that in a sublimer sense, which possibly you intended to have spoken in the jollity of your heart. Did you ever pick the lock of a cupboard to steal a bottle of wine out of it? Tell me truly. And if you did, call to mind the countenance which then you had. Or did you ever see a dog with a marrow-bone in his mouth? The beast of all other, says Plato, Liber Secundus de Republica, the most philosophical. If you have seen him, you might have remarked with what devotion and circumspectness he wards and watcheth it, with what care he keeps it, how fervently he holds it, how prudently he gobbets it, with what affection he breaks it, and with what diligence he sucks it. To what end all this? What moveth him to take all these pains? What are the hopes of his labour? What doth he expect to reap thereby? Nothing but a little marrow. True it is, that this little is more savoury and delicious than the great quantities of other sorts of meat, because the marrow, as Galen testifieth, Quintus facultatibus naturalibus, and 11 de usu partium, is a nourishment most perfectly elaboured by nature. In imitation of this dog, it becomes you to be wise, to smell, feel, and have in estimation these fair goodly books, stuffed with high conceptions, which, though seemingly easy in the pursuit, are in the cope and encounter somewhat difficult. and then, like him, you must, by a sedulous lecture and frequent meditation, break the bone and suck out the marrow. That is my allegorical sense, or the things I to myself propose to be signified by these Pythagorical symbols, with assured hope that in so doing you will at last attain to be both well advised and valiant by the reading of them. For in the perusal of this treatise you shall find another kind of taste, and a doctrine of a more profound and abstruse consideration, which will disclose unto you the most glorious sacraments and dreadful mysteries, as well in what concerneth your religion as matters of the public state and life economical. Do you believe upon your conscience that Homer, while he was accouching his Iliads and Odysseys, had any thought upon those allegories which Plutarch, Heraclides, Ponticus, Eustathius, Cornutus squeezed out of him, and which Politian filched again from them? If you trust it, with neither hand nor foot do you come near to my opinion, which judgeth them to have been as little dreamed of by Homer, as the gospel sacraments were by Ovid in his Metamorphoses, though a certain gully-gut friar, Frère Lubin Croquelardon, and true bacon-picker, would have undertaken to prove it, if perhaps he had met with as very fools as himself, and, as the proverb says, a lid worthy of such a kettle. If you give no credit thereto, why do not you the same in these jovial new chronicles of mine? Albeit, when I did dictate them, I thought upon no more than you, who possibly were drinking the whilst, as I was. For in the composing of this lordly book, I never lost nor bestowed any more nor any other time than what was appointed to serve me for taking of my bodily refection, that is, whilst I was eating and drinking. And indeed that is the fittest and most proper hour wherein to write these high matters and deep sciences, as Homer knew very well, the paragon of all philologues, and Ennius, the father of the Latin poets, as Horace calls him, although a certain sneaking jobbernoll alleged that his verses smelled more of the wine than oil. So saith a Turlupin or new start-up grub of my books, but a turd for him. The fragrant odour of the wine, oh, how much more dainty, pleasant, laughing, riant, priant, friand, celestial and delicious it is, than that smell of oil. And I will glory as much when it is said of me that I have spent more on wine than oil, as did Demosthenes, when it was told him that his expense on oil was greater than on wine. I truly hold it for an honour and praise to be called and reputed a frolic Gualter and a Robin Goodfellow. For under this name am I welcome in all choice companies of Pantagruelists. It was upbraided to Demosthenes by an envious surly knave, that his orations did smell like the sarpler or wrapper of a foul and filthy oil vessel. For this cause, interpret you all my deeds and sayings in the perfectest sense. Reverence the cheese-like brain that feeds you with these fair billivises and trifling jollities, and do what lies in you to keep me always merry. Be frolic now, my lads, cheer up your hearts, and joyfully read the rest, with all the ease of your body and profit of your reins. But hearken, joltheads, you daisies, or Dickens take ye, remember to drink a health to me for the like favour again, and I will pledge you instantly to Daresmetis. Rabelais to the reader. Good friends, my readers, who peruse this book, be not offended whilst on it you look. Denude yourselves of all depraved affection, for it contains no badness nor infection. 'Tis true that it brings forth to you no birth of any value, but in point of mirth. Thinking, therefore, how sorrow might your mind consume, I could no apter subject find. 1 inch of joy surmounts of grief a span, because to laugh is proper to the man. End of Poems and Prologue. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Chapter 1 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1, by François Rabelais. Translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Chapter 1. Of the genealogy and antiquity of Gargantua. I must refer you to the great chronicle of Pantagruel for the knowledge of that genealogy and antiquity of race by which Gargantua is come unto us. In it you may understand more at large how the giants were born in this world, and how from them, by a direct line, issued Gargantua, the father of Pantagruel. And do not take it ill, if for this time I pass by it, although the subject be such, that the oftener it were remembered, the more it would please your worshipful seniorias, according to which you have the authority of Plato in Philebo and Gorgias, and of Flaccus, who says that there are some kinds of purposes, such as these are without doubt, which the frequentlier they be repeated, still prove the more delectable. Would to God every one had a certain knowledge of his genealogy since the time of the Ark of Noah until this age. I think many are at this day emperors, kings, dukes, princes, and popes on the earth, whose extraction is from some porters and pardon pedlars; as, on the contrary, many are now poor wandering beggars, wretched and miserable, who are descended of the blood and lineage of great kings and emperors, occasioned, as I conceive it, by the transport and revolution of kingdoms and empires, from the Assyrians to the Medes, from the Medes to the Persians, from the Persians to the Macedonians, from the Macedonians to the Romans, from the Romans to the Greeks, from the Greeks to the French. And to give you some hint concerning myself, who speaks unto you, I cannot think but I am come of the race of some rich king or prince in former times. For never yet saw you any man that had a greater desire to be a king, and to be rich, than I have, and that only that I may make good cheer, do nothing, nor care for anything, and plentifully enrich my friends and all honest and learned men. But herein do I comfort myself, that in the other world I shall be so, yea, and greater too than at this present I dare wish. As for you, with the same or a better conceit consolate yourselves in your distresses, and drink fresh, if you can come by it. To return to our weathers, I say that by the sovereign gift of heaven, the antiquity and genealogy of Gargantua hath been reserved for our use more full and perfect than any other except that of the Messias, whereof I mean not to speak, for it belongs not unto my purpose, and the devils, that is to say, the false accusers and dissembled gospellers, will therein oppose me. This genealogy was found by John Andrew in a meadow, which he had near the Pole Arch, under the olive tree, as you go to Narcea, where, as he was making them cast up some ditches, the diggers with their mattocks struck against a great brazen tomb, and unmeasurably long, for they could never find the end thereof, by reason that it entered too far within the sluices of Vienne. Opening this tomb in a certain place thereof, sealed on the top with the mark of a goblet, about which was written in Etrurian letters, Hic bibitur, they found 9 flagons set in such order as they used to rank their kyles in Gascony, of which that which was placed in the middle had under it a big, fat, great, grey, pretty, small, mouldy little pamphlet, smelling stronger, but no better than roses. In that book the said genealogy was found written all at length, in a chancery hand, not in paper, not in parchment, nor in wax, but in the bark of an elm tree, yet so worn with the long tract of time, that hardly could 3 letters together be there perfectly discerned. I, though unworthy, was sent for thither, and with much help of those spectacles, whereby the art of reading dim writings, and letters that do not clearly appear to the sight, is practised, as Aristotle teacheth it, did translate the book as you may see in your Pantagruelizing, that is to say, in drinking stiffly to your own heart's desire, and reading the dreadful and horrific acts of Pantagruel. At the end of the book there was a little treatise entitled The Antidoted Fanfreluche, or a Galimatia of Extravagant Conceits. The rats and moths, or, that I may not lie, other wicked beasts, had nibbled off the beginning. The rest I have hereto subjoined, for the reverence I bear to antiquity. End of chapter 1. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Chapter 2 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1, by François Rabelais. Translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Chapter 2. The Antidoted Fanfreluche, or a Galimatia of Extravagant Conceits, found in an ancient monument. No sooner did the Cimbrians, overcomer, pass through the air to shun the dew of summer, but at his coming straight great tubs were filled with pure fresh butter, down in showers distilled, wherewith when watered was his grandam, hey, aloud he cried, fish it, sir, I pray, because his beard is almost all bewrayed, or that he would hold to him a scale, he prayed. To lick his slipper, some told, was much better than to gain pardons, and the merit greater. In the interim a crafty chuff approaches, from the depth issued, where they fish for roaches, who said, Good sirs, some of them let us save. The eel is here, and in this hollow cave you'll find, if that our looks on it demur, a great waste in the bottom of his fur. To read this chapter when he did begin, nothing but a calf's horns were found therein. I feel, quoth he, the mitre which doth hold my head so chill, it makes my brains take cold, being with the perfume of a turnip warmed. To stay by chimney hearths himself he armed, provided that a new thill horse they made, of every person of a hair-brained head. They talked of the bunghole of St. Noel's, of Gilbathar, and thousand other holes, if they might be reduced to a scary stuff, such as might not be subject to the cough, since every man unseemly did it find to see them gaping thus at every wind. For if perhaps they handsomely were closed, for pledges they to men might be exposed. In this arrest by Hercules, the raven was flayed at his return from Libya haven. Why am not I, said Minos, there invited, unless it be myself not one's omitted? And then it is their mind I do no more of frogs and oysters send them any store, in case they spare my life and prove but civil, I give their sale of distaffs to the divil. To quell him comes Q.B., who limping frets at the safe pass of tricksy crackerets. The bolter, the grand Cyclops' cousin, those did massacre, whilst each one wiped his nose. Few ingles in this fallow ground are bred, but on a tanner's mill are winnowed. Run thither, all of you, the alarms sound clear, you shall have more than you had the last year. Short while thereafter was the bird of Jove resolved to speak, though dismal it should prove, yet was afraid when he saw them in ire, they should o'erthrow quite flat down dead the empire. He rather choosed the fire from heaven to steal, to boats where were red herrings put to sail, than to be calm gainst those who strive to brave us, and to the Massorets' fond words enslave us. All this at last concluded gallantly, in spite of Ate and her hern-like thigh, whose sittings o'er Penthesilea ta'en in her old age for a cress-selling queen. Each one cried out, "Thou filthy collier toad, doth it become thee to be found abroad? Thou hast the Roman standard filched away," which they in rags of parchment did display. Juno was born, who under the rainbow was a bird catching with her duck below, when her with such a grievous trick they plied, that she had almost been bethwacked by it. The bargain was, that of that throatful she should of Proserpina have 2 eggs free, and if that she thereafter should be found, she to a hawthorn hill should be fast bound. 7 months thereafter, lacking 22, he that of old did Carthage town undo, did bravely midst them all himself advance, requiring of them his inheritance, although they justly made up the division, according to the shoe-welt law's decision, by distributing store of bruse and beef to these poor fellows that did pen the brief. But the year will come, sign of a Turkish bow, 5 spindles yarned, and 3 pot bottoms too, wherein of a discourteous king the dock shall peppered be under a hermit's frock. Ah, that for one she-hypocrite you must permit so many acres to be lost. Cease, cease, this vizard may become another, withdraw yourselves unto the serpent's brother. 'Tis in times past that he who is shall reign with his good friends in peace, now and again. No rash nor heady prince shall then rule crave, each good will its arbitrament shall have, and the joy promised of old as doom to the heavens' guests shall in its beacon come, then shall the breeding mares that benumbed were, like royal palfreys ride triumphant there. And this continue shall from time to time, till Mars be fettered for an unknown crime, then shall one come, who others will surpass, delightful, pleasing, matchless, full of grace. Cheer up your hearts, approach to this repast, all trusty friends of mine, for he's deceased, who would not for a world return again. So highly shall time past be cried up then. He who was made of wax box shall lodge each member close by the hinges of a block of timber, we then no more shall master, master hoot. The swagger, who the alarm bell holds out, could one seize on the dagger which he bears, heads would be free from tingling in the ears, to baffle the whole storehouse of abuses. Then thus farewell, Apollo and the Muses. End of chapter 2. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Chapter 3 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1, by François Rabelais. Translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Chapter 3. How Gargantua was carried 11 months in his mother's belly. Grangousier was a good fellow in his time, and notable jester. He loved to drink neat, as much as any man that then was in the world, and would willingly eat salt meat. To this intent he was ordinarily well furnished with gammons of bacon, both of Westphalia, Mayence, and Bayonne, with store of dried neats' tongues, plenty of links, chitterlings, and puddings in their season, together with salt beef and mustard, a good deal of hard roes of powdered mullet, called botargos, great provision of sausages, not of Bologna, for he feared the Lombard boccone, but of Bigorre, Longonnet, Brenne, and Rouargue. In the vigour of his age he married Gargamelle, daughter to the king of the Parpaillons, a jolly pug and well-mouthed wench. These two did oftentimes do the two-backed beast together, joyfully rubbing and frotting their bacon gainst one another, in so far that at last she became great with child of a fair son, and went with him unto the 11th month. For so long, yea longer, may a woman carry her great belly, especially when it is some masterpiece of nature, and a person predestinated to the performance, in his due time, of great exploits. As Homer says, that the child which Neptune begot upon the nymph was born a whole year after the conception, that is, in the 12th month. For as Aulus Gellius saith, Liber Tertius, this long time was suitable to the majesty of Neptune, that in it the child might receive his perfect form. For the like reason Jupiter made the night wherein he lay with Alcmena last 48 hours, a shorter time not being sufficient for the forging of Hercules, who cleansed the world of the monsters and tyrants wherewith it was suppressed. My masters, the ancient Pantagruelists, have confirmed that which I say, and withal declared it to be not only possible, but also maintained the lawful birth and legitimation of the infant born of a woman in the 11th month after the decease of her husband. Hippocrates, liber de alimento, Plinius, liber septimus, caput quintus, Plautus in his Cistellaria, Marcus Varro in his satire inscribed the Testament, alleging to this purpose the authority of Aristotle. Censorinus, liber de die natali, Aristotelis, liber septimus, caput 3 and 4, de natura animalium, Gellius, liber tertius, caput 10, Servius, in his exposition upon this verse in Virgil's Eclogues, Matri longa decem, et cetera, and 1,000 other fools, whose number has been increased by the lawyers, foliis de suis et legitimo intestato paragrapho fin. And in Authentica de restitutionibus et ea quae parit in 11 mense. Moreover, upon these grounds they have foisted in their Robidiladic or Lapiturolive law. Gallus foliis de libro et postimo libro septimo foliis de statu hominum, and some other laws which at this time I dare not name, by means whereof the honest widows may without danger play at the close buttock game with might and main, and as hard as they can, for the space of the first 2 months after the decease of their husbands. I pray you, my good lusty springle lads, if you find any of these females that are worth the pains of untying the codpiece point, get up, ride upon them, and bring them to me. For if they happen within the 3rd month to conceive, the child should be heir to the deceased. If before he died he had no other children, and the mother shall pass for an honest woman, when she is known to have conceived, thrust forward boldly, spare her not, whatever betide you, seeing the paunch is full. As Julia, the daughter of the Emperor Octavian, never prostituted herself to her belly bumpers, but when she found herself with child, after the manner of ships, that receive not their steersman till they have their ballast and lading. And if any blame them for this their rataconniculation and reiterated lechery upon their pregnancy and big-belliedness, seeing beasts in the like exigent of their fullness will never suffer the male masculant to encroach them, their answer will be, that those are beasts, but they are women, very well skilled in the pretty veils and small fees of the pleasant trade and mysteries of superfetation. As Populia heretofore answered, according to the relation of Macrobius, liber secundus Saturnalia. If the devil will not have them to bag, he must wring hard the spigot and stop the bunghole. End of chapter 3. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey.
Chapter 4 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1 by François Rabelais, translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Chapter 4. How Gargamel, being great with Gargantua, did eat a huge deal of tripes. The occasion and manner how Gargamel was brought to bed and delivered of her child was thus, and if you do not believe it, I wish your bum gut fall out and make an escapade. Her bum gut, indeed, or fundament, escaped her in an afternoon, on the 3rd day of February, with having eaten at dinner too many goldibillos. Goldibillos are the fat tripes of coiros. Coiros are beeves fattened at the cratch in ox stalls, or in the fresh guimo meadows. Guimo meadows are those that for their fruitfulness may be mowed twice a year. Of those fat beeves, they had killed 367,014, to be salted at Shrovetide, that in the entering of the spring they might have plenty of powdered beef, wherewith to season their mouths at the beginning of their meals, and to taste their wine the better. They had abundance of tripes, as you have heard, and they were so delicious that every one licked his fingers. But the mischief was this, that for all men could do, there was no possibility to keep them long in that relish, for in a very short while they would have stunk, which had been an undecent thing. It was therefore concluded that they should be all of them gulched up, without losing anything. To this effect they invited all the burghers of Sыне, of Swale, of the Roche Clermont, of Vulgarity, without omitting the Caudray, Montpensier, the Gueux de Vade, and other neighbors, all stiff drinkers, brave fellows, and good players at the kyles. The good man Grangousier took great pleasure in their company, and commanded there should be no want nor pinching for anything. Nevertheless, he bade his wife eat sparingly, because she was near her time, and that these tripes were no very commendable meat. They would fain, said he, be at the chewing of ordure, that would eat the case wherein it was. Notwithstanding these admonitions, she did eat 16 quarters, 2 bushels, 3 pecks, and a pipkinful. Oh, the fair fecality wherewith she swelled, by the ingrediency of such shitten stuff. After dinner they all went out in a hurl to the grove of the willows, where, on the green grass, to the sound of the merry flutes and pleasant bagpipes, they danced so gallantly, that it was a sweet and heavenly sport to see them so frolic. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1 by François Rabelais, translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Chapter 5. The Discourse of the Drinkers. Then did they fall upon the chat of victuals, and some belly furniture to be snatched at in the very same place, which purpose was no sooner mentioned, but forthwith began flagons to go, gammons to trot, goblets to fly, great bowls to ting, glasses to ring, draw, reach, fill, mix, give it me without water. So, my friend, so, whip me off this glass neatly. Bring me hither some claret, a full weeping glass till it run over, a cessation and truce with thirst. Ha, thou false fever, wilt thou not be gone? By my figgins, godmother, I cannot as yet enter into the humour of being merry, nor drink so currently as I would. You have catched a cold, Gammer? Yea, forsooth, sir. By the belly of St. Buff, let us talk of our drink. I never drink but at my hours, like the Pope's mule, and I never drink but in my breviary, like a fair father guardian. Which was first, thirst or drinking? Thirst. For who in the time of innocence would have drunk without being athirst? Nay, sir, it was drinking. For privatio praesuponit habituum. I am learned, you see. Fosundi salices chem non facere desertum. We poor innocents drink but too much without thirst. Not I, truly, who am a sinner, for I never drink without thirst, either present or future. To prevent it, as you know, I drink for the thirst to come. I drink eternally. This is to me an eternity of drinking, and drinking of eternity. Let us sing, let us drink, and tune up our roundelays. Where is my funnel? What? It seems I do not drink but by an attorney. Do you wet yourselves to dry, or do you dry to wet you? Pish! I understand not the rhetoric, theoric, I should say, but I help myself somewhat by the practice. Baste, enough! I sup, I wet, I hummocked, I moisten my gullet, I drink, and all for fear of dying. Drink always, and you shall never die. If I drink not, I am a ground, dry, gravelled, and spent. I am stark dead without drink, and my soul ready to fly into some marsh amongst frogs. The soul never dwells in a dry place. Drouth killeth it. O you butlers, creators of new forms, make me of no drinker, a perenniety and everlastingness of sprinkling and bedewing me through these my parched and sinewy bowels. He drinks in vain that feels not the pleasure of it. This entereth into my veins. The pissing tools and urinal vessels shall have nothing of it. I would willingly wash the tripes of the calf, which I apparelled this morning. I have pretty well now ballasted my stomach and stuffed my paunch. If the papers of my bonds and bills could drink as well as I do, my creditors would not want for wine when they come to see me, or when they are to make any formal exhibition of their rights to what of me they can demand. This hand of yours spoils your nose. Oh, how many other shall such enter here before this go out? What? Drink so shallow? It is enough to break both girds and petrol. This called a cup of dissemination or flaginal hypocrisy. What difference is there between a bottle and a flagon? Great difference, for the bottle is stopped and shut up with a stopple, but the flagon with a vice. La poutelle est fermée à bouchon, et la flacon à vie. Bravely and well played upon the words. Our fathers drank lustily, and emptied their cans. Well cackled, well sung. Come, let us drink. Will you send nothing to the river? Here is one going to wash the tripes. I drink no more than a sponge. I drink like a Templar knight. And I, tanquam sponsus. And I, sicut terras in aqua. Give me a synonym for a gammon of bacon. It is the compulsory of drinkers. It is a pulley. By a pulley rope wine is let down into a cellar, and by a gammon into the stomach. Hey, now, boys, hither, some drink, some drink. There's no trouble in it. Respice personam pon pro duos. Bus not est in usu. If I could get up as well as I could swallow down, I had been long ere now very high in the air. Thus became Tom Tosspot rich. Thus went in the tailor's stitch. Thus did Bacchus conquer the end. Thus philosophy maligned. A little rain allays a great deal of wind. Long tippling breaks the thunder. But if there came such liquor from my ballad, will you not willingly thereafter suck the udder whence it issued? Here, page, fill, I prithee. Forget me not when it comes to my turn, and I will enter the election I have made of thee into the very register of my heart. Sup, Gilead, and spare not. There is someone in the pot. I appeal from thirst and disclaim its jurisdiction. Page, sue out my appeal in form. This remnant in the bottom of the glass must follow its leader. I was wont heretofore to drink out all, but now I leave nothing. Let us not make too much haste. It is requisite we carry all along with us. Heyday! Here are tripes fit for our sport, and in earnest excellent go-to-billios, of the dun ox, you know, with the black streak. Oh, for God's sake, let us lash them soundly, yet thriftily. Drink, or I will. No, drink, I beseech you. Oh, je vous prie. Sparrows will not eat, unless you bob them on the tail, nor can I drink if I be not fairly spoke to. The concavities of my body are like another hell for their capacity. Lagonadatera, legon lateris cavitis, adis orcus, and eteros alter, there is not a corner, nor corny burrow in all my body, where this wine doth not ferret out my thirst. Oh, this will bang it soundly, but this shall banish it utterly. Let us wind our horns by the sound of flagons and bottles, and cry aloud, that whoever hath lost his thirst, come not hither to seek it. Long clysters of drinking are to be voided without doors. The great God made the planets, and we make the platters neat. I have the word of the gospel in my mouth, Cidio. The stone called asbestos is not more unquenchable than the thirst of my paternity. Appetite comes with eating, says Angustin, but the thirst goes away with drinking. I have a remedy against thirst, quite contrary to that which is good against the biting of a mad dog. Keep running after a dog, and he will never bite you. Drink always before the thirst, and it will never come upon you. There I catch you, I awake you. Argus had 100 eyes for his sight. A butler should have, like Briareus, 100 hands wherewith to fill us wine indefatigably. Hey now, lads, let us moisten ourselves. It will be time to dry hereafter. White wine here. Wine, boys. Pour out all in the name of Lucifer. Fill here. You, fill and fill. Peace gods on you, till it be full. My tongue pills. Lands trinke. To thee, countryman. I drink to thee, good fellow, comrade to thee. Lusty, lively. Ha la la. That was drunk to some purpose, and bravely gulped over. O lacrima Christi. It is of the best grape. I faith pure Greek, O the fine white wine. Upon my conscience, it is a kind of taffetas wine. Hin. It is of one ear, well wrought, and of good wool. Courage, comrade, up thy heart, Billy. We will not be beasted at this bout, for I have got one trick, ex hoc and hoc. There is no enchantment nor charm there. Every one of you hath seen it. My apprenticeship is out. I am a free man at this trade. I am prester mas, prester masse, maestre passe. Prish, brum, I should say, master pass. O the drinkers, those that are adry. O poor thirsty souls, good page, my friend, fill me here some, and crown the wine. I pray thee, like a cardinal, natura abhorret vacuum. Would you say that a fly could drink in this? This is after the fashion of Switzerland. clear off, neat, supernaculum. Come, therefore, blaze to this divine liquor and celestial juice. Swill it over heartily and spare not. It is a decoction of nectar and ambrosia. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1, by François Rabelais, translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Chapter 6. How Gargantua was born in a strange manner. Whilst they were on this discourse and pleasant tattle of drinking, Gargamel began to be a little unwell in her lower parts, whereupon Grangousier arose from off the grass, and fell to comfort her very honestly and kindly, suspecting that she was in travail, and told her that it was best for her to sit down upon the grass under the willows, because she was like very shortly to see young feet, and that therefore it was convenient she should pluck up her spirits and take a good heart anew at the fresh arrival of her baby, saying to her withal, that although the pain was somewhat grievous to her, it would be but of short continuance, and that the succeeding joy would quickly remove that sorrow, in such sort that she should not so much as remember it. On with a sheep's courage, quoth he. Dispatch this boy, and we will speedily fall to work for the making of another. Ha, said she, so well as you speak at your own ease, you that are men. Well then, in the name of God, I'll do my best, seeing that you will have it so. But would to God that it were cut off from you. What? Said Grangousier. Ha, said she, you are a good man indeed. You understand it well enough. What? My member? Said he. By the goat's blood, if it please you, that shall be done instantly. Cause, bring hither a knife. Alas, said she, the Lord forbid, and pray Jesus to forgive me. I did not say it from my heart, therefore let it alone, and do it neither more less any kind of harm for me speaking so to you. But I am like to have work enough to do today, and all for your member, yet God bless you and it. Courage, courage, said he, take you no care of the matter. Let the foremost oxen do the work. I will yet go drink one whiff more, and if in the meantime anything before you that may require my presence, I will be so near to you that at the first whistling in your fist I shall be with you forthwith. A little while after she begun to groan, lament, and cry. Then suddenly came the midwives from all quarters, who, groping her below, found some pilateries, which was a certain filthy stuff, and of a taste truly bad enough. This, they thought, had been the child, but it was her fundament, that was slipped out with the mollification of her straight entrail, which you call the bum gut, and that merely by eating of too many tripes, as we have showed you before. Whereupon an old ugly trot in the company, who had the repute of an expert chief physician, and was come from Brisbaye, near to Saint Guineau, 80 years before, made her so horrible a restrictive and binding medicine, and whereby all her lares, arse pipes, and conduits were so oppilated, stopped, obstructed, and contracted, that you could hardly have opened and enlarged them with your teeth, which is a terrible thing to think upon. seeing the devil at the mass at St. Martin's, was puzzled with like task, when with his teeth he had lengthened out the parchment, whereupon he wrote the tittle-tattle of two young mangy whores. By this inconvenient, the cotyledons of her matrix were presently loosed, through which the child sprang up and leaped, and so, entering into the hollow vein, did climb by the diaphragm, even above her shoulders, where the vein divides itself into two, and from thence, taking his way towards the left side, issued forth at her left ear. As soon as he was born, he cried not as other babies used to do, "Yes, yes, yes, yes," but with a high, sturdy, and big voice shouted about, "Some drink, some drink, some drink," as inviting all the world to drink with him. The noise hereof was so extremely great that it was heard in both the countries at once of Versailles and Bibarel. I doubt me that you do not thoroughly believe the truth of this strange nativity. Though you believe it not, I care not much, but an honest man, and of good judgment, believeth still what is told him, and that which he finds written. Is this beyond our law or our faith, against reason or the Holy Scripture? For my part, I find nothing in the sacred Bible that is against it. But tell me, if it had been the will of God, will you say that he could not do it? Ah, for favour's sake, I beseech you, never in Balakuk or in Poregifys your spirits with these vain thoughts and idle conceits. For I tell you, it is not impossible with God, and if he please, all women henceforth should bring forth their children at the ear. Was not Bacchus engendered out of the very thigh of Jupiter? Did not Rocatelier come out of his mother's heel, and Crocmus from the slipper of his nurse? Was not Minerva born of the brain, even through the ear of Jove? Adonis of the bark of a myrrh tree, and Castor and Pollux of the dew of that egg which was laid and hatched by Leda? But you will wonder more, and with far greater amazement, if I should now present you with that chapter of Plinius, wherein he treateth of strange births, and contrary to nature. And yet am not I so impudent a liar as he was. Read the 7th book of his Natural History, chapter 3, and trouble not my head any more about this. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kurt Ranji. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1, by François Rabelais, translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Chapter 7. After what manner Gargantua had his name given him, and how he tippled, bibbed, and curried the can. The good man Grangousier, drinking and making merry with the rest, heard the horrible noise which his son had made as he entered into the light of this world, when he cried out, "Some drink, some drink, some drink," whereupon he said in French, "Que grand tu as et souple le gousier," that is to say, "How great and nimble a throat thou hast," which the company hearing said that verily the child ought to be called Gargantua, because it was the first word that, after his birth, his father had spoke. In imitation, and at the example of the ancient Hebrews, whereunto he condescended, and his mother was very well pleased therewith. In the meanwhile, to quiet the child, they gave him to drink à tire-largot. that is, till his throat was like to crack with it. Then was he carried to the font, and there baptized, according to the manner of good Christians. Immediately thereafter were appointed for him 17,913 cows of the towns of Poitiers and Bremont, to furnish him with milk in ordinary, for it was impossible to find a nurse sufficient for him in all the country, considering the great quantity of milk that was requisite for his nourishment. Although there were not wanting some doctors of the opinion of Scotus, who affirmed that his own mother gave him suck, and that she could draw out of her breasts 1,402 pipes and 9 pails of milk at every time. Which indeed is not probable, and this point hath been found duggishly scandalous and offensive to tender ears, for that it savoured a little of heresy. Thus was he handled for 1 year and 10 months, after which time, by the advice of physicians, they began to carry him, and then was made for him a fine little cart, drawn with oxen, of the invention of Jan Denio, wherein they led him hither and thither with great joy. And he was worth the seeing, for he was a fine boy, had a burly physiognomy, and almost 10 chins. He cried very little, but beshit himself every hour. For, to speak truly of him, he was wonderfully phlegmatic in his posteriors, both by reason of his natural complexion, and the accidental disposition which had befallen him by his too much quaffing of the septembral juice. Yet without a cause did not he sup 1 drop, for if he happened to be vexed, angry, displeased, or sorry, if he did fret, if he did weep, if he did cry, and what grievous quarter soever he kept, in bringing him some drink, he would be instantly pacified, seated in his own temper, in a good humour again, and as still and quiet as ever. One of his governesses told me, swearing by her fig, how he was so accustomed to this kind of way, that, at the sound of pints and flagons, he would on a sudden fall into an ecstasy, as if he had then tasted of the joys of paradise, so that they, upon consideration of this, his divine complexion, would every morning, to cheer him up, play with a knife upon the glasses, on the bottles with their stopples, and on the pottle pots with their lids and covers, at the sound whereof he became gay, did leap for joy, would loll and rock himself in the cradle, then nod with his head, monochordizing with his fingers, and baritonizing with his tail. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kurt Ranji. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1, by François Rabelais, translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Chapter 8. How they apparelled Gargantua. Being of this age, his father ordained to have clothes made to him in his own livery, which was white and blue. To work then went the tailors, and with great expedition were those clothes made, cut, and sewed, according to the fashion that was then in request. I find by the ancient records or pancarts to be seen in the Chamber of Accounts, or Court of the Exchequer at Montsoreau, that he was accoutred in manner as followeth. To make him every shirt of his were taken up 900 ells of Chastelerault linen, and 200 for the gussets in manner of cushions, which they put under his armpits. His shirt was not gathered nor plaited, for the plaiting of shirts was not found out till the seamstresses, when the point of their needle, besogne du coul, English, the eye of the needle, was broken, began to work and occupy with the tail. There were taken up for his doublet 813 ells of white satin, and for his points 1,509 dogs' skins and a half. Then was it that men began to tie their breeches to their doublets, and not their doublets to their breeches, for it is against nature, as hath most amply been showed by Occam upon the exponables of Master Holte Chaussade. For his breeches were taken up 1,105 ells and a third of white broadcloth. They were cut in the form of pillars, chamfered, channeled, and pinked behind, that they might not overheat his reins, and were within the panes, puffed out with the lining of as much blue damask as was needed. And remark that he had very good leg harness, proportionable to the rest of his stature. For his codpiece were used 17 ells and a quarter of the same cloth, and it was fashioned on the top like unto a triumphant arch, most gallantly fastened with 2 enamelled clasps, in each of which was set a great emerald, as big as an orange. For, as says Orpheus, libitum de lapidibus, and Plinius, libro ultimo, it hath an erective virtue, and comfortative of the natural member. The exiture, outjecting or outstanding, of his codpiece was of the length of a yard, jagged and pinked, and withal bagging, and strutting out with the blue damask lining, after the manner of his breeches. But had you seen the fair embroidery of the small needlework pearl, and the curiously interlaced knots, by the goldsmith's art set out and trimmed with rich diamonds, precious rubies, fine turquoises, costly emeralds, and Persian pearls, you would have compared it to a fair cornucopia, or horn of abundance, such as you see in antiques, or as Rhea gave to the two nymphs, Amalthea and Ida, the nurses of Jupiter. And like to that horn of abundance, it was still gallant, succulent, droppy, sappy, pithy, lively, always flourishing, always fructifying, full of juice, full of flower, full of fruit, and all manner of delight. I avow God, it would have done one good to have seen him, but I will tell you more of him in the book which I have made on the dignity of codpieces. One thing I will tell you, that as it was both long and large, so was it well furnished and victualled within. Nothing like unto the hypocritical codpieces of some fond wooers and wench courtiers, which are stuffed only with wind, to the great prejudice of the female sex. For his shoes were taken up 406 ells of blue crimson velvet, and were very neatly cut by parallel lines, joined in uniform cylinders. For the soling of them were made use of 1,100 hides of brown cows, shapen like the tail of a keeling. For his coat were taken up 1,800 ells of blue velvet, dyed in grain, embroidered in its borders with fair gilliflowers, in the middle decked with silver pearl, intermixed with plates of gold and store of pearls, hereby showing that in his time he would prove an especial good fellow and singular whipcan. His girdle was made of 300 ells and a half of silken serge, half white and half blue, if I mistake it not. His sword was not of Valentia, nor his dagger of Saragossa, for his father could not endure these hidalgos borrachos maranizados como diablos. But he had a fair sword made of wood, and the dagger of boiled leather, as well painted and gilded as any man could wish. His purse was made of the cod of an elephant, which was given him by Herr Pracontal, proconsul of Libya. For his gown were employed 9,600 ells, wanting 2/3, of blue velvet, as before, all so diagonally purled that by true perspective issued thence an unnamed color, like that you see in the necks of turtle-doves or turkey-cocks, which wonderfully rejoiced the eyes of the beholders. For his bonnet or cap were taken up 302 ells and a quarter of white velvet, and the form thereof was wide and round, of the bigness of his head, for his father said that the caps of the Marabez fashion, made like the cover of a pasty, would one time or other bring a mischief on those that wore them. For his plume he wore a fair great blue feather, plucked from an anacrotal of the country of Hyrcania the Wild, very prettily hanging down over his right ear. For the jewel or brooch which in his cap he carried, he had in a cake of gold, weighing 68 marks, a fair piece enamelled, wherein was portrayed a man's body with 2 heads, looking towards one another, 4 arms, 4 feet, 2 arses, such as Plato, in Symposio, says was the mystical beginning of man's nature. And about it was written in Ionic letters, Agama uze taitaot, or rather, anerkai guna zugata anthrotos idaitata, that is, vir et mulier junctum propriissime homo. To wear about his neck he had a golden chain, weighing 25,063 marks of gold, the links thereof being made after the manner of great berries, amongst which were set in work green jaspers, and graven and cut dragon-like, all environed with beams and sparks, as King Nekepsos of old was wont to wear them. And it reached down to the very bust of the rising of his belly, whereby he reaped great benefit all his life long, as the Greek physicians know well enough. For his gloves were put in work 16 otter skins, and 3 of the loup-garou, or man-eating wolves, for the bordering of them. And of this stuff were they made, by the appointment of the Kabbalists of Saint Louis. As for the rings which his father would have him to wear, to renew the ancient mark of nobility, he had on the forefinger of his left hand a carbuncle as big as an ostrich's egg, enchased very daintily in gold, of the fineness of a turkey seraph. Upon the middle finger of the same hand he had a ring made of 4 metals together, of the strangest fashion that ever was seen, so that the steel did not crash against the gold, nor the silver crush the copper. All this was made by Captain Chapuis, and Alcofribus his good agent. On the medical finger of his right hand he had a ring made spire-wise, wherein was set a perfect Bala ruby, a pointed diamond, and a Phison emerald, of an inestimable value. For Hans Carvel, the king of Melinda's jeweller, esteemed them at the rate of 69,894,018 French crowns of Berry, and at so much did the Fucre of Augsburg prize them. End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of Gargantua and Pantagruel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1, by François Rabelais, translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Chapter 9. The Colours and Liveries of Gargantua. Gargantua's colours were white and blue, as I have showed you before, by which his father would give us to understand that his son to him was a heavenly joy, for the white did signify gladness, pleasure, delight, and rejoicing, and the blue celestial things. I know well enough that in reading this you laugh at the old drinker, and hold this exposition of colours to be very extravagant, and utterly disagreeable to reason, because white is said to signify faith, and blue constancy, but without moving, vexing, heating, or putting you in a chafe, for the weather is dangerous. Answer me, if it please you, for no other compulsory way of arguing will I use towards you, or any else. Only now and then I will mention a word or two of my bottle. What is it that induceth you? What stirs you up to believe, or who told you that white signifieth faith, and blue constancy? An old paltry book, say you, sold by the hawking pedlars and ballad-mongers, entitled The Blazon of Colours. Who made it? Whoever it was, he was wise in that he did not set his name to it. But besides, I know not what I should rather admire in him, his presumption or his sottishness. His presumption and overweening, for that he should without reason, without cause, or without any appearance of truth, have dared to prescribe, by his private authority, what things should be denotated and signified by the colour, which is the custom of tyrants, who will have their will to bear sway instead of equity, and not of the wise and learned, who with the evidence of reason satisfy their readers. His sottishness and want of spirit, in that he thought that without any other demonstration or sufficient argument, the world would be pleased to make his blockish and ridiculous impositions the rule of their devices. In effect, according to the proverb, to a shitten tale fails never ordure, he had found, it seems, some simple ninny in those rude times of old, when the wearing of high round bonnets was in fashion, who gave some trust to his writings, according to which they carved and engraved their apothegms and mottos, trapped in comparison their mules and sumpter horses, apparelled their pages, corded their breeches, bordered their gloves, fringed the curtains and balances of their beds, painted their ensigns, composed songs, and, which is worse, placed many deceitful jugglings and unworthy base tricks undiscoveredly amongst the very chastest matrons and most reverent sciences. In the like darkness and mist of ignorance are wrapped up these vainglorious courtiers and name-transposers, who going about in their empresas to signify espérance, that is hope, have portrayed as fear, and bird's pen for pains, lancolie, which is the flower columbine, for melancholy, a waning moon or crescent, to show the increasing or rising of one's fortune, a bench rotten and broken, to signify bankrupt, gnaw and a corselet for non durabit, otherwise non durabit, it shall not last, un licenciel, that is, a bed without a tester, for un licencie, a graduated person, as bachelor in divinity or utter barrister at law, which are equivocals so absurd and witless, so barbarous and clownish, that a fox's tail should be fastened to the neck-piece of, and a vizard made of a cow's herd given to every one that henceforth should offer, after the restitution of learning, to make use of any such fopperies in France. By the same reasons, if reasons I should call them, and not ravings rather, and idle triflings about words, might I cause pain to pannier, to signify that I am in pain, a mustard pot, that my heart tarries much for it, one pissing upwards for a bishop, the bottom of a pair of breeches for a vessel full of fart-hings, a codpiece for the office of the clerks of the sentences, decrees, or judgments, or rather, as the English bears it, for the tail of a codfish, and a dog's turd for the dainty turret wherein lies the love of my sweetheart. Far otherwise did heretofore the sages of Egypt, when they wrote by letters which they called hieroglyphics, which none understood who were not skilled in the virtue, property, and nature of the things represented by them, of which Horace Apollon hath in Greek composed 2 books, and Polyphilus, in his Dream of Love, set down more. In France you have a taste of them in the device or impresa of my Lord Admiral, which was carried before that time by Octavian Augustus. But my little skiff alongst these unpleasant gulfs and shoals will sail no further, therefore must I return to the port from whence I came. Yet do I hope one day to write more at large of these things, and to show both by philosophical arguments and authorities received and approved of by and from all antiquity, what and how many colours there are in nature, and what may be signified by every one of them, if God save the mould of my cap, which is my best wine-pot, as my grandam said. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1, by François Rabelais. Translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Chapter 10. Of that which is signified by the colours white and blue. The white therefore signifieth joy, solace, and gladness, and that not at random, but upon just and very good grounds, which you may perceive to be true, if, laying aside all predicate affections, you will but give ear to what presently I shall expound unto you. Aristotle saith that, supposing two things contrary in their kind, as good and evil, virtue and vice, heat and cold, white and black, pleasure and pain, joy and grief, and so of others, if you couple them in such a manner that the contrary of one kind may agree in reason with the contrary of the other, it must follow by consequence that the other contrary must answer to the remnant opposite to that wherewith it is conferred. As, for example, virtue and vice are contrary in one kind, so are good and evil. If one of the contraries of the first kind be consonant to one of those of the second, as virtue and goodness, for it is clear that virtue is good, so shall the other two contraries, which are evil and vice, have the same connection, for vice is evil. This logical rule being understood, take these two contraries, joy and sadness, then these other two, white and black, for they are physically contrary. If so be, then, that black do signify grief, by good reason, then should white import joy. Nor is this signification instituted by human imposition, but by the universal consent of the world received, which philosophers called jus gentium, the law of nations, or an uncontrollable right of force in all countries whatsoever. For you know well enough that all people and all languages and nations, except the ancient Syracusans and certain Argives, who had cross and thwarting souls, when they mean outwardly to give evidence of their sorrow, go in black, and all mourning is done with black. Which general consent is not without some argument and reason in nature, the which every man may by himself very suddenly comprehend, without the instruction of any, and this we call the law of nature. By virtue of the same natural instinct, we know that by white all the world hath understood joy, gladness, mirth, pleasure, and delight. In former times the Thracians and Cretans did mark their good, propitious, and fortunate days with white stones, and their sad, dismal, and unfortunate ones with black. Is not the night mournful, sad, and melancholic? It is black and dark by the privation of light. Doth not the light comfort all the world? And it is more white than anything else. Which to prove, I could direct you to the book of Laurentius Valla against Bartolus, but an evangelical testimony, I hope, will content you. Matthew 17, it is said that, at the transfiguration of our Lord, vestimenta eius facta sunt alba sicut lux, his apparel was made white like the light. By which lightsome whiteness he gave his 3 apostles to understand the idea and figure of the eternal joys. For by the light are all men comforted, according to the word of the old woman, who, although she had never a tooth in her head, was wont to say, Bona lux. And Tobit, chapter 5, after he had lost his sight, when Raphael saluted him, answered, What joy can I have, that do not see the light of heaven? In that colour did the angels testify the joy of the whole world at the resurrection of our Saviour. John 20, and at his ascension, Acts 1. With the like colour of vesture did St. John the Evangelist, Apocrypha 4:7, see the faithful clothed in the heavenly and blessed Jerusalem. Read the ancient, both Greek and Latin histories, and you shall find that the town of Alba, the first pattern of Rome, was founded and so named by reason of a white sow that was seen there. You shall likewise find in those stories, that when any man, after he had vanquished his enemies, was by decree of the senate to enter into Rome triumphantly, he usually rode in a chariot drawn by white horses, which in the Ovation triumph was also the custom, for by no sign or colour would they so significantly express the joy of their coming as by the white. You shall there also find how Pericles, the general of the Athenians, would needs have that part of his army unto whose lot befell the white beans, to spend the whole day in mirth, pleasure, and ease, while the rest were a fighting. 1,000 other examples and places could I allege to this purpose, but that it is not here where I should do it. By understanding hereof you may resolve one problem, which Alexander Aphrodisius hath accounted unanswerable. Why the lion, who with his only cry and roaring affrights all beasts, dreads and feareth only a white cock? For as Proclus saith, Libro de Sacrificio et Magia, it is because the presence of the virtue of the sun, which is the organ and promptuary of all terrestrial and sidereal light, doth more symbolize and agree with a white cock, as well in regard of that colour as of his property and specifical quality, than with a lion. He saith furthermore, that devils have been often seen in the shape of lions, which at the sight of a white cock have presently vanished. This is the cause why Galli, or Gallicis, so are the Frenchmen called, because they are naturally white as milk, which the Greeks call Galla, do willingly wear in their caps white feathers, for by nature they are of a candid disposition, merry, kind, gracious, and well beloved, and for their cognizance and arms have the whitest flower of any, the flower de luce, or lily. If you demand how, by white, nature would have us understand joy and gladness, I answer that the analogy and uniformity is thus. For as the white cloth outwardly dispose and scatter the rays of the sight, whereby the optic spirits are manifestly dissolved, according to the opinion of Aristotle in his Problems and Perspective treatises, as you may likewise perceive by experience, when you pass over the mountains covered with snow, how you will complain that you cannot see well. As Xenophon writes to have happened to his men, and as Galen very largely declareth, lib. 10, de usu partium, just so the heart with excessive joy is inwardly dilated, and suffereth a manifest resolution of the vital spirits, which may go so far on that it may thereby be deprived of its nourishment, and by consequence of life itself, by this pericary or extremity of gladness, as Galen saith, lib. 12, method, lib. 5, de locis affectis, and lib. 2, de symptomatum causis. And as it hath come to pass in former times, witness Marcus Tullius, lib. 1, quaest. Tuscul, Varius, Aristotle, Titus Livius, in his relation of the battle of Cannae, Plinius, lib. 7, capitulae 32 and 34, A. Gellius, lib. 3, capitulae 15, and many other writers, to Diagoras the Rhodian, Chilon, Sophocles, Dionysius the tyrant of Sicily, Philippides, Philemon, Polycrates, Philistion, M. Juventi, and others who died with joy. And as Avicen speaketh, in 2 Canon et Libre de Veribus Cordis, of the saffron, that it doth so rejoice the heart, that if you take of it excessively, it will, by a superfluous resolution and dilation, deprive it altogether of life. Here peruse Alex. Aphrodisius, lib. 1, capitulae 19, and that for a cause. But what? It seems I am entered further into this point than I intended at the first. Here therefore will I strike sail, referring the rest to that book of mine which handleth this matter to the full. Meanwhile, in a word I will tell you, that blue doth certainly signify heaven and heavenly things, by the very same tokens and symbols that white signifieth joy and pleasure. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1, by François Rabelais. Translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Chapter 11 of the youthful age of Gargantua. Gargantua, from 3 years upward unto 5, was brought up and instructed in all convenient discipline by the commandment of his father, and spent that time like the other little children of the country, that is, in drinking, eating, and sleeping, in eating, sleeping, and drinking, and in sleeping, drinking, and eating. Still he wallowed and rolled up and down himself in the mire and dirt, he blurred and sullied his nose with filth, he blotted and smutched his face with any kind of scurvy stuff, he trod down his shoes in the heel, at the flies he did oftentimes yawn, and ran very heartily after the butterflies, the empire whereof belonged to his father. He pissed in his shoes, shit in his shirt, and wiped his nose on his sleeve. He did let his snot and snivel fall in his pottage, and dabbled, paddled, and slobbered everywhere. He would drink in his slipper, and ordinarily rub his belly against a pannier. He sharpened his teeth with a top, washed his hands with his broth, and combed his head with a bowl. He would sit down betwixt two stools, and his arse to the ground, would cover himself with a wet sack, and drink in eating of his soup. He did eat his cake sometimes without bread, would bite in laughing, and laugh in biting. Oftentimes did he spit in the basin, and fart for fatness, piss against the sun, and hide himself in the water for fear of rain. He would strike out of the cold iron, be often in the dumps, and frig and wriggle it. He would flay the fox, say the ape's paternoster, return to his sheep, and turn the hogs to the hay. He would beat the dogs before the lion, put the plough before the oxen, and claw where it did not itch. He would pump one to draw somewhat out of him, by griping all would hold fast nothing, and always eat his white bread first. He shoed the geese, kept a self-tickling to make himself laugh, and was very steadable in the kitchen, made a mock at the gods, would cause sing Magnificat at matins, and found it very convenient to do so. He would eat cabbage and shite beets, knew flies in a dish of milk, and would make them lose their feet. He would scrape paper, blur parchment, then run away as hard as he could. He would pull at the kid's leather, or vomit up his dinner, then reckon without his host. He would beat the bushes without catching the birds, thought the moon was made of green cheese, and that ladders are lanterns. Out of one sack he would take 2 multures or fees for grinding, would act the ass's part to get some bran, and of his fist would make a mallet. He took the cranes at the first leap, and would have the mail coats to be made link after link. He always looked a given horse in the mouth, leaped from the cock to the ass, and put one ripe between 2 green. By robbing Peter he paid Paul, he kept the moon from the wolves, and hoped to catch larks, if ever the heavens should fall. He did make of necessity virtue, of such bread such pottage, and cared as little for the peeled as for the shaven. Every morning he did cast up his gorge, and his father's little dogs eat out of the dish with him, and he with them. He would bite their ears, and they would scratch his nose. He would blow in their arses, and they would lick his chaps. But hearken, good fellows, the spigot ill betake you, and whirl round your brains if you do not give ear. This little lecher was always groping his nurses and governesses upside down, arsiversy, topsy-turvy, harry-bourriquet, with a yakko-hake-hake-go, handling them very rudely, in jumbling and tumbling them to keep them going, for he had already begun to exercise the tools, and put his codpiece in practice. Which codpiece, or braguette, his governess did every day deck up and adorn with fair nosegays, curious rubies, sweet flowers, and fine silken tufts, and very pleasantly would pass their time in taking you know what between their fingers, and dandling it, till it did revive, and creep up to the bulk and stiffness of a suppository, or street magdaleon, which is a hard rolled up salve spread upon leather. Then did they burst out in laughing when they saw it lift up its ears, as if the sport had liked them. One of them would call it her little dill, her staff of love, her quillety, her faucetin, her dandilolly; another, her peen, her jolly kyle, her bableret, her membertoon, her quickset imp; another again, her branch of coral, her female adamant, her placket racket, her Cyprian sceptre, her jewel for ladies. And some of the other women would give it these names: my bungotee, my stopple too, my bush rusher, my gallant wimble, my pretty borer, my coney borough ferret, my little piercer, my agratine, my dangling hangers, downright to it, stiff and stout, in and to, my pusher, dresser, pouting stick, my honey pipe, my pretty pillycock, linky pinky, futility, my lusty andouille, and crimson chitterling, my little couille bredouille, my pretty rogue, and so forth. It belongs to me, said one. It is mine, said the other. What, quoth a third, shall I have no share in it? By my faith, I will cut it then. Ha! To cut it, said the other, would hurt him. Madam, do you cut little children's things? Were his cut off, he would be then Monsieur Sans Queue, the curtailed master. And that he might play and sport himself after the manner of the other little children of the country, they made him a fair weather whirljack of the wings of the windmill of Mirebalais. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1, by François Rabelais, translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Chapter 12 of Gargantua's Wooden Horses. Afterwards, that he might be all his lifetime a good rider, they made to him a fair great horse of wood, which he did make leap, curvet, jerk out behind, and skip forward, all at a time, to pace, trot, rack, gallop, amble, to play the hobby, the hackney gelding, go the gait of the camel and of the wild ass. He made him also change his colour of hair, as the monks of Coltybos, according to the variety of their holidays, used to do their clothes, from bay brown to sorrel, dapple grey, mouse dun, deer colour, roan, cow colour, gingoline, skewed colour, piebald, and the colour of the savage elk. Himself of a huge post made a hunting nag, and another for daily service of the beam of a vine-press, and of a great oak made up a mule, with a foot-cloth for his chamber. Besides this, he had 10 or 12 spare horses, and 7 horses for post, and all these were lodged in his own chamber, close by his bedside. One day the Lord of Bredenbag, Pain-en-Sac, came to visit his father in great bravery, and with a gallant train, and at the same time to see him came likewise the Duke of Freemeal, Franc-Repas, and the Earl of Wetgullet, Mouillevent. The house truly for so many guests at once was somewhat narrow, but especially the stables, whereupon the steward and harbinger of the said Lord Bredenbag, to know if there were any other empty stable in the house, came to Gargantua, a little young lad, and secretly asked him where the stables of the great horses were, thinking that children would be ready to tell all. Then he led them up along the stairs of the castle, passing by the second hall, unto a broad great gallery, by which they entered into a large tower. And as they were going up at another pair of stairs, said the harbinger to the steward, This child deceives us, for the stables are never on the top of the house. You may be mistaken, said the steward, for I know some places at Lyons, at the Basmet, at Chanon, and elsewhere, which have their stables at the very tops of the houses. So it might be that behind the house there is a way to come to this ascent. But I will question him further. Then he said to Gargantua, My pretty little boy, whither do you lead us? To the stable, said he, of my great horses. We are almost come to it. We have but these stairs to go up at. Then leading them alongst another great hall, he brought them into his chamber, and opening the door, said unto them, This is the stable you ask for. This is my jennet, this is my gelding, this is my courser, and this is my hackney, and laid on them with a great lever. I will bestow upon you, said he, this Friesland horse. I had him from Frankfort, yet will I give him you, for he is a pretty little nag, and will go very well with a tessel of goshawks, 6 of spaniels, and a brace of greyhounds. Thus are you king of the hares and partridges for all this winter. By St. John, said they, now we are paid. He hath gleeked us to some purpose. Bobbed we are now for ever. I deny it, said he. He was not here above 3 days. Judge you now whether they had most cause, either to hide their heads for shame, or to laugh at the jest. As they were going down again thus amazed, he asked them, Will you have a whim-wham? Aubelière. What is that? said they. It is, said he, 5 turds to make you a muzzle. To-day, said the steward, though he may happen to be roasted, we shall not be burnt, for we are pretty well equipped and larded, in my opinion. Oh, my jolly dapper boy, thou hast given us a gudgeon. I hope to see thee Pope before I die. I think so, said he, myself, and then shall you be a puppy, and this gentle popinjay a perfect papillard, that is, dissembler. Well, well, said the harbinger. But, said Gargantua, guess how many stitches there are in my mother's smock. 16, quoth the harbinger. You do not speak gospel, said Gargantua, for there is cent before and cent behind, and you did not reckon them ill, considering the 2 underholes. When? said the harbinger. Even then, said Gargantua, when they made a shovel of your nose to take up a quarter of dirt, and of your throat a funnel, wherewith to put into another vessel, because the bottom of the old one was out. Cocksbod, said the steward, we have met with a prater. Farewell, master tattler, God keep you, so goodly are the words which you come out with, and so fresh in your mouth, that it had need to be salted. Thus going down in great haste under the arch of the stairs, they let fall the great lever, which he had put upon their backs. Whereupon Gargantua said, What a devil you are, it seems, but bad horsemen, that suffer your builder to fail you when you need him most. If you were to go from hence to Cahusac, whither had you rather, ride on a gosling, or lead a sow in a leash? I had rather drink, said the harbinger. With this they entered into the lower hall where the company was, and relating to them this new story, they made them laugh like a swarm of flies. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1, by Rabelais. Translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Chapter 13. How Gargantua's wonderful understanding became known to his father, Grangousier, by the invention of a torchecul, or wipe breech. About the end of the 5th year, Grangousier, returning from the conquest of the Canarians, went by the way to see his son Gargantua. There was he filled with joy, as such a father might be at the sight of such a child of his, and whilst he kissed and embraced him, he asked many childish questions of him about divers matters, and drank very freely with him and with his governesses, of whom in great earnest he asked, amongst other things, whether they had been careful to keep him clean and sweet. To this Gargantua answered that he had taken such a course for that himself, that in all the country there was not to be found a cleanlier boy than he. How is that? said Grangousier. I have, answered Gargantua, by a long and curious experience, found out a means to wipe my bum, the most lordly, the most excellent, and the most convenient that ever was seen. What is that? said Grangousier. How is it? I will tell you by and by, said Gargantua. Once I did wipe me with a gentlewoman's velvet mask, and found it to be good, for the softness of the silk was very voluptuous and pleasant to my fundament. Another time with one of their hoods, and in like manner that was comfortable. At another time with a lady's neckerchief, and after that I wiped me with some earpieces of hers made of crimson satin, but there was such a number of golden spangles in them, turdy round things, a pox take them, that they fetched away all the skin of my tail with a vengeance. Now I wish St. Anthony's fire burn the bum gut of the goldsmith that made them, and of her that wore them. This hurt I cured by wiping myself with a page's cap, garnished with a feather after the Switzer's fashion. Afterwards, in dunging behind a bush, I found a March cat, and with it I wiped my breech, but her claws were so sharp that they scratched and exulcerated all my periné. Of this I recovered the next morning thereafter, by wiping myself with my mother's gloves, of a most excellent perfume and scent of the Arabian Benin. After that I wiped me with sage, with fennel, with annet, with marjoram, with roses, with gourd leaves, with beets, with colewort, with leaves of the vine tree, with mallows, wool blade, which is a tail scarlet, with lettuce and with spinach leaves. All this did very great good to my leg. Then with mercury, with parsley, with nettles, with comfrey, but that gave me the bloody flux of Lombardy, which I healed by wiping me with my braguette. Then I wiped my tail in the sheets, in the coverlet, in the curtains, with a cushion, with arras hangings, with a green carpet, with a tablecloth, with a napkin, with a handkerchief, with a combing cloth, in all which I found more pleasure than do the mangy dogs when you do rub them. Yea, but, said Grangousier, which torchecul did you find to be the best? I was coming to it, said Gargantua, and by you shall hear the tu autem, and know the whole mystery and knot of the matter. I wiped myself with hay, with straw, with thatch rushes, with flax, with wool, with paper. But who his foul tail with paper wipes, shall at his bollocks leave some chips. What, said Grangousier, my little rogue, hast thou been at the pot, that thou dost rhyme already? Yes, yes, my lord the king, answered Gargantua. I can rhyme gallantly, and rhyme till I become hoarse with rheum. Hark what our privy says to the skiters. Shittered, squittered, crackered, Turdus, thy bung hath flung some dung on us. Filthered, cackered, stinkered, St. Anthony's fire seize on thy bone, if thy dirty downby thou do not wipe ere thou be gone. Will you have any more of it? Yes, yes, answered Grangousier. Then, said Gargantua, a roundelay. In shitting yesterday I did know the cess I to my arse did owe. The smell was such, came from that slunk, that I was with it all bestunk. Oh, had but then some brave signor brought her to me I waited for, in shitting, I would have cleft her water gap, and joined it close to my flip flap, whilst she had with her fingers guarded my foul knockandrow, all bemurdered in shitting. Now say that I can do nothing. By the merdi, they are not of my making, but I heard them of this good old grandam, that you see here, and ever since have retained them in the budget of my memory. Let us return to our purpose, said Grangousier. What? said Gargantua. To skite? No, said Grangousier, but to wipe our tail. But, said Gargantua, will not you be content to pay a puncheon of Breton wine, if I do not blank and gravel you in this matter, and put you to a nonplus? Yes, truly, said Grangousier. There is no need of wiping one's tail, said Gargantua, but when it is foul. Foul it cannot be, unless one have been a skiting. Skite then we must before we wipe our tails. Oh, my pretty little waggish boy, said Grangousier, what an excellent wit thou hast! I will make thee very shortly proceed doctor in the jovial quirks of gay learning, and that, by God, for thou hast more wit than age. Now, I prithee, go on in this torcheculative, or wipe-bummatory discourse, and by my beard, I swear, for one puncheon thou shalt have 80 pipes. I mean of the good Breton wine, not that which grows in Britain, but in the good country of Verron. Afterwards I wiped my bum, said Gargantua, with a kerchief, with a pillow, with a pantoufle, with a pouch, with a pannier, but that was a wicked and unpleasant torchecul, then with a hat. Of hats, note that some are shorn, and others shaggy, some velveted, others covered with taffeties, and others with satin. The best of all these is the shaggy hat, for it makes a very neat abstersion of the fecal matter. Afterwards I wiped my tail with a hen, with a cock, with a pullet, with a calf's skin, with a hare, with a pigeon, with a cormorant, with an attorney's bag, with a montero, with a coif, with a falconer's lure. But to conclude, I say and maintain that of all torcheculs, ass-wisps, bum-fodders, tail-napkins, bunghole cleansers, and wipe-breeches, there is none in the world comparable to the neck of a goose, that is well downed, if you hold her head betwixt your legs. And believe me therein upon mine honour, for you will thereby feel in your knock-hole a most wonderful pleasure, both in regard of the softness of the said down, and of the temperate heat of the goose, which is easily communicated to the bum-gut and the rest of the innards, in so far as to come even to the regions of the heart and brains. And think not that the felicity of the heroes and demigods in the Elysian fields consisteth either in their asphodel, ambrosia, or nectar, as our old women here used to say, but in this, according to my judgment, that they wipe their tails with the neck of a goose, holding her head betwixt their legs. And such is the opinion of Master John of Scotland, alias Scotus. End of chapter 13. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey.
Chapter 14 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1 by François Rabelais, translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mario Pineda. Chapter 14, Book 1. How Gargantua was taught Latin by a sophister. The good man Grangousier, having heard this discourse, was ravished with admiration, considering the high reach and marvellous understanding of his son Gargantua, and said to his governesses, Philip, king of Macedon, knew the great wit of his son, Alexander, by his skilful managing of a horse. For his horse Bucephalus was so fierce and unruly that none durst adventure to ride him, after that he had given to his rider such devilish falls, breaking the neck of this man, the other man's leg, breaking one, and putting another out of his jawbone. This by Alexander being considered, one day in a hippodrome, which was a place appointed for the breaking and managing of great horses, he perceived that the fury of the horse proceeded merely from the fear he had of his own shadow, whereupon getting on his back, he run him against the sun, so that the shadow fell behind, and by that means tamed the horse and brought him to his hand. Whereby his father, knowing the divine judgment that was in him, caused him most carefully to be instructed by Aristotle, who at that time was highly renowned about all the philosophers of Greece. After the same manner I tell you, that by this only discourse, which now I have here had before you with my son Gargantua, I know that this understanding doth participate of some divinity, and that if he be well taught, and have that education which is fitting, he will attain to a supreme degree of wisdom. Therefore will I commit him to some learned man, to have him indoctrinated according to his capacity, and will spare no cost. Presently they appointed him a great sophister doctor called Master Tubal Holofernes, who taught him his ABC so well that he could say it by heart backwards, and about this he was 5 years and 3 months. Then read he to him Donat, Levauze, Theodolet, and Alanus in parabolis, About this he was 13 years, 6 months, and 2 weeks. But you must remark that in the meantime he did learn to write in Gothic characters, and that he wrote all his books, for the art of printing was not then in use, and did ordinarily carry a great pen and inkhorn, weighing about 7,000 quintals, that is 700,000 pound weight, the penner whereof was as big and as long as the great pillars of Na, and the horn was hanging to it in great iron chains, it being of the wideness of a ton of merchant ware. After that he read unto him the book De Modi Significandi, with the commentaries of Hartbees, of Fasquin, of Trabdeux, of Walho, of John Calf, of Bellonio, of Berlinguendus, and a rabble of others. And herein he spent more than 18 years and 11 months, and was so well versed in it that, to try masteries in school disputes with his condisciples, he would recite it by heart backwards, and did sometimes prove on his finger ends to his mother, Quo de modi significandi non erat scientia. Then did he read to him the compost for knowing the age of the moon, the seasons of the year, and tides of the sea, on which he spent 16 years and 2 months, and that justly at the time that his said preceptor died of the French books, which was in the year of 1420. Afterwards he got an old coughing fellow to teach him, named Master Jobelin Bride, or Muzzled Dolt, who read unto him Hugutiu Hebrard's Gracism, the Doctrinal, the Parts, the Quid Ea, the Supplementum, Marmotretus, de Moribus Immensa Cervantis, Seneca de Quatuor Virtutibus Cardinalibus, Passabantus cum commento, and Dormi Securur for the holidays, and some other of such like mealy stuff, by reading whereof he became as wise as any we ever since baked in an oven. End of chapter 14 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. Chapter 15 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1 by François Rabelais, translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mario Pineda. Chapter 15. How Gargantua was put under other schoolmasters. At the last his father perceived that indeed he studied hard, and that, although he spent all his time in it, he did nevertheless profit nothing, but which is worse, grew thereby foolish, simple, doted, and blockish, whereof making a heavy regret of Don Philip of Marais, Viceroy or Deputy King of Pepeligos, he found that it were better for him to learn nothing at all, than to be taught such like books under such schoolmasters, because their knowledge was nothing but brutishness, and their wisdom but blunt foppish toys, serving only to bastardize good and noble spirits, and to corrupt all the flower of youth. That it is so, take, said he, any young boy of this time who hath only studied 2 years, if he have not a better judgment, a better discourse, and that expressed in better terms than your son, with a completer carriage and civility to all manner of persons, account me for ever hereafter a very clounch of bacon slicer brin. This pleased Grangousier very well, and he commanded that it should be done. At night at supper, he said, this Marais brought in a young page of his, a billed gouge, called Eudomon, so neat, so trim, so handsome in his appeal, so spruce, with his hair in so good order, and so sweet and comely in his behaviour, that he had the resemblance of a little angel more than a human creature. Then he said to Grangousier, do you see this young boy? He is not as yet full 12 years old. Let us try, if it please you, what difference there is betwixt the knowledge of the doting Matheologians of old time and the young lads that are now. The trial pleased Grangousier, and he commanded the page to begin. Then Eudemon, asking leave of the vice-king his master so to do, with his cap in his hand, a clear and open countenance, beautiful and ruddy lips, his eyes steady, and his looks fixed upon Gargantua with a joyful modesty, standing up straight on his feet, began very gracefully to commend him. First, for his virtue and good manners. Secondly, for his knowledge. Thirdly, for his nobility. Fourthly, for his bodily accomplishments. and, in the fifth place, most sweetly exhorted him to reverence his father with all due observancy, who was so careful to have him well brought up. In the end he prayed him that he would vouchsafe to admit of him amongst the least of his servants, for the other favour at that time desired he none of heaven, but that he might do him some grateful and acceptable service. All this was by him delivered with such proper gestures, such distinct pronunciation, so pleasant a delivery, in such exquisite fine terms, and so good Latin, that he seemed rather a Gracchus or a Cicero, an Aemilius of a time past, than a youth of his age. But all the countenance that Gargantua kept was, that he fell to crying like a cow, and cast down his face, hiding it with his cap, nor could they possibly draw one word from him, no more than a fart from a dead ass. Whereat his father was so grievously vexed that he would have killed Master Joblin, but this said Desmarais withheld him from it by fair persuasions, so that at length he pacified his wrath. Then Grangousier commanded he should be paid his wages, that they should withhold him absently like a sophister, with good drink, and then give him leave to go to all the devils in hell. At least, said he, today shall it not cost his host much if, by chance, he should die as drunk as a Switzer. Master Joblin being gone out of the house, Grangousier consulted with the viceroy what schoolmaster they should choose for him, and it was bewitched then resolved that Ponocrates, the tutor of Eudemon, should have the charge, and that they should go all together to Paris, to know what was the study of the young men of France at that time. End of chapter 15 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. Chapter 16 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1, by François Rabelais, translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mario Pineda. Chapter 16, Book 1. How Gargantua was sent to Paris, and of the huge great mare that he rode on, how she destroyed the oxflies of the Beauce. In the same season Fayoles, the fourth king of Numidia, sent out of the country of Africa to Grangousier the most hideously great mare that ever was seen, and of the strangest form, for you know well enough how it is said that Africa always is productive of some new thing. She was as big as 6 elephants, and had her feet cloven into fingers like Julius Caesar's horse, with slouch hanging ears like the goats in Languedoc, and a little horn on her buttock. She was of a burnt sorrel hue, with a little mixture of dappled grey spots, but above all she had a horrible tail, for it was little more or less than every whit as great as the steeple pillar of St. Mark beside Langes, and squared as that is, with tufts and any crotches or hair plates wrought within one another no otherwise than as the birds are upon the ears of corn. If you wonder at this, wonder rather at the tails of the Scythian rams, which weighed about 30 pounds each, and of the Syrian sheep, who need, if the note say true, a little cart at their heels to bear up their tail, it is so long and heavy. You female lechers in the plain countries have no such tails. And she was brought by sea in 3 carracks and a brigantine unto the harbour of Olon in Talmondois. When Grangousier saw her, here is, said he, what is fit to carry my son to Paris. So now, in the name of God, all will be well. He will in times coming be a great scholar. If it were not my masters for the beasts, we should live like clerks. The next morning, after they had drunk, you must understand, they took their journey. Gargantua, his pedagogue Ponocrates, and his train, and with them Eudemon, the young page. And because the weather was fair and temperate, his father caused to be made for him a pair of dumb boots. Babin calls them buskins. Thus did they merrily pass their time in travelling on their highway, always making good cheer, and were very pleasant till they came a little above Orleans, in which place there was a forest of 35 leagues long and 17 in breadth or thereabouts. The forest was most horribly fertile and copious in dorflies, hornets, and wasps, so that it was a very purgatory for the poor mares, asses, and horses. But Gargantua's mare did avenge herself handsomely of all the outrages therein committed upon beasts of her kind, and that by a trick whereof they had no suspicion. For as soon as ever they were entered into the said forest, and that the wasps had given the assault, she drew out and unsheathed her tail, and therewith skirmishing, did so sweep them, that she overthrew all the wood alongst and athwart, here and there, this way and that way, long ways and sad ways, over and under, and felt everywhere the wood, with as much ease as a mower doth the grass, in such sort that never since hath there been neither wood nor dorflies. For all the country was thereby reduced to a plain champaign field. Which Gargantua took great pleasure to behold, and said to his company no more but this, Je trouve beau ça, I find this pretty, whereupon that country hath been ever since that time called Beauce. But all the breakfast the mare got that day was but a little yawning and gaping, in memory whereof the gentlemen of Beauce do as yet to this day break their fast and gaping, which they find to be very good, and do spit the better for it. At last they came to Paris, where Gargantua refreshed himself 2 or 3 days, making very merry with his folks, and inquiring what men of learning there were in the city, and what time they drunk here. End of chapter 16 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1.
Chapter 17 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1, by François Rabelais. Translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Chapter 17. How Gargantua paid his welcome to the Parisians, and how he took away the great bells of Our Lady's church. Some few days after that they had refreshed themselves, he went to see the city, and was beheld of everybody there with great admiration, for the people of Paris are so sottish, so badaud, so foolish and fond by nature, that a juggler, a carrier of indulgences, a sumpter horse, or mule with cymbals or tinkling bells, a blind fiddler in the middle of a cross lane, shall draw a greater confluence of people together than an evangelical preacher. And they pressed so hard upon him that he was constrained to rest himself upon the towers of Our Lady's church. At which place, seeing so many about him, he said with a loud voice, I believe that these buzzards will have me to pay them here my welcome hither, and my proficiat. It is but good reason I will now give them their wine, but it shall only be in sport. Then smiling, he untied his fair braguette, and drawing out his mentoul into the open air, he so bitterly all to bepissed them, that he drowned 260,418, besides the women and little children. Some, nevertheless, of the company escaped this piss flood by mere speed of foot, who, when they were at the higher end of the university, sweating, coughing, spitting, and out of breath, they began to swear and curse, some in good hot earnest, and others in jest. Cari mari, cari mara, golinoli, golinolo. By my sweet sanctess, we are washed in sport, a sport truly to laugh at, in French, Paris, for which that city hath been ever since called Paris, whose name formerly was Leucotia, as Strabo testifieth, lib. 4, from the Greek word leukotis, whiteness, because of the white thighs of the ladies of that place. and forasmuch as at this imposition of a new name all the people that were there swore every one by the sancts of his parish, the Parisians, which are patched up of all nations and all pieces of countries, are by nature both good jurors and good jurists, and somewhat overweening. Whereupon Ioanninus de Barauco, Libro de copiositate reverentiarum, thinks that they are called Parisians from the Greek word parrhesia, which signifies boldness and liberty in speech. This done, he considered the great bells which were in the said towers, and made them sound very harmoniously. Which whilst he was doing, it came into his mind that they would serve very well for tingling tandans and ringing campanelles to hang about his mare's neck when she should be sent back to his father, as he intended to do, loaded with brie cheese and fresh herring. And indeed he forthwith carried them to his lodging. In the meanwhile there came a master beggar of the friars of St. Anthony, to demand in his canting way the usual benevolence of some hoggish stuff, who, that he might be heard afar off, and to make the bacon he was in quest of shake in the very chimneys, made account to filch them away privily. Nevertheless, he left them behind very honestly, not for that they were too hot, but that they were somewhat too heavy for his carriage. This was not he of Bourg, for he was too good a friend of mine. All the city was risen up in sedition, they being, as you know, upon any slight occasion, so ready to uproars and insurrections, that foreign nations wonder at the patience of the kings of France, who do not by good justice restrain them from such tumultuous courses, seeing the manifold inconveniences which thence arise from day to day. Would to God I knew the shop wherein are forged these divisions and factious combinations, that I might bring them to light in the confraternities of my parish. Believe for a truth, that the place wherein the people gathered together were thus sulphured, hopurimated, moiled, and bepissed, was called Nesle, where then was, but now is no more, the oracle of Leucotia. There was the case proposed, and the inconvenience showed of the transporting of the bells. After they had well ergoed pro and con, they concluded in Baralipton that they should send the oldest and most sufficient of the faculty unto Gargantua, to signify unto him the great and horrible prejudice they sustain by the want of those bells. And notwithstanding the good reasons given in by some of the university, why this charge was fitter for an orator than a sophister, there was chosen for this purpose our master Janotus de Bragmardo. End of chapter 17. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Chapter 18 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1, by François Rabelais, translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Chapter 18. How Janotus de Bragmardo was sent to Gargantua to recover the great bells. Master Janotus, with his hair cut round like a dish à la Césarine, in his most antique accoutrement, lirepipionated with a graduate's hood, and having sufficiently antidoted his stomach with oven marmalades, that is, bread and holy water of the cellar, transported himself to the lodging of Gargantua, driving before him 3 red-muzzled beetles, and dragging after him 5 or 6 artless masters, all thoroughly bedraggled with the mire of the streets. At their entry Ponocrates met them, who was afraid, seeing them so disguised, and thought they had been some maskers out of their wits, which moved him to inquire of one of the said artless masters of the company what this mummery meant. It was answered him that they desired to have their bells restored to them. As soon as Ponocrates heard that, he ran in all haste to carry the news unto Gargantua, that he might be ready to answer them and speedily resolve what was to be done. Gargantua, being advertised hereof, called apart his schoolmaster Ponocrates, Philotimus, steward of the house, Gymnastes, his esquire, and Eudemon, and very summarily conferred with them, both of what he should do and what answer he should give. They were all of opinion that they should bring them unto the goblet office, which is the buttery, and there make them drink like roysters, and line their jackets soundly, and that this coffer might not be puffed up with vain glory by thinking the bells were restored at his request, they sent, whilst he was chopining and plying the pot, for the mayor of the city, the rector of the faculty, and the vicar of the church, unto whom they resolved to deliver the bells before the sophister had propounded his commission. After that, in their hearing, he should pronounce his gallant oration, which was done, and they being come, the sophister was brought in full hall, and began as followeth, in coughing. End of chapter 18. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Chapter 19 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1, by François Rabelais, translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Chapter 19. The oration of Master Janotus de Bragmardo for recovery of the bells. Good day, sirs, good day. It will be my masters. It were but reason that you should restore to us our bells, for we have great need of them. We have oftentimes heretofore refused good money for them of those of London in Cahors, yea, and those of Bordeaux in Brie, who would have bought them for the substantific quality of the elementary complexion, which is intronificated in the terrestriety of their quiditative nature. to extraneise the blasting mists and whirlwinds upon our vines. Indeed, not ours, but these round about us. For if we lose the pyot and liquor of the grape, we lose all, both sense and law. If you restore them unto us at my request, I shall gain by it 6 basketfuls of sausages and a fine pair of breeches, which will do my legs a great deal of good. Or else they will not keep their promise to me. By gob, Domine, a pair of breeches is good. Et vir sapiens non aborrebit eam. A pair of breeches is not so easily got. I have experience of it myself. Consider, Domine, I have been these 18 days in matagrabalizing this brave speech. Redite quae sunt Caesaris Caesari, et quae sunt Dei Deo. Ibi jacet lepus. By my faith, Domine, if you will sup with me in cameris, by cock's body caritatis nos faciemus bonum cherubin. Ego occidunum porcum, et ego habet bonum vino. But of good wine we cannot make bad Latin. Well, de parte Dei date nobis bellas nostras. Hold, I give you in the name of the faculty a sermones de utino, that utinam you would give us our bells. Ultus etiam pardonus. Per diem vos habebitis, et nihil peiabitis. O sir, Domine, bella givaminor nobis, verily, est bonum vobis. They are useful to everybody. If they fit your mare well, so do they do our faculty. Quae comparata est jumentis incipientibus, et similis facta est eis. Psalmo nescio quo. Yet I did quote it in my notebook. It est unum bonum Achilles, good defending argument. For I prove unto you that you should give me them. Ego sic argumentor. Omnis bella bellabilis in bellerio bellando, bellans bellativo, bellare facit, bellabiliter bellantes. Parisias habet bellas, ergo. This is spoken to some purpose. It is in tertio primae, in Darii or elsewhere. By my soul, I have seen the time that I could play the devil in arguing, but now I am much failed, and henceforward want nothing but a cup of good wine, a good bed, my back to the fire, my belly to the table, and a good deep dish. Domine, I beseech you, in nomine Patris, Filii et Spiritus Sancti, Amen, to restore unto us our bells. And God keep you from evil, and Our Lady from health, qui vivit et regnat per omnia saecula saeculorum. Amen. Verum enim vero, quando quidem dubio procul, Oedipol quoniam ita certe medius didius. A town without bells is like a blind man without a staff, an ass without a crupper, and a cow without cymbals. Therefore be assured, until you have restored them to us, we will never leave crying after you, like a blind man that hath lost his staff, braying like an ass without a crupper, and making a noise like a cow without cymbals. A certain Latinizator, dwelling near the hospital, said since, producing the authority of one Taponus. I lie, it was one Pontanus, the secular poet, who wished those bells had been made of feathers, and the clapper of a fox tail, to the end that they might have begot a chronicle in the bowels of his brain, when he was about the composing of his carminiformal lines. But Nac petitin petitac tic torche lorgne, rup kipipur kipipot put pantsemal. He was declared an heretic. We make them as of wax, and no more, saith the deponent. Valete et plaudite, Calipinus recensue. End of chapter 19. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Chapter 20 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1, by François Rabelais. Translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Chapter 20. How the sophister carried away his cloth, and how he had a suit in law against the other masters. The sophister had no sooner ended, but Ponocrates and Eudemon burst out in a laughing so heartily that they had almost split with it, and given up the ghost in rendering their souls to God, even just as Crassus did, seeing a lubberly ass eat thistles, and as Philemon, who, foreseeing an ass eat those figs which were provided for his own dinner, died with force of laughing. Together with them, Master Janotus fell a laughing too, as fast as he could, in which mood of laughing they continued so long, that their eyes did water by the vehement concussion of the substance of the brain, by which these lachrymal humidities, being pressed out, glided through the optic nerves, and so to the full represented Democritus Heraclitizing, and Heraclitus democratizing. When they had done laughing, Gargantua consulted with the prime of his retinue what should be done. There Ponocrates was of opinion that they should make this fair orator drink again, and seeing he had showed them more pastime, and made them laugh more than a natural soul could have done, that they should give him 10 baskets full of sausages, mentioned in his pleasant speech, with a pair of hoes, 300 great billets of logwood, 25 hogsheads of wine, a good large down bed, and a deep capacious dish, which he said were necessary for his old age. All this was done as they did appoint. Only Gargantua, doubting that they could not quickly find out breeches fit for his wearing, because he knew not what fashion would best become the said orator, whether the martingale fashion of breeches, wherein is a spung hole with a drawbridge for the more easy cagging, or the fashion of the mariners, for the greater solace and comfort of his kidneys, or that of the Switzers, which keeps warm the bedonden, or belly tabret, or round breeches with straight canions, having in the seat a piece like a cod's tail, for fear of overheating his reins. All which considered, he caused to be given him 7 ells of white cloth for the linings. The wood was carried by the porters, the masters of arts carried the sausages and the dishes, and Master Janotus himself would carry the cloth. One of the said masters, called Jus Pendouille, showed him that it was not seemly nor decent for one of his condition to do so, and that therefore he should deliver it to one of them. Said Janotus, Baudet, Baudet, or blockhead, blockhead, thou dost not conclude in modo et figura, for lo, to this end serve the suppositions and parva logicalia. Pannus pro quo supponit. Confuse, said Pendouille, et distributive. I do not ask thee, said Janotus, blockhead, quo modo supponit, but pro quo. It is blockhead pro tibiis meis, and therefore I will carry it. Ecco met, sicut suppositum portat appositum. So did he carry it away very close and covertly, as Patelin the buffoon did his cloth. The best was, that when this coffer, in a full act or assembly held at the Mathurins, had with great confidence required his breeches and sausages, and that they were flatly denied him, because he had them of Gargantua, according to the informations thereupon made. He showed them that this was gratis, and out of his liberality, by which they were not in any sort quit of their promises. Notwithstanding this, it was answered him that he should be content with reason, without expectation of any other bribe there. Reason, said Janotus, we use none of it here. Unlucky traitors, you are not worth the hanging. The earth beareth not more arrant villains than you are. I know it well enough. Halt not before the lame. I have practised wickedness with you. By God's rattle, I will inform the king of the enormous abuses that are forged here and carried underhand by you, and let me be a leper if he do not burn you alive like sodomites, traitors, heretics, and seducers, enemies to God and virtue. Upon these words they framed articles against him. He, on the other side, warned them to appear. In sum, the process was retained by the court, and is there as yet. Hereupon the magisters made a vow never to decrot themselves in rubbing off the dirt of either their shoes or clothes. Master Janotus, with his adherents, vowed never to blow or snuff their noses, until judgment were given by a definitive sentence. By these vows do they continue unto this time, both dirty and snotty. For the court hath not garbled, sifted, and fully looked into all the pieces as yet. The judgment or decree shall be given out and pronounced at the next Greek kalends, that is, never. As you know that they do more than nature, and contrary to their own articles. The articles of Paris maintain that to God alone belongs infinity, and nature produceth nothing that is immortal, for she putteth an end and period to all things by her engendered, according to the saying, omnia orta cadunt, et cetera. But these thick mist swallowers make the suits in law depending before them both infinite and immortal. In doing whereof they have given occasion to and verified the saying of Chilo the Lacedaemonian, consecrated to the oracle at Delphos, that misery is the inseparable companion of law debates, and that pleaders are miserable, for sooner shall they attain to the end of their lives than to the final decision of their pretended rights. End of chapter 20. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey.
Chapter 21 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1, by François Rabelais. Translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Chapter 21. The study of Gargantua, according to the discipline of his schoolmasters, the sophisters. The first day being thus spent, and the bells put up again in their own place, the citizens of Paris, in acknowledgment of this courtesy, offered to maintain and feed his mare as long as he pleased, which Gargantua took in good part, and they sent her to graze in the forest of Bière. I think she is not there now. This done, he with all his heart submitted his study to the discretion of Ponocrates, who for the beginning appointed that he should do as he was accustomed, to the end he might understand by what means, in so long time, his old masters had made him so sottish and ignorant. He disposed therefore of his time in such fashion, that ordinarily he did awake betwixt 8 and 9 o'clock, whether it was day or not, for so had his ancient governors ordained, alleging that which David saith, Vanum est vobis ante lucem sugere. Then did he tumble and toss, wag his legs, and wallow in the bed sometime, the better to stir up and rouse his vital spirits, and apparelled himself according to the season. But willingly he would wear a great long gown of thick frieze, furred with fox skins. Afterwards he combed his head with an Almain comb, which is the 4 fingers and the thumb, for his preceptor said that to comb himself otherwise, to wash and make himself neat, was to lose time in this world. Then he dunged, pissed, spewed, belched, cracked, yawned, spitted, coughed, yexed, sneezed, and snotted himself like an archdeacon, and to suppress his due and bad air, went to breakfast, having some good fried tripes, fair rashers on the coals, excellent gammons of bacon, store of the fine minced meat, and a great deal of sippet brewis, made up of the fat of the beef pot, laid upon bread, cheese, and chopped parsley strewed together. Ponocrates showed him that he ought not to eat so soon after rising out of his bed, unless he had performed some exercise beforehand. Gargantua answered, What? Have not I sufficiently well exercised myself? I have wallowed and rolled myself 6 or 7 turns in my bed before I rose. Is not that enough? Pope Alexander did so by the advice of a Jew his physician, and lived till his dying day in despite of his enemies. My first masters have used me to it, saying that to breakfast made a good memory, and therefore they drank first. I am very well after it, and dined but the better. And Master Tubal, who was the first licentiate of Paris, told me that it was not enough to run apace, but to set forth betimes. So doth not the total welfare of our humanity depend upon perpetual drinking in a ribble-rabble, like ducks, but on drinking early in the morning, unde versus, to rise betimes is no good hour, to drink betimes is better sure. After that he had thoroughly broke his fast, he went to church, and they carried to him in a great basket a huge impantoufled or thick-covered breviary, weighing, what in Greece, clasps, parchment, and cover, little more or less than 1106 pounds. There he heard 26 or 30 masses. This while to the same place came his orison mutterer impale-tocked, or lapped up about the chin like a tufted whoop, and his breath pretty well antidoted with store of the vine-tree syrup. With him he mumbled all his Kyriels and Dunsical Briborians, which he so curiously thumbed and fingered, that there fell not so much as 1 grain to the ground. As he went from the church, they brought him, upon a dray drawn with oxen, a confused heap of paternosters and aves of St. Claude, every one of them being of the bigness of a hat-block, and thus, walking through the cloisters, galleries, or garden, he said more in turning them over than 16 hermits would have done. Then did he study some paltry half-hour with his eyes fixed upon his book, but, as the comic saith, his mind was in the kitchen. Pissing then a full urinal, he sat down at table, and because he was naturally phlegmatic, he began his meal with some dozens of gammons, dried neats' tongues, hard roes of mullet, called botargos, andouilles or sausages, and such other forerunners of wine. In the meanwhile, 4 of his folks did cast into his mouth one after another continually mustard by whole shovelfuls. Immediately after that he drank a horrible draught of white wine for the ease of his kidneys. When that was done, he ate, according to the season, meat agreeable to his appetite, and then left off eating when his belly began to strout, and was like to crack for fullness. As for his drinking, he had in that neither end nor rule, for he was wont to say, that the limits and bounds of drinking were, when the cork of the shoes of him that drinketh swell up 1/2 foot high. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1, by François Rabelais, translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Chapter 22. The Games of Gargantua. Then, blockishly mumbling with a set-on countenance, a piece of scurvy grace, he washed his hands in fresh wine, picked his teeth with the foot of a hog, and talked jovially with his attendants. Then the carpet being spread, they brought plenty of cards, many dice, with great store and abundance of checkers and chessboards. There he played at flush, at primero, at the beast, at the rifle, at trump, at the prick and spare not, at the 100, at the peeny, at the unfortunate woman, at the fib, at the past 10, at 1 and 30, at post and pair or even and sequence, at 300, at the unlucky man, at the last couple in hell, at the hock, at the surly, at the lansquenet, at the cuckoo, at puff or let him speak that hath it, at take nothing and throw out, at the marriage, at the frolic or jackdaw, at the opinion, at who doth the one doth the other, at the sequences, at the ivy bundles, at the tarots, at losing load him, at he's gulled in esto, at the torture, at the hand rough, at the click, at honours, at pinch without laughing, at prickle me tickle me, at the unshoeing of the ass, at the cockcess, at Harry ho high, at I set me down, at Earl Beardy, at the old mode, at draw the spit, at put out, at gossip lend me your sack, at the ram-cod ball, at thrust out the harlot, at Marseille figs, at nicknamery, at stick and hole, at boke or him, or flaying the fox, at the branching it, at trill madam or grapple my lady, at the cat-selling, at blow the coal, at the re-wedding, at the quick and dead judge, at unoven the iron, at the false clown, at the flints or at the 9 stones, at to the crutch hulch back, at the sanctus found, at hinch pinch and laugh not, at the leak, at bumdock deuce, at the loose gig, at the hoop, at the sow, at belly to belly, at the dales or straths, at the twigs, at the quoits, at I'm for that, at I take you napping, at fair and softly passeth Lent, at the forked oak, at truss, at the wolf's tail, at bum to bust or nose in breech, at Geordie, give me my lance, at swaggy waggy and shoggy shoe, at stook and rook, shear and thrieve, at the birch, at the muss, at the dilly dilly darling, at ox moody, at purpose in purpose, at 9 less, at blind man buff, at the fallen bridges, at bridled nick, at the white at butts, at thwack swinge him, at apple, pear, plum, at mumgy, at the toad, at cricket, at the pounding stick, at jack in the box, at the queens, at the trades, at heads and points, at the vine tree hug, at black be thy fall, at hoe the distaff, at Joan Thompson, at the bolting cloth, at the oat seed, at love, at the chess, at Reynard the fox, at the squares, at the cows, at the lottery, at the chance or mum chance, at 3 dice or maniest bleaks, at the tables, at nivy-nivy-nack, at the lurch, at doublets or queen's game, at the failey, at the French trick-track, at the long tables or fear-keering, at fell down, at Todd's body, at needs must, at the dames or draughts, at bob and mow, at primus secundus, at mark knife, at the keys, at span counter, at even or odd, at cross or pile, at ball and hucklebones, at ivory balls, at the billiards, at bob and hit, at the owl, at the charming of the hare, at pull yet a little, at trudge pig, at the magatapies, at the horn, at the flowered or shrove-tied ox, at the madge owlet, at tilt at weekie, at 9 pins, at the cock quintin, at the tip and hurl, at the flat bowls, at the veer and turn, at rogue and ruffian, at bumbatch tooch, at the mysterious trough, at the short bowls, at the dapple grey, at cock and cranket, at breakpot, at my desire, at twirly whirly trill, at the rush bundles, at the short staff, at the whirling gig, at hide and seek, or are you all hid, at the picket, at the blank, at the pilferers, at the cave sun, at prison bars, at have at the nuts, at cherry pit, at rub and rice, at whip top, at the casting top, at the hobgoblins, at oh the wonderful, at the soily smutchy, at fast and loose, at scutch breech, at the broom besom, at Saint Cosme I come to adore thee, at the lusty brown boy, at greedy glutton, at the Morris dance, at Phoebe, at the whole frisk and gambol, at Badabum or riding of the wild mare, at Hind the ploughman, at the good mawkin, at the dead beast, at climb the ladder, Billy, at the dying hog, at the salt dupe, at the pretty pigeon, at barley break, at the bevine, at the bush leap, at crossing, at bo peep, at the heart at arse Percy, at the harrower's nest, at forward hay, at the fig, at gunshot crack, at mustard peel, at the gaume, at the relapse, at jog breech or prick him forward, at knockpate, at the Cornish cough, at the crane dance, at slash and cut, at bobbing or flirt on the nose, at the larks, at filipping. After he had thus well played, revelled, passed, and spent his time, it was thought fit to drink a little, and that was 11 glassfuls the man, and immediately after making good cheer again, he would stretch himself upon a fair bench or a good large bed, and there sleep 2 or 3 hours together, without thinking or speaking any hurt. After he was awakened, he would shake his ears a little. In the meantime they brought him fresh wine. There he drank better than ever. Ponocrates showed him that it was an ill diet to drink so after sleeping. It is, answered Gargantua, the very life of the patriarchs and holy fathers, for naturally I sleep salt, and my sleep hath been to me instead of so many gammons of bacon. Then began he to study a little, and out came the paternosters or rosary of beads, which the better and more formally to despatch, he got upon an old mule, which had served 9 kings, and so mumbling with his mouth, nodding and dawdling his head, would go to see a coney ferreted or caught in a gin. At his return he went into the kitchen, to know what roast meat was on the spit, and what otherwise was to be dressed for supper, and supped very well, upon my conscience, and commonly did invite some of his neighbours that were good drinkers, with whom carousing and drinking merrily, they told stories of all sorts from the old to the new. Amongst others he had for domestics the lords of Fou, of Gourville, of Grignot, and of Marigny. After supper were brought in upon the place the fair wooden gospels and the books of the four kings, that is to say, many pairs of tables and cards, or the fair flush, 1, 2, 3, or at all, to make short work, or else they went to see the wenches thereabouts, with little small banquets, intermixed with collations and rear suppers. Then did he sleep, without unbridling, until 8 o'clock in the next morning. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1, by François Rabelais. Translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Chapter 23. How Gargantua was instructed by Ponocrates, and in such sort disciplinated that he lost not 1 hour of the day. When Ponocrates knew Gargantua's vicious manner of living, he resolved to bring him up in another kind. But for a while he bore with him, considering that nature cannot endure a sudden change without great violence. Therefore, to begin his work the better, he requested a learned physician of that time, called Master Theodorus, seriously to perpend, if it were possible, how to bring Gargantua into a better course. The said physician purged him canonically with Anticyrian hellebore, by which medicine he cleansed all the alteration and perverse habitude of his brain. By this means also Ponocrates made him forget all that he had learned under his ancient preceptors, as Timotheus did to his disciples, who had been instructed under other musicians. To do this the better, they brought him into the company of learned men, which were there, in whose imitation he had a great desire and affection to study otherwise, and to improve his parts. Afterwards he put himself into such a road and way of studying that he lost not any 1 hour in the day, but employed all his time in learning and honest knowledge. Gargantua awaked then about 4 o'clock in the morning. Whilst they were in rubbing of him, there was read unto him some chapter of the Holy Scripture aloud and clearly, with a pronunciation fit for the matter, and hereunto was appointed a young page born in Bash, named Anagnostes. According to the purpose and argument of that lesson, he oftentimes gave himself to worship, adore, pray, and send up his supplications to that good God, whose word did show his majesty and marvellous judgment. Then went he unto the secret places to make excretion of his natural digestions. There his master repeated what had been read, expounding unto him the most obscure and difficult points. In returning they considered the face of the sky, if it was such as they had observed it the night before, and into what signs the sun was entering, as also the moon for that day. This done, he was apparelled, combed, curled, trimmed, and perfumed, during which time they repeated to him the lessons of the day before. He himself said them by heart, and upon them would ground some practical cases concerning the estate of man, which he would prosecute sometimes 2 or 3 hours, but ordinarily they ceased as soon as he was fully clothed. Then for 3 good hours he had a lecture read unto him. This done they went forth, still conferring of the substance of the lecture, either unto a field near the university called the Brack, or unto the meadows, where they played at the ball, the long tennis, and at the piletrigon, which is a play wherein we throw a triangular piece of iron at a ring to pass it, most gallantly exercising their bodies, as formerly they had done their minds. All their play was but in liberty, for they left off when they pleased, and that was commonly when they did sweat over all their body, or were otherwise weary. Then were they very well wiped and rubbed, shifted their shirts, and, walking soberly, went to see if dinner was ready. Whilst they stayed for that, they did clearly and eloquently pronounce some sentences that they had retained of the lecture. In the meantime, Master Appetite came, and then very orderly sat they down at table. At the beginning of the meal there was read some pleasant history of the warlike actions of former times, until he had taken a glass of wine. Then, if they thought good, they continued reading, or began to discourse merrily together, speaking first of the virtue, propriety, efficacy, and nature of all that was served in at the table, of bread, of wine, of water, of salt, of fleshes, fishes, fruits, herbs, roots, and of their dressing. by means whereof he learned in a little time all the passages competent for this that were to be found in Pliny, Athenaeus, Dioscorides, Julius Pollux, Galen, Porphyry, Oppian, Polybius, Heliodore, Aristotle, Aelian, and others. Whilst they talked of these things, many times, to be the more certain, they caused the very books to be brought to the table, and so well and perfectly did he in his memory retain the things above said, that in that time there was not a physician that knew half so much as he did. Afterwards they conferred of the lessons read in the morning, and ending their repast with some conserve or marmalade of quinces, he picked his teeth with the mastic tooth-pickers, washed his hands and eyes with fair fresh water, and gave thanks unto God in some fine cantiques, made in praise of the divine bounty and munificence. This done, they brought in cards, not to play, but to learn 1,000 pretty tricks and new inventions, which were all grounded upon arithmetic. By this means he fell in love with that numerical science, and every day after dinner and supper he passed his time in it as pleasantly as he was wont to do at cards and dice, so that at last he understood so well both the theory and practical part thereof, that Tunstall the Englishman, who had written very largely of that purpose, confessed that verily in comparison of him he had no skill at all, and not only in that, but in the other mathematical sciences, as geometry, astronomy, music, etc. For in waiting on the concoction and attending to the digestion of his food, they made 1,000 pretty instruments in geometrical figures, and did in some measure practice the astronomical canons. After this they recreated themselves with singing musically in 4 or 5 parts, and upon a set theme or ground at random, as it best pleased them. In matter of musical instruments, he learned to play upon the lute, the virginals, the harp, the Almain flute with 9 holes, the viol, and the sackbut. This hour thus spent, and digestion finished, he did purge his body of natural excrements, then betook himself to his principal study for 3 hours together, or more, as well to repeat his matutinal lectures as to proceed in the book wherein he was, and also to write handsomely, to draw and form the antique and Roman letters. This being done, they went out of their house, and with them a young gentleman of Touraine, named the Esquire Gymnast, who taught him the art of riding. Changing then his clothes, he rode a Naples courser, a Dutch Roussin, a Spanish jennet, a barded or trapped steed, then a light fleet horse, unto whom he gave 100 carrières, made him go to the high salts, bounding in the air, free the ditch with a skip, leap over a stile or pale, turn short in a ring both to the right and left hand. There he broke not his lance, for it is the greatest foolery in the world to say, I have broken 10 lances at tilts or in fight. A carpenter can do even as much, but it is a glorious and praiseworthy action with 1 lance to break and overthrow 10 enemies. Therefore with a sharp, stiff, strong, and well-steeled lance would he usually force up a door, pierce a harness, beat down a tree, carry away the ring, lift up a cuirassier saddle with the mail coat and gauntlet. All this he did in complete arms from head to foot. As for the prancing flourishes and smacking popisms for the better cherishing of the horse commonly used in riding, none did them better than he. The cavallerize of Ferrara was but an ape compared to him. He was singularly skilful in leaping nimbly from one horse to another without putting foot to the ground, and these horses were called desultories. He could likewise from either side, with a lance in his hand, leap on horseback without stirrups, and rule the horse at his pleasure without a bridle, for such things are useful in military engagements. Another day he exercised the battle-axe, which he so dexterously wielded, both in the nimble, strong, and smooth management of that weapon, and that in all the feats practicable by it, that he passed knight of arms in the field, and at all essays. Then tossed he the pike, played with the 2-handed sword, with the back-sword, with the Spanish tuck, the dagger, poniard, armed, unarmed, with a buckler, with a cloak, with a target. Then would he hunt the hart, the roebuck, the bear, the fallow deer, the wild boar, the hare, the pheasant, the partridge, or the bustard. He played at the balloon, and made it bound in the air, both with fist and foot. He wrestled, ran, jumped, not at 3 steps and a leap, called the hops, nor at cloche-à-pied, called the hare's leap, nor yet at the Almains, for, said Gymnast, these jumps are for the wars altogether unprofitable, and of no use. But at 1 leap he would skip over a ditch, spring over a hedge, mount 6 paces upon a wall, ramp and grapple after this fashion up against a window of the full height of a lance. He did swim in deep waters on his belly, on his back, sideways, with all his body, with his feet only, with 1 hand in the air, wherein he held a book, crossing thus the breadth of the river of Seine without wetting it, and dragging along his cloak with his teeth, as did Julius Caesar. Then with the help of one hand he entered forcibly into a boat, from whence he cast himself again headlong into the water, sounded the depths, hollowed the rocks, and plunged into the pits and the gulfs. Then turned he the boat about it, governed it, led it swiftly or slowly with the stream or against the stream, stopped it in his course, guided it with one hand, and with the other laid hard about him with a huge great oar, hoisted the sail, hied up along the mast by the shrouds, ran upon the edge of the decks, set the compass in order, tackled the bowlines, and steered the helm. Coming out of the water, he ran furiously up against a hill, and with the same alacrity and swiftness ran down again. He climbed up at trees like a cat, and leaped from the one to the other like a squirrel. He did pull down the great boughs and branches like another Milo. Then with two sharp, well-steeled daggers, and two tried bodkins, would he run up by the wall to the very top of a house like a rat, then suddenly came down from the top to the bottom, with such an even composition of members, that by the fall he would catch no harm. He did cast the dart, throw the bar, put the stone, practise the javelin, the boar spear or partisan, and the halbert. He broke the strongest bows in drawing, bended against his breast the greatest crossbows of steel, took his aim by the eye with the hand-gun, and shot well, traversed and planted the cannon, shot at butt marks, at the papagae from below upwards, or to a height from above downwards, or to a descent, then before him sideways, and behind him, like the Parthians. They tied a cable rope to the top of a high tower, by one end whereof, hanging near the ground, he wrought himself with his hands to the very top. Then upon the same track came down so sturdily and firm that you could not on a plain meadow have run with more assurance. They set up a great pole fixed upon two trees. There would he hang by his hands, and with them alone, his feet touching at nothing, would go back and fore along the foresaid rope with so great swiftness that hardly could one overtake him with running. And then to exercise his breast and lungs he would shout like all the devils in hell. I heard him once call Eudemon from St. Victor's Gate to Montmartre. Stentor had never heard such a voice at the siege of Troy. Then for the strengthening of his nerves or sinews, they made him two great sows of lead, each of them weighing 8,700 quintals, which they called alteres. Those he took up from the ground, in each hand one, then lifted them up over his head, and held them so without stirring 3/4 of an hour and more, which was an inimitable force. He fought at barriers with the stoutest and most vigorous champions, and when it came to the cope, he stood so sturdily on his feet that he abandoned himself unto the strongest, in case they could remove him from his place, as Milo was wont to do of old. In whose imitation, likewise, he held a pomegranate in his hand, to give it unto him that could take it from him. The time being thus bestowed, and himself rubbed, cleansed, wiped, and refreshed with other clothes, he returned fair and softly, and passing through certain meadows, or other grassy places, beheld the trees and plants, comparing them with what is written of them in the books of the ancients, such as Theophrast, Dioscorides, Marinus, Pliny, Nicander, Macer, and Galen, and carried home to the house great handfuls of them, whereof a young page, called Rhizotomos, had charge, together with little mattocks, pickaxes, grubbing hooks, cabbies, pruning knives, and other instruments requisite for herborizing. Being come to their lodging, whilst supper was making ready, they repeated certain passages of that which hath been read, and sat down to the table. Here remark that his dinner was sober and thrifty, for he did then eat only to prevent the gnawings of his stomach, but his supper was copious and large, for he took then as much as was fit to maintain and nourish him, which indeed is the true diet prescribed by the art of good and sound physic, although a rabble of logger-headed physicians, nuzzled in the brabbling shops of sophisters, counsel the contrary. During that repast was continued the lesson read at dinner as long as they thought good. The rest was spent in good discourse, learned and profitable. After that they had given thanks, he set himself to sing vocally, and play upon harmonious instruments, or otherwise passed his time at some pretty sports, made with cards or dice, or in practising the feats of legerdemain with cups and balls. There they stayed some nights in frolicking thus, and making themselves merry till it was time to go to bed. And on other nights they would go make visits unto learned men, or to such as had been travellers in strange and remote countries. When it was full night, before they retired themselves, they went unto the most open place of the house to see the face of the sky, and there beheld the comets, if any were, as likewise the figures, situations, aspects, oppositions, and conjunctions of both the fixed stars and planets. Then with his master did he briefly recapitulate, after the manner of the Pythagoreans, that which he had read, seen, learned, done, and understood in the whole course of that day. Then prayed they unto God their Creator, in falling down before him, and strengthening their faith towards him, and glorifying him for his boundless bounty, and giving thanks unto him for the time that was past, they recommended themselves to his divine clemency for the future, which being done, they went to bed, and betook themselves to their repose and rest. End of chapter 23. Read by Richard Wallace, Liberty, Missouri, 22 April 2010.
Chapter 24 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robbie Hume. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1, by François Rabelais. Translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Chapter 24. How Gargantua spent his time in rainy weather. If it happened that the weather were anything cloudy, foul, and rainy, all the forenoon was employed, as before specified, according to custom, with this difference only, that they had a good clear fire lighted to correct the distempers of the air. But after dinner, instead of their wonted exercitations, they did abide within, and, by way of apotherapy, that is, of making the body healthful by exercise, did recreate themselves in bottling up of hay, in cleaving and sawing of wood, and in threshing sheaves of corn at the barn. Then they studied the art of painting or carving, and brought into use the antique play of tables, as Leonicus hath written of it, and as our good friend Lasarus playeth at it. In playing they examined the passages of ancient authors wherein the said play is mentioned, or any metaphor drawn from it. They went likewise to see the drawing of metals, or the casting of great ordnance, how the lapidaries did work, as also the goldsmiths and cutters of precious stones. Nor did they omit to visit the alchemists, money-coiners, upholsterers, weavers, velvet-workers, watchmakers, looking-glass framers, printers, organists, and any other such kind of artificers, and, everywhere giving them somewhat to drink, did learn and consider the industry and invention of the trades. They went also to hear the public lectures, the solemn commencements, the repetitions, the acclamations, the pleadings of the gentle lawyers, and sermons of evangelical preachers. He went through the halls and places appointed for fencing, and there played against the masters themselves at all weapons, and showed them by experience that he knew as much in it as, yea, more than they. And instead of herborizing, they visited the shops of druggists, herbalists, and apothecaries, and diligently considered the fruits, roots, leaves, gums, seeds, the grease and ointments of some foreign parts, as also how they did adulterate them. He went to see the jugglers, tumblers, mountebanks, and quack-solvers, and considered their cunning, their shifts, their somersaults and smooth tongue, especially of those of Chauny and Picardy, who are naturally great praters and brave givers of fibs, in matter of green apes. At their return they did eat more soberly at supper than at other times, and meats more desiccative and extenuating, to the end that the intemperate moisture of the air, communicated to the body by a necessary confinitive, might by this means be corrected, and that they might not receive any prejudice for want of their ordinary bodily exercise. Thus was Gargantua governed, and kept on in this course of education, from day to day profiting, as you may understand such a young man of his age may, of a pregnant judgment, with good discipline well continued. Which, although at the beginning it seemed difficult, became a little after so sweet, so easy, and so delightful, that it seemed rather the recreation of a king than the study of a scholar. Nevertheless, Ponocrates, to divert him from this vehement intention of the spirits, thought fit, once in a month, upon some fair and clear day, to go out of the city betimes in the morning, either towards Gentilly, or Boulogne, or to Montrouge, or Charenton Bridge, or to Vanves, or St. Cloud, and there spent all the day long in making the greatest cheer that could be devised, sporting, making merry, drinking healths, playing, singing, dancing, tumbling in some fair meadow, unnestling of sparrows, taking of quails, and fishing for frogs and crabs. But although that day was passed without books or lecture, yet it was not spent without profit, for in the said meadows they usually repeated certain pleasant verses of Virgil's agriculture, of Hesiod and of Politian's husbandry, would set abroach some witty Latin epigrams, then immediately turned them into roundelays and songs for dancing in the French language. In their feasting they would sometimes separate the water from the wine that was therewith mixed, as Cato teacheth, de re rustica, and Pliny with an ivy cup would wash the wine in a basinful of water, then take it out again with a funnel, as pure as ever. They made the water go from one glass to another, and contrived 1,000 little automatory engines, that is to say, moving of themselves. End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nadine Eckert-Boulet. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1, by François Rabelais. Translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Chapter 25. How there was great strife and debate raised betwixt the cake-bakers of Lerne and those of Gargantua's country, whereupon were waged great wars. At that time, which was the season of vintage, in the beginning of harvest, when the country shepherds were set to keep the vines, and hinder the starlings from eating up the grapes, as some cake-bakers of Lerne happened to pass along in the broad highway, driving into the city 10 or 12 horses loaded with cakes, the said shepherds courteously entreated them to give them some for their money, as the price then rolled in the market. For here it is to be remarked that it is a celestial food to eat for breakfast hot fresh cakes with grapes, especially the frail clusters, the great red grapes, the muscadine, the virtus grape, and the lascud, for those that are costive in their belly, because it will make them gush out and squirt the length of a hunter's staff, like the very tap of a barrel. And oftentimes, thinking to let us quip, they did all to besquatter and conscite themselves, whereupon they are commonly called the vintage thinkers. The bun sellers or cake makers were in nothing inclinable to their request, but, which was worse, did injure them most outrageously, calling them prattling gabblers, liquorous gluttons, freckled bitters, mangy rascals, shite-abed scoundrels, drunken roysters, sly knaves, drowsy loiterers, slapsauce fellows, slabberdagulion druggles, lubberly louts, cozening foxes, ruffian rogues, paltry customers, sycophant varlets, droll-atch hoydens, flouting milksops, jeering companions, staring clowns, forlorn snakes, ninny lopcocks, scurvy sneepskis, fondling fops, base loons, saucy coxcombs, idle lusks, scoffing braggarts, noddy meacocks, blockish grutnose, doddy-polled joltheads, jobbernoll goosecaps, foolish loggerheads, flutch calflollies, grout-head nut-snappers, lob-dodderels, gaping changelings, cod's-head lubies, woodcock-slangums, ninny-hammer flycatchers, noddy-pig simpletons, turdy-gut, shitten shepherds, and other such-like defamatory epithets, saying further that it was not for them to eat of these dainty cakes, but might very well content themselves with the coarse unranged bread, or to eat of the great brown household loaf. To which provoking words, one amongst them, called Forgier, an honest fellow of his person and a notable springle, made answer very calmly thus: How long is it since you have got horns, that you are become so proud? Indeed formerly you were wont to give us some freely, and will you not now let us have any for our money? This is not the part of good neighbours, neither do we serve you thus when you come hither to buy our good corn, whereof you make your cakes and buns. Besides that, we would have given you to the bargain some of our grapes, but, by his zounds, you may chance to repent it, and possibly have need of us at another time, when we shall use you after the like manner, and therefore remember it. Then Marquet, a prime man in the confraternity of the cake-bakers, said unto him, Yea, sir, thou art pretty well crest-risen this morning, thou didst eat yesternight too much millet and bullymong. Come hither, sirrah, come hither, I will give thee some cakes. Whereupon Forgier, dreading no harm, in all simplicity went towards him, and drew a sixpence out of his leather satchel, thinking that Marquet would have sold him some of his cakes. But instead of cakes, he gave him with his whip such a rude lash overthwart the legs, that the marks of the whipcord knots were apparent in them, then would have fled away. But Forgier cried out as loud as he could, Oh, murder, murder, help, help, help! and in the meantime threw a great cudgel after him, which he carried under his arm, wherewith he hit him in the coronal joint of his head, upon the crotaphic artery of the right side thereof, so forcibly that Marquet fell down from his mare more like a dead than living man. Meanwhile the farmers and country swains, that were watching their walnuts near to that place, came running with their great poles and long staves, and laid such load on these cake-bakers, as if they had been to thresh upon green rye. The other shepherds and shepherdesses, hearing the lamentable shout of Fourgier, came with their slings and slackies following them, and throwing great stones at them, as thick as if it had been hail. At last they overtook them, and took from them about 4 or 5 dozen of their cakes. Nevertheless, they paid for them the ordinary price, and gave them over and above 100 eggs and 3 baskets full of mulberries. Then did the cake-bakers help to get up to his mare Marquet, who was most shrewdly wounded, and forthwith returned to Learn, changing the resolution they had to go to Pareil, threatening very sharp and boisterously the cowherds, shepherds, and farmers of Seville and Sine. This done, the shepherds and shepherdesses made merry with these cakes and fine grapes, and sported themselves together at the sound of the pretty small pipe, scoffing and laughing at those vainglorious cake-bakers, who had that day met with a mischief for want of crossing themselves with a good hand in the morning. Nor did they forget to apply to Fourgier's leg some fair great red medicinal grapes, and so handsomely dressed it and bound it up that he was quickly cured. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nadine Boulet. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1, by François Rabelais. Translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Chapter 26. How the inhabitants of Learn, by the commandment of Picrochole their king, assaulted the shepherds of Gargantua unexpectedly and on a sudden. The cake-bakers being returned to Learn, went presently, before they did either eat or drink, to the capital, and there before their king, called Picrochole, the third of that name, made their complaint, showing their panniers broken, their caps all crumpled, their coats torn, their cakes taken away, but, above all, Marquet most enormously wondered, saying that all that mischief was done by the shepherds and herdsmen of Grangousier, near the broad highway beyond Seville. Picrochole incontinent grew angry and furious, and, without asking any further what, how, why, or wherefore, commanded the ban and area ban to be sounded throughout all his country, that all his vassals of what condition soever should, upon pain of the halter, come, in the best arms they could, unto the great place before the castle, at the hour of noon, and, the better to strengthen his design, he caused the drum to be beat about the town. Himself, whilst his dinner was making ready, went to see his artillery mounted upon the carriage, to display his colours, and set up the great royal standard, and loaded wains with store of ammunition both for the field and the belly, arms and victuals. At dinner he dispatched his commissions, and by his express edict my lord Chagrag was appointed to command the vanguard, wherein were numbered 16,014 arquebusiers or firelocks, together with 30,011 volunteer adventurers. The great Touquedillon, master of the horse, had the charge of the ordnance, wherein were reckoned 914 brazen pieces, in cannons, double cannons, basilisks, serpentines, culverins, bombards, or murderers, falcons, bases, or passevolins, spirals, and other sorts of great guns. The rear guard was committed to the Duke of Scrapegood. In the made battle was the king and the princes of his kingdom. Thus being hastily furnished, before they would set forward, they sent 300 light horsemen, under the conduct of Captain Swirlwind, to discover the country, clear the avenues, and see whether there was any ambush laid for them. But, after they had made diligent search, they found all the land round about in peace and quiet, without any meeting or convention at all, which Picrochole understanding, commanded that every one should march speedily under his colours. Then immediately in all disorder, without keeping either rank or file, they took the fields one amongst another, wasting, spoiling, destroying, and making havoc of all wherever they went, not sparing poor nor rich, privileged or unprivileged places, church nor laity, drove away oxen and cows, bulls, calves, heifers, wethers, ewes, lambs, goats, kids, hens, capons, chickens, geese, ganders, goslings, hogs, swine, pigs, and such like, beating down the walnuts, plucking the grapes, tearing the hedges, shaking the fruit trees, and committing such incomparable abuses that the like abomination was never heard of. Nevertheless, they met with none to resist them, for every one submitted to their mercy, beseeching them that they might be dealt with courteously in regard that they had always carried themselves as became good and loving neighbors, and that they had never been guilty of any wrong or outrage done upon them, to be thus suddenly surprised, troubled, and disquieted, and that, if they would not desist, God would punish them very shortly. To which expostulations and remonstrances no other answer was made, but that they would teach them to eat cakes. End of chapter 26.
Chapter 27 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1 by François Rabelais, translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Chapter 27. How a monk of Seville saved the clothes of the abbey from being ransacked by the enemy. So much they did, and so far they went pillaging and stealing, that at last they came to Seville, where they robbed both men and women, and took all they could catch. Nothing was either too hot or too heavy for them. Although the plague was there in the most part of all the houses, they nevertheless entered everywhere, then plundered and carried away all that was within. And yet for all this, not one of them took any hurt, which is a most wonderful case. For the curates, vicars, preachers, physicians, chirurgeons, and apothecaries, who went to visit, to dress, to cure, to heal, to preach unto and admonish those that were sick, were all dead of the infection, and these devilish robbers and murderers caught never any harm at all. Whence comes this to pass, my masters? I beseech you think upon it. The town being thus pillaged, they went unto the abbey with a horrible noise and tumult. But they found it shut and made fast against them, whereupon the body of the army marched forward toward a pass or ford, called the Gueule de Vide, except 7 companies of foot and 200 lancers, who, staying there, broke down the walls of the close, to waste, spoil, and make havoc of all the vines and vintage within that place. The monks, poor devils, knew not in that extremity to which of all their saints they should vow themselves. Nevertheless, at all ventures they rang the bells ad capitulantes. There it was decreed that they should make a fair procession, stuffed with good lectures, prayers, and litanies contra hostium insidious, and jolly responses pro posse. There was then in the abbey a claustral monk, called Friar John, of the funnels and gobbets, in French des entumores, young, gallant, frisk, lusty, nimble, quick, active, bold, adventurous, resolute, tall, lean, wide-mouthed, long-nosed, a fair dispatcher of morning prayers, unbridler of masses, and runner over of vigils, and to conclude summarily in a word, a right monk, if ever there was any, since the monking world monked a monkery. For the rest, a clerk even to the teeth in matter of bravery. This monk, hearing the noise that the enemy made within the enclosure of the vineyard, went out to see what they were doing, and perceiving that they were cutting and gathering the grapes, whereon was grounded the foundation of all their next year's wine, returned unto the choir of the church, where the other monks were, all amazed and astonished, like so many bell melters, whom when he heard sing, nim pi ni ni ne ni tum ni num ini mi ko o no o ni no rum ni num. It is well shit. Well sung, said he. By the virtue of God, why do not you sing? Panniers, farewell, vintage is done? The devil snatch me, if they be not already within the middle of our clothes, and cut so well both vines and grapes, that by God's body there will not be found for these 4 years to come so much as a gleaning in it. By the belly of St. James, what shall we poor devils drink the while? Lord God, da mihi potum. Then said the prior of the convent, what should this drunken fellow do here? Let him be carried to prison for troubling the divine service. Nay, said the monk, the wine service, let us behave ourselves, so that it be not troubled. For you yourself, my lord prior, love to drink of the best, and so doeth every honest man. Never yet did a man of worth dislike good wine. It is a monastical aphothegm. But these responses that you chant here, by God, are not in season. Wherefore is it that our devotions were instituted to be short in the time of harvest and vintage, and long in the advent and all the winter? The late friar Massopelos, of good memory, a true zealous man, or else I give myself to the devil, of our religion, told me, and I remember it well, how the reason was, that in this season we might press and make the wine, and in winter whiff it up. Hark you, my masters, you that love the wine, cop's body, follow me, for St. Anthony burned me as freely as a faggot. If they get leave to taste one drop of the liquor, that would not now come and fight for relief of the vine. Hog's belly, the goods of the church. Ah, no. What the devil? St. Thomas of England was well content to die for them. If I died in the same cause, should not I be a saint likewise? Yes, yet shall not I die there for all this, for it is I that must do it to others and send them a-packing. As he spake this, he threw off his great monk's habits, and laid hold upon the staff of the cross, which was made of the heart of a sorb-apple tree, it being of the length of a lance, round, of a full grip, and a little powdered with lilies, called fleur de luce, the workmanship whereof was almost all defaced and worn out. Thus went he out in a fair long-skirted jacket, putting his frock scarf-wise athwart his breast, and in this equipage, with his staff, shaft, or truncheon of the cross, laid on so lustily, brisk, and fiercely upon his enemies, who, without any order, or ensign, or trumpet, or drum, were busied in gathering the grapes of the vineyard. For the cornets, guidons, and ensign-bearers had laid down their standards, banners, and colors by the wall sides. The drummers had knocked out the heads of their drums, on one end to fill them with grapes. The trumpeters were loaded with great bundles of bunches and huge knots of clusters. In sum, every one of them was out of array and all in disorder. He hurried therefore upon them so rudely, without crying "Gare" or "Beware," that he overthrew them like hogs, tumbled them over like swine, striking athwart and alongst, and by one means or other laid so about him, after the old fashion of fencing, that to some he beat out their brains, to others he crushed their arms, battered their legs, and bethwacked their sides till their ribs cracked with it. To others again he unjointed the spondyles or knuckles of the neck, disfigured their chaps, gashed their faces, made their cheeks hang flapping on their chin, and so swinged and belammed them that they fell down before him like hay before a mower. To some others he spoiled the frame of their kidneys, marred their backs, broke their thigh bones, patched in their noses, poached out their eyes, cleft their mandibles, tore their jaws, dung in their teeth into their throat, shook asunder their omoplates or shoulder blades, asphyxiated their shins, mortified their shanks, inflamed their ankles, heaved off of the hinges their ischies, their sciatica or hip gout, dislocated the joints of their knees, squattered into pieces the bouts or pestiles of their thighs, and so thumped, mauled, and belabored them everywhere, that never was corn so thick and threefold threshed upon by ploughmen's flails, as were the pitifully disjointed members of their mangled bodies under the merciless baton of the cross. If any offered to hide himself amongst the thickness of the vines, he laid him squat as a flounder, bruised the ridge of his back, and dashed his reins like a dog. If any thought by flight to escape, he made his head to fly in pieces by the lamboidial commissure, which is a seam in the hinder part of the skull. If anyone did scramble up into a tree, thinking there to be safe, he rent up his pyroney and impaled him in at the fundament. If any of his old acquaintance happened to cry out, "Ah, Friar John, my friend Friar John, quarter, quarter, I yield myself to you I render myself," "So thou shalt," said he, "and must, whether thou wouldst or no, and withal render and yield up thy soul to all the devils in hell." Then subtly gave them dronos, that is, so many knocks, thumps, raps, dents, thwacks, and bangs, as sufficed to warn Pluto of their coming and dispatch them a-going. If any was so rash and full of temerity as to resist him to his face, then was it he did show the strength of his muscles, for without more ado he did transpierce him by running him in at the breast, through the mediastin and the heart. Others, again, he so quashed and bebumped, that with a sound bounce under the hollow of their short ribs he overturned their stomachs, so that they died immediately. To some, with a smart souse on their epigaster, he would make their midriff swag, then, redoubling the blow, gave them such a home push on the navel that he made their puddings to gush out. To others, through their ballocks he pierced their bum gut, and left not bowel, tripe, nor entrail in their body, that had not felt the impetuosity, fierceness, and fury of his violence. Believe that it was the most horrible spectacle that ever one saw. Some cried unto Saint Barbie, others to Saint George. "Oh, the Holy Lady Knightich," said one, "the good Sanctus! Oh, Our Lady of Succors, said another. Help! Help! Others cried, Our Lady of Cunut, of Loretto, of good tidings, on the other side of the water, St. Mary over. Some vowed a pilgrimage to St. James, and others to the Holy Handkerchief at Chambéry, which 3 months after that burnt so well in the fire that they could not get one thread of it saved. Others sent up their vows to St. Cadwin, others to St. John de Angeli, and to St. Eutropius of Nantes. Others again invoked St. Mesmes of Chinon, St. Martin of Candies, St. Cloud of Senés, the holy relics of Lorizet, with 1,000 other jolly little saints and saintrels. Some died without speaking. Others spoke without dying. Some died in speaking. Others spoke in dying. Others shouted as loud as they could, Confession! Confession! Confiteor! Miserere! In menace! So great was the cry of the wounded, that the prior of the abbey with all his monks came forth, who, when they saw these poor wretches so slain amongst the vines and wounded to death, confessed some of them. But whilst the priests were busied in confessing them, the little monkeys ran all to the place where Friar John was, and asked him wherein he would be pleased to require their assistance. To which he answered that they should cut the throats of those he had thrown down upon the ground. They presently, leaving their outer habits and cowls upon the rails, began to throttle and make an end of those whom he had already crushed. Can you tell with what instruments they did it? With fair gullies, which are little hook-backed demi-knives, the iron tool whereof is 2 inches long, and the wooden handle 1 inch thick, and 3 inches in length, wherewith the little boys in our country cut ripe walnuts in two while they are yet in the shell, and pick out the kernel. And they found them very fit for the expediting of that weazened slitting exploit. In the meantime, Friar John, with his formidable baton of the cross, got to the breach which the enemies had made, and there stood to snatch up those that endeavored to escape. Some of the monquitos carried the standards, banners, ensigns, guidons, and colors into their cells and chambers to make garters of them. But when those that had been shriven would have gone out at the gap of the said breach, the sturdy monk quashed and fell them down with blows, saying, These men have had confession, and are penitent souls. They have got their absolution and gained the pardons. They go into paradise as straight as a sickle, or as the way is to Fay, like Crooked Lane at Eastcheap. Thus by his prowess and valor were discomfited all those of that army that entered into the close of the abbey, unto the number of 13,622, besides the women and little children, which is always to be understood. Never did Margus the hermit bear himself more valiantly with his bourdon or pilgrim staff against the Saracens, of whom is written in the Acts of the 4 sons of Aemon, than did this monk against his enemies with the staff of the cross. End of chapter 27.
Chapter 28 of Gargantua and Pantagruel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1, by François Rabelais, translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Chapter 28. How Picrochole stormed and took by assault the rock Clermont, and of Grangousier's unwillingness and aversion from the undertaking of war. Whilst the monk did thus skirmish, as we have said, against those which were entered within the close, Picrochole in great haste passed the ford of Vidi, a very especial pass, with all his soldiers, and set upon the rock Clermont, where there was made him no resistance at all, and because it was already night, he resolved to quarter himself and his army in that town, and to refresh himself of his purgative choler. In the morning he stormed and took the bulwarks and castle, which afterwards he fortified with rampiers, and furnished with all ammunition requisite, intending to make his retreat there, if he should happen to be otherwise worsted, for it was a strong place, both by art and nature, in regard of the stance and situation of it. But let us leave them there, and return to our good Gargantua, who is at Paris, very assiduous and earnest at the study of good letters and athletical exercitations, and to the good old man Grangousier, his father, who after supper warmeth his ballocks by a good clear great fire, and, waiting upon the broiling of some chestnuts, is very serious in drawing scratches on the hearth, with a stick burnt at the one end, wherewith they did stir up the fire, telling to his wife and the rest of the family pleasant old stories and tales of former times. Whilst he was thus employed, one of the shepherds which did keep the vines, named Pillar, came towards him, and to the full related the enormous abuses which were committed, and the excessive spoil that was made by Picrochole, king of learning, upon his lands and territories, and how he had pillaged, wasted, and ransacked all the country, except the enclosure at Seville, which Friar John de Entormers to his great honour had preserved, and that at the same present time the said king was in the rock Clermont, and there, with great industry and circumspection, was strengthening himself and his whole army. Alas, 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 said Grangousier, what is this, good people? Do I dream, or is it true that they tell me? Picrochole, my ancient friend of old time, of my own kindred and alliance, comes he to invade me? What moves him? What provokes him? What sets him on? What drives him to it? Who hath given him this counsel? Ho, 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 ho! My God, my Saviour, help me, inspire me, and advise me what I shall do. I protest, I swear before thee. So be thou favourable to me, if ever I did him or his subjects any damage or displeasure, or committed any the least robbery in his country, but on the contrary, I have secured and supplied him with men, money, friendship, and counsel, upon any occasion wherein I could be steadable for the improvement of his good. That he hath therefore at this nick of time so outraged and wronged me, it cannot be but by the malevolent and wicked spirit. Good God, thou knowest my courage, for nothing can be hidden from thee. If perhaps he be grown mad, and that thou hast sent him hither to me for the better recovery and re-establishment of his brain, grant me power and wisdom to bring him to the yoke of thy holy will by good discipline. Ho, 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 my good people, my friends and my faithful servants, must I hinder you from helping me? Alas, my old age required henceforward nothing else but rest, and all the days of my life I have laboured for nothing so much as peace. But now I must, I see it well, load with arms my poor, weary and feeble shoulders, and take in my trembling hand the lance and horseman's mace, to succor and protect my honest subjects. Reason will have it so, for by their labor am I entertained, and with their sweat am I nourished, I, my children, and my family. This notwithstanding, I will not undertake war, until I have first tried all the ways and means of peace that I resolve upon. Then assembled he his council, and proposed the matter as it was indeed. Whereupon it was concluded that they should send some discreet man unto Picrochole, to know wherefore he had thus suddenly broken the peace, and invaded those lands unto which he had no right nor title. Furthermore, that they should send for Gargantua, and those under his command, for the preservation of the country, and defence thereof now in need. All this pleased Grangousier very well, and he commanded that so it should be done. Presently, therefore, he sent the Basque, his lackey, to fetch Gargantua with all diligence, and wrote him as followeth. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1 by François Rabelais, translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Chapter 29. The tenure of the letter which Grangousier wrote to his son Gargantua. The fervency of thy studies did require that I should not in a long time recall thee from that philosophical rest thou now enjoyest. If the confidence reposed in our friends and ancient confederates had not at this present disappointed the assurance of my old age, but seeing such is my fatal destiny, that I should be now disquieted by those in whom I trusted most, I am forced to call thee back to help the people in goods which by the right of nature belong unto thee. For even as arms are weak abroad, if there be not counsel at home, so is that study vain and counsel unprofitable which in a due and convenient time is not by virtue executed and put in effect. My deliberation is not to provoke, but to appease, not to assault, but to defend, not to conquer, but to preserve my faithful subjects and hereditary dominions, into which Picrochole is entered in a hostile manner, without any ground or cause, and from day to day pursueth his furious enterprise, with that height of insolence that is intolerable to free-born spirits. I have endeavored to moderate his tyrannical choler, offering him all that which I thought might give him satisfaction, and oftentimes have I sent lovingly unto him to understand wherein, by whom, and how he found himself to be wronged. But of him could I obtain no other answer but a mere defiance, and that in my lands he did pretend only to the right of a civil correspondency and good behavior, whereby I knew that the eternal God had left him to the disposure of his own free will and sensual appetite, which cannot choose but be wicked, if by divine grace it be not continually guided. And to contain him within his duty, and bring him to know himself, hath sent him hither to me by a grievous token. Therefore, my beloved son, as soon as thou canst, upon sight of these letters, repair hither with all diligence, to succour not me so much, which nevertheless by natural piety thou oughtest to do, as thine own people, which by reason thou mayest save and preserve. The exploit shall be done with as little effusion of blood as may be, and if possible, by means far more expedient, such as military policy, devices, and stratagems of war. We shall save all the souls, and send them home as merry as crickets unto their own houses. My dearest son, the peace of Jesus Christ, our Redeemer, be with thee. Salute from me, Ponocrates, Gymnastes, and Eudemon, the 20th of September. Thy father, Grangousier. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Gargantua and Pantagruel. Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Gargantua and Pantagruel. Book 1 by François Rabelais. Translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Chapter 30. How Ulric Gellet was sent unto Picrochole. The letters being dictated, signed and sealed, Grangousier ordained that Ulric Gellet, master of the request, a very wise and discreet man, of whose prudence and sound judgment he had made trial in several difficult and debateful matters, should go unto Picrochole, to show what had been decreed amongst them. At the same hour departed the good man Gellet, and having passed the ford, asked at the miller that dwelt there in what condition Picrochole was, who answered him that his soldiers had left him neither cock nor hen, that they were retired and shut up into the rock, Clermont, and that he would not advise him to go any further for fear of the scouts, because they were enormously furious, which he easily believed, and therefore lodged that night with the miller. The next morning he went with a trumpeter to the gate of the castle, and required the guards he might be admitted to speak with the king of somewhat that concerned him. These words being told unto the king, he would by no means consent that they should open the gate, but getting upon the top of the bulwark, said unto the ambassador, What is the news? What have you to say? Then the ambassador began to speak as followeth. End of chapter 30.
Chapter 31 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1, by François Rabelais, translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Chapter 31. The speech made by Gallet to Picrochole. There cannot arise among men a juster cause of grief than when they receive hurt and damage, where they may justly expect for favour and goodwill, and not without cause, though without reason, have many, after they had fallen into such a calamitous accident, esteemed this indignity less supportable than the loss of their own lives, in such sort that if they had not been able by force of arms, nor any other means, by reach of wit or subtlety, to stop them in their course and restrain their fury, they have fallen into desperation, and utterly deprived themselves of this light. It is therefore no wonder if King Grangousier, my master, be full of high displeasure, and much disquieted in mind upon thy outrageous and hostile coming. But truly it would be a marvel if he were not sensible of, and moved with the incomparable abuses and injuries perpetrated by thee and thine upon those of his country, towards whom there hath been no example of inhumanity omitted, which in itself is to him so grievous, for the cordial affection wherewith he hath always cherished his subjects, that more it cannot be to any mortal man. Yet in this above human apprehension is it to him the more grievous, that these wrongs and sad offences have been committed by thee and thine, who time out of mind, from all antiquity, thou and thy predecessors have been in a continual league and amity with him and all his ancestors, which even until this time you have as sacred together inviolably preserved, kept, and entertained, so well, that not he and his only, but the very barbarous nations of the Poitevins, Bretons, Manceaux, and those that dwell beyond the isles of the Canaries, and that of Isabella, have thought it as easy to pull down the firmament, and to set up the depths above the clouds, as to make a breach in your alliance, and have been so afraid of it in their enterprises, that they have never dared to provoke incense, or endamage the one for fear of the other. Nay, which is more, this sacred league hath so filled the world, that there are few nations at this day inhabiting throughout all the continents and isles of the ocean, who have not ambitiously aspired to be received into it, upon your own covenants and conditions, holding your joint confederacy in as high esteem as their own territories and dominions, in such sort that from the memory of man there hath not been either prince or league so wild and proud that durst have offered to invade, I say not your countries, but not so much as those of your confederates. And if by rash and heady counsel they have attempted any new design against them, as soon as they heard the name and title of your alliance, they have suddenly desisted from their enterprises. What rage and madness, therefore, doth now incite thee, all old alliance infringed, all amity trod under foot, and all right violated, thus in a hostile manner to invade his country, without having been by him or his in anything prejudiced, wronged, or provoked? Where is faith? Where is law? Where is reason? Where is humanity? Where is the fear of God? Dost thou think that these atrocious abuses are hidden from the eternal Spirit and the supreme God, who is the just rewarder of all our undertakings? If thou so think, thou deceivest thyself. For all things shall come to pass as in his incomprehensible judgment he hath appointed. Is it thy fatal destiny, or influences of the stars, that would put an end to thy so long enjoyed ease and rest? For that all things have their end and period, so as that, when they are come to the superlative point of their greatest height, they are in a trice tumbled down again, as not being able to abide long in that state. This is the conclusion and end of those who cannot by reason and temperance moderate their fortunes and prosperities. But if it be predestinated that thy happiness and ease must now come to an end, must it needs be by wronging my king, him by whom thou wert established? If thy house must come to ruin, should it therefore in its fall crush the heels of him that set it up? The matter is so unreasonable, and so dissonant from common sense, that hardly can it be conceived by human understanding, and altogether incredible unto strangers, till by the certain and undoubted effects thereof it be made apparent that nothing is either sacred or holy to those who, having emancipated themselves from God and reason, do merely follow the perverse affections of their own depraved nature. If any wrong had been done by us to thy subjects and dominions, if we had favoured thy ill willers, if we had not assisted thee in thy need, if thy name and reputation had been wounded by us, or to speak more truly, if the calumniating spirit, tempting to induce thee to evil, had by false illusions and deceitful fantasies put into thy conceit the impression of a thought that we had done unto thee anything unworthy of our ancient correspondence and friendship, thou oughtest first to have enquired out the truth, and afterwards by a seasonable warning to admonish us thereof, and we should have so satisfied thee, according to thine own heart's desire, that thou shouldst have had occasion to be contented. But, O eternal God, what is thy enterprise? Wouldst thou, like a perfidious tyrant, thus spoil and lay waste my master's kingdom? Hast thou found him so silly and blockish that he would not, or so destitute of men and money, of counsel and skill in military discipline, that he cannot withstand thy unjust invasion? March hence presently, and tomorrow, some time of the day, retreat unto thine own country, without doing any kind of violence or disorderly act by the way, and pay withal 1,000 bezants of gold, which in English money amounteth to 5,000 pounds, for reparation of the damages thou hast done in this country. Half thou shalt pay tomorrow, and the other half at the Ides of May next coming, leaving with us in the meantime for hostages the Dukes of Turnbank, Low Buttock, and Small Trash, together with the Prince of Itches and Viscount of Snatchbit. Tournemoule, bas de fesses, menuailles, gratelles, morpiailles. End of chapter 31. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Chapter 32 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1, by François Rabelais, translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Chapter 32. How Grangousier, to buy peace, caused the cakes to be restored. With that the good man Gallet held his peace, but Picrochole to all his discourse answered nothing but "Come and fetch them, come and fetch them. They have bollocks fair and soft. They will knead and provide some cakes for you." Then returned he to Grangousier, whom he found upon his knees, bareheaded, crouching in a little corner of his cabinet, and humbly praying unto God that he would vouchsafe to assuage the choler of Picrochole, and bring him to the rule of reason, without proceeding by force. When the good man came back, he asked him, "Ha, my friend, what news do you bring me?" "There is neither hope nor remedy," said Gallet. "The man is quite out of his wits, and forsaken of God." "Yea, but," said Grangousier, "my friend, what cause doth he pretend for his outrages?" "He did not show me any cause at all," said Gallet, "only that in a great anger he spoke some words of cakes. I cannot tell if they have done any wrong to his cake bakers." "I will know," said Grangousier, "the matter thoroughly, before I resolve any more upon what is to be done." Then sent he to learn concerning that business, and found by true information that his men had taken violently some cakes from Picrochole's people, and that Marquet's head was broken with a slacky or short cudgel, that nevertheless all was well paid, and that the said Marquet had first hurt Forchier with a stroke of his whip athwart the legs. And it seemed good to his whole council that he should defend himself with all his might. "Notwithstanding all this," said Grangousier, "seeing the question is but about a few cakes, I will labour to content him, for I am very unwilling to wage war against him." He inquired then what quantity of cakes they had taken away, and understanding that it was but some 4 or 5 dozen, he commanded 5 cartloads of them to be baked that same night, and that there should be one full of cakes made with fine butter, fine yolks of eggs, fine saffron, and fine spice, to be bestowed upon Marquet, unto whom likewise he directed to be given 700,003 philips, that is, at 3 shillings the piece, 105,000 pounds and 9 shillings of English money, for reparation of his losses and hindrances, and for satisfaction of the chirurgeon that had dressed his wound, and furthermore settled upon him and his for ever in freehold the apple orchard called La Pomardiere. For the conveyance and passing of all which was sent Gallet, who by the way as they went made them gather near the willow trees great store of boughs, canes, and reeds, wherewith all the carriers were enjoined to garnish and deck their carts, and each of them to carry one in his hand, as himself likewise did, thereby to give all men to understand that they demanded but peace, and that they came to buy it. Being come to the gate, they required to speak with Picrochole from Grangousier. Picrochole would not so much as let them in, nor go to speak with them, but sent them word that he was busy, and that they should deliver their mind to Captain Touquedillon, who was then planting a piece of ordnance upon the wall. Then said the good man unto him, My lord, to ease you of all this labour, and to take away all excuses why you may not return unto our former alliance, we do here presently restore unto you the cakes upon which the quarrel arose. 5 dozen did our people take away, they were well paid for. We love peace so well that we restore unto you 5 cartloads, of which this cart shall be for Marquet, who doth most complain. Besides, to content him entirely, here are 700,003 Philips, which I deliver to him, and for the losses he may pretend to have sustained, I resign for ever the farm of the Pomardiere, to be possessed in fee simple by him and his for ever, without the payment of any duty, or acknowledgment of homage, fealty, fine, or service whatsoever. And here is the tenor of the deed. And for God's sake let us live henceforward in peace, and withdraw yourselves merrily into your own country from within this place, unto which you have no right at all, as yourselves must needs confess, and let us be good friends as before. Touquedillon related all this to Picrochole, and more exasperated his courage, saying to him, These clowns are afraid to some purpose. By God, Grangousier conskites himself for fear, the poor drinker. He is not skilled in warfare, neither hath he any stomach for it. He knows better how to empty the flagons, that is his art. I am of opinion that it is fit we send back the carts and the money, and for the rest, that very speedily we fortify ourselves here, then prosecute our fortune. But what? Do they think to have to do with a ninny whoop to feed you thus with cakes? You may see what it is. The good usage and great familiarity which you have had with them heretofore hath made you contemptible in their eyes. Anoint a villain, he will prick you. Prick a villain, and he will anoint you. Ungentem pungit, pungentem rusticus ungit. Said Picrochole, By St. James, you have given a true character of them. One thing I will advise you, said Touquedillon, we are here but badly victualled, and furnished with mouth harness very slenderly. If Grangousier should come to besiege us, I would go presently, and pluck out of all your soldiers' heads, and mine own, all the teeth except 3 to each of us, and with them alone we should make an end of our provision but too soon. We shall have, said Picrochole, but too much sustenance and feeding stuff. Came we hither to eat or to fight? To fight indeed, said Touquedillon. Yet from the paunch comes the dance, and where famine rules, force is exiled. Leave off your prating, said Picrochole, and forthwith seize upon what they have brought. Then took they money and cakes, oxen and carts, and sent them away without speaking one word, only that they would come no more so near, for a reason that they would give them the morrow after. Thus, without doing anything, returned they to Grangousier, and related the whole matter unto him, subjoining that there was no hope left to draw them to peace, but by sharp and fierce wars. End of chapter 32. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Chapter 33 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1, by François Rabelais, translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Chapter 33. How some statesmen of Picrochole, by hare-brained counsel, put him in extreme danger. The carts being unloaded, and the money and cakes secured, there came before Picrochole the Duke of Smalltrash, the Earl Swashbuckler, and Captain Dirttail, Menuaille, Spadassin, Merdaille, who said unto him, Sir, this day we make you the happiest, the most warlike and chivalrous prince that ever was since the death of Alexander of Macedonia. Be covered, said Picrochole. Gramercy, said they, we do but our duty. The manner is thus. You shall leave some captain here to have the charge of this garrison, with a party competent for keeping of the place, which, besides its natural strength, is made stronger by the rampiers and fortresses of your devising. Your army you are to divide into 2 parts, as you know very well how to do. One part thereof shall fall upon Grangousier and his forces. By it shall he be easily at the very first shock routed, and then shall you get money by heaps, for the clown hath store of ready coin. Clown we call him, because a noble and generous prince hath never a penny, and that to hoard up treasure is but a clownish trick. The other part of the army, in the meantime, shall draw towards Onys, Xaintonge, Angoumois, and Gascony. Then march to Périgueux, Médoc, and Élan, taking wherever you come, without resistance, towns, castles, and forts. Afterwards to Bayonne, Saint John de Luc, to Fontarabia, where you shall seize upon all the ships, and coasting along Galicia and Portugal, shall pillage all the maritime places, even unto Lisbon, where you shall be supplied with all necessaries befitting a conqueror. By copsody, Spain will yield, for they are but a race of loobies. Then are you to pass by the Straits of Gibraltar, where you shall erect 2 pillars more stately than those of Hercules, to the perpetual memory of your name, and the narrow entrance there shall be called the Picrocholinal Sea. Having passed the Picocholinal Sea, behold, Barbarossa yields himself your slave. I will, said Picrochole, give him fair quarter and spare his life. Yea, said they, so that he be content to be christened. And you shall conquer the kingdoms of Tunis, of Hippo, Argia, Bomine, Bona, Corone, yea, all Barbary. Furthermore, you shall take into your hands Majorca, Minorca, Sardinia, Corsica, with the other islands of the Ligustic and Balearian seas. Going alongst on the left hand, you shall rule all Gallia Narbonensis, Provence, the Allobrogians, Genoa, Florence, Lucca, and then, God be we, Rome. Our poor Monsieur the Pope dies now for fear. By my faith, said Picrochole, I will not then kiss his pantoufle. Italy being thus taken, behold Naples, Calabria, Apulia, and Sicily, all ransacked, and Malta too. I wish the pleasant knights of the roads heretofore would but come to resist you, that we might see their urine. I would, said Picrochole, very willingly go to Loreto. No, no, said they, that shall be at our return. From thence we shall sail eastwards, and take Candia, Cyprus, Rhodes, and the Cyclade islands, and set upon the Morea. It is ours, by St. Trenian. The Lord preserve Jerusalem, for the great Sultan is not comparable to you in power. I will then, said he, cause Solomon's temple to be built. No, said they, not yet. Have a little patience, stay a while, be never too sudden in your enterprises. Can you tell what Octavian Augustus said? Festina lente. It is requisite that you first have the Lesser Asia, Caria, Lycia, Pamphylia, Cilicia, Lydia, Phrygia, Mysia, Bithynia, Carasia, Satalia, Samagaria, Castamena, Luga, Savasta, even unto Euphrates. Shall we see, said Picrochole, Babylon and Mount Sinai? There is no need, said they, at this time. Have we not hurried up and down, travelled and toiled enough, in having transfretted and passed over the Hyrcanian Sea, marched alongst the 2 Armenias and the 3 Arabias? Ay, by my faith, said he, we have played the fools, and are undone. Ah, poor souls! What's the matter? Said they. What shall we have, said he, to drink in these deserts? For Julian Augustus with his whole army died there for thirst, as they say. We have already, said they, given order for that. In the Syriac Sea you have 9,014 great ships, laden with the best wines in the world. They arrived at Port Joppa. There they found 22,000 camels, and 1,600 elephants, which you shall have taken at one hunting about Sigelmes, when you entered into Libya, and besides this, you had all the Mecca caravan. Did they not furnish you sufficiently with wine? Yes, but, said he, we did not drink it fresh. By the virtue, said they, not of a fish, a valiant man, a conqueror, who pretends and aspires to the monarchy of the world, cannot always have his ease. God be thanked that you and your men are come safe and sound unto the banks of the river Tigris. But, said he, what doth that part of our army in the meantime which overthrows that unworthy swillpot Grangousier? They are not idle, said they. We shall meet with them by and by. They shall have won you Brittany, Normandy, Flanders, Hainault, Brabant, Artois, Holland, Zealand. They have passed the Rhine over the bellies of the Switzers and Lansquenets, and a party of these hath subdued Luxembourg, Lorraine, Champagne, and Savoy, even to Lyons, in which place they have met with your forces returning from the naval conquests of the Mediterranean Sea, and have rallied again in Bohemia, after they had plundered and sacked Swabia, Wittenberg, Bavaria, Austria, Moravia, and Styria. Then they set fiercely together upon Lübeck, Norway, Swedland, Ree, Denmark, Gitland, Greenland, the Sterlins, even unto the frozen sea. This done, they conquered the Isles of Orkney, and subdued Scotland, England, and Ireland. From thence, sailing through the sandy sea and by the Sarmates, they have vanquished and overcome Prussia, Poland, Lithuania, Russia, Wallachia, Transylvania, Hungary, Bulgaria, Turkeyland, and are now at Constantinople. Come, said Picrochole, let us go join with them quickly, for I will be Emperor of Trebizond also. Shall we not kill all these dogs, Turks and Mahometans? What a devil should we do else, said they, and you shall give their goods and lands to such as shall have served you honestly. Reason, said he, will have it so, that is but just. I give unto you the Caramania, Suria, and all the Palestine. Ha, sir, said they, it is out of your goodness. Gramercy, we thank you. God grant you may always prosper. There was there present at that time an old gentleman well experienced in the wars, a stern soldier, and who had been in many great hazards, named Echephron, who hearing this discourse said, I do greatly doubt that all this enterprise will be like the tale or interlude of the pitcher full of milk, wherewith a shoemaker made himself rich in conceit, but when the pitcher was broken, he had not whereupon to dine. What do you pretend by these large conquests? What shall be the end of so many labours and crosses? Thus shall it be, said Picrochole, that when we are returned, we shall sit down, rest, and be merry. But, said Echephron, if by chance you should never come back, for the voyage is long and dangerous, were it not better for us to take our rest now, than unnecessarily to expose ourselves to so many dangers?
Oh, said Swashbuckler, by God, here is a good dotard. Come, let us go hide ourselves in the corner of a chimney, and there spend the whole time of our life amongst ladies, in threading of pearls, or spinning like Sardanapalus. He that nothing ventures hath neither horse nor mule, says Solomon. He who adventureth too much, said Echephron, loseth both horse and mule, answered Malchon. Enough, said Picrochole. Go forward. I fear nothing, but that these devilish legions of Grand Gousier, whilst we are in Mesopotamia, will come on our backs and charge up our rear. What course shall we then take? What shall be our remedy? A very good one, said Dirttail, a pretty little commission, which you must send unto the Muscovites, shall bring you into the field in an instant 450,000 choice men of war. Oh, that you would but make me your lieutenant general, I should for the lightest faults of any inflict great punishments. I threat, I charge, I strike, I take, I kill, I slay, I play the devil. On, said Picrochole, make haste, my lads, and let him that loves me follow me.
End of chapter 33. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey.
Chapter 34 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nadine Eckert-Boulet. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1, by François Rabelais, translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Chapter 34. How Gargantua left the city of Paris to succour his country, and how Gymnast encountered with the enemy. In this same very hour Gargantua, who was gone out of Paris as soon as he had read his father's letters, coming upon his great mare, had already passed the nunnery bridge, himself, Ponocrates, Gymnast, and Eudemon, who all three, the better to enable them to go along with him, took post horses. The rest of his train came after him by even journeys at a slower pace, bringing with them all his books and philosophical instruments. As soon as he had alighted at Paris, he was informed by a farmer of Gouguet how Picrochole had fortified himself within the rock Clermont, and had sent Captain Tripet with a great army to set upon the wood of Vede and Vaugaudry, and that they had already plundered the whole country, not leaving cock nor hen, even as far as to the wine-press of Billard. The strange and almost incredible news of the enormous abuses thus committed over all the land so affrighted Gargantua that he knew not what to say nor do. But Ponocrates counselled him to go unto the Lord of Vauguyon, who at all times had been their friend and confederate, and that by him they should be better advised in their businesses. Which they did incontinently, and found him very willing and fully resolved to assist them, and therefore was of opinion that they should send some one of his company to scout along and discover the country, to learn in what condition and posture the enemy was, that they might take counsel, and proceed according to the present occasion. Gymnast offered himself to go. Whereupon it was concluded that for his safety and the better expedition he should have with him some one that knew the ways, avenues, turnings, windings, and rivers thereabout. Then away went he and Prénagot, the equerry or gentleman of Vauguion's horse, who scouted and espied as narrowly as they could upon all quarters without any fear. In the meantime Gargantua took a little refreshment, ate somewhat himself, the like did those who were with him, and caused to give to his mare a picketin of oats, that is, 14 quarters and 3 bushels. Gymnast and his comrade rode so long, that at last they met with the enemy's forces, all scattered and out of order, plundering, stealing, robbing, and pillaging all they could lay their hands on. And, as far off as they could perceive him, they ran thronging upon the back of one another in all haste towards him, to unload him of his money and untruss his portmanteaus. Then cried he out unto them, My masters, I am a poor devil, I desire you to spare me, I have yet 1 crown left. Come, we must drink it, for it is aurum potabile, and this horse here shall be sold to pay my welcome. Afterwards take me for one of your own, for never yet was there any man that knew better how to take, lard, roast, and dress, yea, by G, to tear asunder and devour a hen, than I that am here. And for my proficiat I drink to all good fellows. With that he unscrewed his borracho, which was a great Dutch leathern bottle, and without putting in his nose, drank very honestly. The merriful rogues looked upon him, opening their throats a foot wide, and putting out their tongues like greyhounds, in hopes to drink after him. But Captain Tripet, in the very nick of that their expectation, came running to him to see who it was. To him Gymnast offered his bottle, saying, Hold, captain, drink boldly and spare not, I have been thy taster, it is wine of La Faye Mongeau. What? said Tripet, this fellow gibes and flouts us? Who art thou? said Tripet. I am, said Gymnast, a poor devil, pauvre diable. Ha, said Tripet, seeing thou art a poor devil, it is reason that thou shouldst be permitted to go whithersoever thou wilt, for all poor devils pass everywhere without toll or tax. But it is not the custom of poor devils to be so well mounted. Therefore, sir devil, come down and let me have your horse, and if you do not carry me well, you, master devil, must do it, for I love a life that such a devil as you should carry me away. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nadine Eckert-Boulet. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1, by François Rabelais. Translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Chapter 35. How Gymnast very subtly and cunningly killed Captain Tripet and others of Picrochole's men. When they heard these words, some amongst them began to be afraid, and blessed themselves with both hands, thinking indeed that he had been a devil disguised, insomuch that one of them, named Good John, captain of the trained bands of the country bumpkins, took his psalter out of his codpiece, and cried out aloud, Hagios Oteos! If thou be of God, speak; if thou be of the other spirit, avoid hence, and get thee going. Yet he went not away. Which words being heard by all the soldiers that were there, divers of them being a little inwardly terrified, departed from the place. All this did Gymnast very well remark and consider, and therefore making as if he would have alighted from off his horse, as he was poising himself on the mounting side, he most nimbly, with his short sword by his thigh, shifting his foot in the stirrup, performed the stirrup leather feat, whereby, after the inclining of his body downwards, he forthwith launched himself aloft in the air, and placed both his feet together on the saddle, standing upright with his back turned towards the horse's head. Now, said he, my case goes backward. Then suddenly in the same very posture wherein he was, he fetched a gambol upon one foot, and, turning to the left hand, failed not to carry his body perfectly round, just into its former stance, without missing one jot. Ha! said Tripet, I will not do that at this time, and not without cause. Well, said Gymnast, I have failed, I will undo this leap. Then with a marvellous strength and agility, turning towards the right hand, he fetched another frisking gambol as before, which done, he set his right hand thumb upon the hindbow of the saddle, raised himself up, and sprung in the air, poising and upholding his whole body upon the muscle and nerve of the said thumb, and so turned and whirled himself about 3 times. At the fourth, reversing his body, and overturning it upside down, and foreside back, without touching anything, he brought himself betwixt the horse's 2 ears, springing with all his body into the air, upon the thumb of his left hand, and, in that posture, turning like a windmill, did most actively do that trick which is called the miller's pass. After this, clapping his right hand flat upon the middle of the saddle, he gave himself such a jerking swing that he thereby seated himself upon the crupper, after the manner of gentlewomen sitting on horseback. This done, he easily passed his right leg over the saddle, and placed himself like one that rides in croup. "But," said he, "it were better for me to get into the saddle." Then putting the thumbs of both hands upon the crupper before him, and thereupon leaning himself, as upon the only supporters of his body, he incontinently turned heels over head in the air, and straight found himself betwixt the bow of the saddle, in a good settlement. Then with a somersault springing into the air again, he fell to stand with both his feet close together upon the saddle, and there made above 100 frisks, turns, and demi-pomades, with his arms held out across, and in so doing cried out aloud, I rage, devils, I am stark mad, devils, I am mad, hold me, devils, hold me, hold, devils, hold, hold!" Whilst he was thus vaulting, the rogues in great astonishment said to one another, "By cock's death, he is a goblin or a devil thus disguised, ab hoste maligno liberanos, domine," and ran away in full flight, as if they had been routed, looking now and then behind them, like a dog that carrieth away a goose-wing in his mouth. Then Gymnast, spying his advantage, alighted from his horse, drew his sword, and laid on great blows upon the thickest and highest crested among them, and overthrew them in great heaps, hurt, wounded, and bruised, being resisted by nobody, they thinking he had been a starved devil, as well in regard of his wonderful feats in vaulting, which they had seen, as for the talk Tripet had with him, calling him poor devil. Only Tripet would have traitorously cleft his head with his horseman's sword, or lance-knight falchion, but he was well armed, and felt nothing of the blow but the weight of the stroke. Whereupon, turning suddenly about, he gave Tripet a home thrust, and upon the back of that, whilst he was about to ward his head from a slash, he ran him in at the breast with a hit which at once cut his stomach, the fifth gut called the colon, and the half of his liver, wherewith he fell to the ground, and in falling gushed forth above 4 puddles of pottage, and his soul mingled with the pottage. This done, Gymnast withdrew himself, very wisely considering that a case of great adventure and hazard should not be pursued unto its utmost period, and that it becomes all cavaliers modestly to use their good fortune, without troubling or stretching it too far. Wherefore, getting to horse, he gave him the spur, taking the right way unto Vauguyon, and Prélinguant with him. End of chapter 35.
Chapter 36 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nadine Eckert-Boulet. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1, by François Rabelais. Translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Chapter 36. How Gargantua demolished the castle at the ford of Vede, and how they passed the ford. As soon as he came, he related the estate and condition wherein they had found the enemy, and the stratagem which he alone had used against all their multitude, affirming that they were but rascally rogues, plunderers, thieves, and robbers, ignorant of all military discipline, and that they might boldly set forward unto the field, it being an easy matter to fell and strike them down like beasts. Then Gargantua mounted his great mare, accompanied as we have said before, and finding in his way a high and great tree, which commonly was called by the name of Saint Martin's tree, because heretofore Saint Martin planted a pilgrim's staff there, which in tract of time grew to that height and greatness, said, This is that which I lacked. This tree shall serve me both for a staff and lance. With that he pulled it up easily, plucked off the boughs, and trimmed it at his pleasure. In the meantime his mare pissed to ease her belly, but it was in such abundance that it did overflow the country 7 leagues, and all the piss of that urinal flood ran glib away towards the ford of Vede, wherewith the water was so swollen that all the forces the enemy had there were with great horror drowned, except some who had taken the way on the left hand towards the hills. Gargantua, being come to the place of the wood of Vede, was informed by Eudemon that there was some remainder of the enemy within the castle, which to know, Gargantua cried out as loud as he was able, "Are you there, or are you not there? If you be there no more, and if you are not there, I have no more to say." But a ruffian gunner, whose charge was to attend the portcullis over the gate, let fly a cannon-ball at him, and hit him with that shot most furiously on the right temple of his head, yet did him no more hurt than if he had but cast a prune or kernel of a wine-grape at him. "What is this?" said Gargantua. "Do you throw at us grape kernels here?" The vintage all cost you dear, thinking indeed that the bullet had been the kernel of a grape or raisin kernel. Those who were within the castle, being till then busy at the pillage, when they heard this noise ran to the towers and fortresses, from whence they shot at him above 9,025 falcon shot and arquebusiades, aiming all at his head, and so thick did they shoot at him that he cried out, "Ponocrates, my friend, these flies here are like to put out mine eyes. Give me a branch of those willow trees to drive them away," thinking that the bullets and stones shot out of the great ordnance had been but dun flies. Ponocrates looked and saw that there were no other flies, but great shot which they had shot from the castle. Then was it that he rushed with his great tree against the castle, and with mighty blows overthrew both towers and fortresses, and laid all level with the ground, by which means all that were within were slain and broken in pieces. Going from thence, they came to the bridge at the mill, where they found all the fort covered with dead bodies, so thick that they had choked up the mill and stopped the current of its water, and these were those that were destroyed in the urinal deluge of the mare. There they were at a stand, consulting how they might pass without hindrance by these dead carcasses. But Gymnast said, "If the devils have passed there, I will pass well enough." "The devils have passed there," said Eudemon, "to carry away the damned souls." "By Saint Aignan," said Ponocrates. "Then by necessary consequence he shall pass there." "Yes, yes," said Gymnast, "or I shall stick in the way." Then setting spurs to his horse, he passed through freely, his horse not fearing nor being anything affrighted at the sight of the dead bodies; for he had accustomed him, according to the doctrine of Aelian, not to fear armor nor the carcasses of dead men, and that not by killing men as Diomedes did the Thracians, or as Ulysses did in throwing the corpses of his enemies at his horse's feet, as Homer saith, but by putting a jack-o'-lantern amongst his hay, and making him go over it ordinarily when he gave him his oats. The other three followed him very close, except Eudemon only, whose horse fore right or far forefoot sank up to the knee in the paunch of a great fat chough, who lay there upon his back drowned, and could not get it out. There was he pestered, until Gargantua, with the end of his staff, thrust down the rest of the villain's tribes into the water, whilst the horse pulled out his foot; and, which is a wonderful thing in Hypriotry, the said horse was thoroughly cured of a ring bone which he had in that foot by this touch of the burst guts of that great Luby. End of chapter 36.
Chapter 37 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1, by François Rabelais, translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Chapter 37. How Gargantua, in combing his head, made the great cannon-balls fall out of his hair. Being come out of the river of Vide, they came very shortly after to Grangousier's castle, who waited for them with great longing. At their coming they were entertained with many congees, and cherished with embraces. Never was seen a more joyful company, for supplementum supplementi chronicorum saith that Gargamel died there with joy. For my part, truly I cannot tell, neither do I care very much for her, nor for anybody else. The truth was that Gargantua, in shifting his clothes, and combing his head with a comb, which was 900 foot long of the Jewish cane measure, and whereof the teeth were great tusks of elephants, whole and entire, he made fall at every rake above 7 balls of bullets, at a dozen the ball that stuck in his hair at the raising of the castle of the wood of Vide, which his father Grangousier seeing, thought they had been lice, and said unto him, What, my dear son, hast thou brought us this far, some short-winged hawks of the college of Montague? I did not mean that thou shouldst reside there. Then answered Ponocrates, My sovereign lord, think not that I have placed him in that lousy college, which they call Montague. I had rather have put him amongst the grave-diggers of Saint Innocent. So enormous is the cruelty and villainy that I have known there, for the galley slaves are far better used amongst the Moors and Tartars, the murderers in the criminal dungeons, yea, the very dogs in your house, than are the poor wretched students in the aforesaid college. And if I were king of Paris, the devil take me if I would not set it on fire, and burn both principal and regents for suffering this inhumanity to be exercised before their eyes. Then, taking up one of these bullets, he said, These are cannon shot, which your son Gargantua hath lately received by the treachery of your enemies, as he was passing before the wood of Vide. But they have been so rewarded that they are all destroyed in the ruin of the castle, as were the Philistines by the policy of Samson, and those whom the tower of Silohim slew, as it is written in the 13th of Luke. My opinion is, that we pursue them whilst the luck is on our side, for occasion hath all her hair on her forehead. When she is past, you may not recall her. She hath no tuft whereby you can lay hold on her, for she is bald in the hind part of her head, and never returneth again. Truly, said Grangousier, it shall not be at this time, for I will make you a feast this night, and bid you welcome. This said, they made ready supper, and, of extraordinary besides his daily fare, were roasted 16 oxen, 3 heifers, 32 calves, 63 fat kids, fourscore and 15 wethers, 300 farrow pigs or sheets, soused in sweet wine or must, 11 score partridges, 700 snipes and woodcocks, 400 Loudon and Cornwall capons, 6,000 pullets and as many pigeons, 600 crammed hens, 1,400 leverets or young hares and rabbits, 303 buzzards, and 1,700 cockerels. For venison they could not so suddenly come by it, only 11 wild boars, which the abbot of Turpenay sent, and 18 fallow deer, which the lord of Grammont bestowed, together with 70 pheasants, which were sent by the lord of Essars, and some dozens of quoists, cushots, ringdoves, and woodculvers, riverfowl, teals, and oteals, bitterns, courts, plovers, francolins, briganders, curasons, young lapwings, tame ducks, shovelers, woodlanders, herons, moorhens, creels, storks, canaptiers, oranges, flamands, which are phenicopters, or crimson-winged seafowls, terrigols, turkeys, arbons, coots, solan geese, curlews, termagants, and water wagtails, with a great deal of cream, curds, and fresh cheese, and store of soup, pottages, and brewis, with great variety. Without doubt there was meat enough, and it was handsomely dressed by snapsauce, hotchpot, and braver juice, Grangousier's cooks. Jenkin Trudgeapiece and Cleanglass were very careful to fill them drink. End of chapter 37.
Chapter 38 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Daniel Watkins. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1, by François Rabelais. Translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Chapter 38. How Gargantua did eat up 6 pilgrims in a salad. The story requireth that we relate that which happened unto 6 pilgrims who came from Sebastien near to Nantes, and who for shelter that night, being afraid of the enemy, had hid themselves in the garden upon the chisling peas, among the cabbages and lettuces. Gargantua, finding himself somewhat dry, asked whether they could get any lettuce to make him a salad, and hearing that there were the greatest and fairest in the country, for they were as great as plum trees or as walnut trees, he would go thither himself, and brought thence in his hand what he thought good, and withal carried away the 6 pilgrims, who were in so great fear that they did not dare to speak, nor cough. Washing them, therefore, first at the fountain, the pilgrims said one to another softly, What shall we do? We are almost drowned here amongst these lettuce. Shall we speak? But if we speak, he will kill us for spies. And as they were thus deliberating what to do, Gargantua put them with the lettuce into a platter of the house, as large as the huge tun of the White Friars of the Cistercian order, which done, with oil, vinegar, and salt, he ate them up, to refresh himself a little before supper, and had already swallowed up 5 of the pilgrims, the 6th being in the platter, totally hid under a lettuce, except his bourdon or staff that appeared, and nothing else. Which, Grangousier seeing, said to Gargantua, I think that is the horn of a shell snail, do not eat it. Why not? Said Gargantua. They are good all this month. Which he no sooner said, but, drawing up the staff, and therewith taking up the pilgrim, he ate him very well, then drank a terrible draught of excellent white wine. The pilgrims, thus devoured, made shift to save themselves as well as they could, by withdrawing their bodies out of the reach of the grinders of his teeth, but could not escape from thinking they had been put in the lowest dungeon of a prison. And when Gargantua whiffed the great draught, they thought to have been drowned in his mouth, and the flood of wine had almost carried them away into the gulf of his stomach. Nevertheless, skipping with their burdens, as St. Michael's palmers used to do, they sheltered themselves from the danger of that inundation under the banks of his teeth. But one of them by chance, groping or sounding the country with his staff, to try whether they were in safety or no, struck hard against the cleft of a hollow tooth, and hit the mandibulary sinew, or nerve of the jaw, which put Gargantua to very great pain, so that he began to cry for the rage that he felt. To ease himself, therefore, of his smarting ache, he called for his toothpicker, and rubbing towards a young walnut tree, where they lay skulking, unnestled you, my gentlemen pilgrims. For he caught one by the legs, another by the scrip, another by the pocket, another by the scarf, another by the band of the breeches, and the poor fellow that had hurt him with the burden, him he hooked to him by the codpiece, which snatch nevertheless did him a great deal of good, for it pierced unto him a pocky botch he had in the groin, which grievously tormented him ever since they were past Ancenis. The pilgrims, thus dislodged, ran away athwart the plain a pretty fast pace, and the pain ceased, even just at the time when by Eudemon he was called to supper, for all was ready. I will go then, said he, and piss away my misfortune, which he did do in such a copious measure that the urine taking away the feet from the pilgrims, they were carried along with the stream unto the bank of a tuft of trees, upon which, as soon as they had taken footing, and that for their self-preservation they had run a little out of the road, they on a sudden fell all six, except Fonele, into a trap that had been made to take wolves by a train, out of which, nevertheless, they escaped by the industry of said Fonele, who broke all the snares and ropes. Being gone from thence, they lay all the rest of that night in a lodge near unto Coudray, where they were comforted in their miseries by the gracious words of one of their company, called Suertago, who showed them that this adventure had been foretold by the prophet David. Psalm. Quum exsurgerent homines in nos, forte vivos deglutissent nos. When we were eaten in the salad with salt, oil, and vinegar. Quum irascereta furor eorum in nos, forsitan aqua absorbuissent nos. When he drank the great draught. Torrentum petransivit anima nostra, when the stream of his water carried us to the thicket. Forsitan petransisest anima nostra aquam intolerabilem, that is, the water of his urine, the flood whereof, cutting our way, took our feet from us. Benedictus Dominus, qui non dedit nos in captionem dentibus eorum. Anima nostra sicut passa, erupta est de laceo venantium, when we fell in the trap. Laceus contritus est by Phonae, et nos liberati sumus, agitorium nostrum, etc. End of chapter 38.
Chapter 39 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1, by François Rabelais. Translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Chapter 39. How the monk was feasted by Gargantua, and of the jovial discourse they had at supper. When Gargantua was set down at table, after all of them had somewhat stayed their stomachs by a snatch or two of the first bits eaten heartily, Grangousier began to relate the source and cause of the war raised between him and Picrochole, and came to tell how Friar John of the Funnels had triumphed at the defence of the close of the abbey, and extolled him for his valour above Camillus, Scipio, Pompey, Caesar, and Themistocles. Then Gargantua desired that he might be presently sent for, to the end that with him they might consult of what was to be done. Whereupon, by a joint consent, his steward went for him, and brought him along merrily, with his staff of the cross, upon Grangousier's mule. When he was come, 1,000 huggings, 1,000 embracements, 1,000 good days were given. Ha! Friar John, my friend Friar John, my brave cousin Friar John from the devil, let me clip thee, my heart, about the neck. To me an armful. I must grip thee, my bollock, till my back crack with it. Come, my cod, let me cull thee till I kill thee. And Friar John, the gladdest man in the world, never was man made welcomer, never was any more courteously and graciously received than Friar John. Come, come, said Gargantua, a stool here, close by me at this end. I am content, said the monk, seeing you will have it so. Some water, page. Fill, my boy, fill. It is to refresh my liver. Give me some, child, to gargle my throat withal. Deposita cappa, said Gymnast. Let us pull off this frock. Oh, by God, gentlemen, said the monk, there is a chapter in Statutis Ordinis which opposeth my laying of it down. Pish, said Gymnast, a fig for your chapter. This frock breaks both your shoulders, put it off. My friend, said the monk, let me alone with it, for by God, I'll drink the better that it is on. It makes all my body jocund. If I should lay it aside, the waggish pages would cut to themselves garters out of it, as I was once served at Culzean. And which is worse, I shall lose my appetite. But if in this habit I sit down at table, I will drink, by God, both to thee and to thy horse. And so courage, frolic, God save the company. I have already supped, yet I will eat never a whit the less for that. For I have a paved stomach, as hollow as a butt of Malvoisie, or St. Benedictus's boot. But, and always open like a lawyer's pouch. Of all fishes but the tench, take the wing of a partridge, or the thigh of a nun. Doth not he die like a good fellow that dies with a stiff cat-sore? Our prior loves exceedingly the white of a capon. In that, said Gymnast, he doth not resemble the foxes, for of the capons, hens, and pullets which they carry away, they never eat the white. Why? Said the monk. Because, said Gymnast, they have no cooks to dress them, and if they be not competently made ready, they remain red and not white. The redness of meats being a token that they have not got enough of the fire, whether by boiling, roasting, or otherwise, except the shrimps, lobsters, crabs, and crayfishes, which are cardinalized with boiling. By God's feast gazers, said the monk, the porter of our abbey then hath not his head well boiled, for his eyes are as red as a mazer made of an alder tree. The thigh of this leveret is good for those that have the gout. To the purpose of the truel, what is the reason that the thighs of a gentlewoman are always fresh and cool? This problem, said Gargantua, is neither in Aristotle, in Alexander Aphrodisias, nor in Plutarch. There are 3 causes, said the monk, by which that place is naturally refreshed. Primo, because the water runs all along by it. Secundo, because it is a shady place, obscure and dark, upon which the sun never shines. And thirdly, because it is continually flabelled, blown upon, and aired by the north winds of the whole arstick, the fan of the smock, and flip-flap of the codpiece. And lusty malads, some bows in liquor, page. So, crack, crack, crack. Oh, how good is God that gives us of this excellent juice! I call him to witness, if I had been in the time of Jesus Christ, I would have kept him from being taken by the Jews in the garden of Olivet. And the divil fail me if I should have failed to cut off the hams of these gentlemen apostles, who ran away so basely after they had well supped, and left their good master in the lurch. I ate that man worse than poison that offers to run away when he should fight, and lay stoutly about him. Oh, that I were but King of France for 80 or 100 years, by God, I should whip like cur-tailed dogs these runaways of Pavia. Plague take them, why did they not choose rather to die there than to leave their good prince in that pinch and necessity? Is it not better and more honourable to perish in fighting valiantly than to live in disgrace by a cowardly running away? We are like to eat no great store of goslings this year. Therefore, friend, reach me some of that roasted pig there. Diavolo, is there no more must? No more sweet wine? Germinavit radix Jesse. Je renie ma vie, je meurs de soif. I renounce my life, I rage for thirst. This wine is none of the worst. What wine drink you at Paris? I'd give myself to the devil if I did not once keep open house at Paris for all comers 6 months together. Do you know Friar Claude of the High Kilderkins? Oh, the good fellow that he is! But I do not know what fly hath stung him of late, he has become so hard a student. For my part, I study not at all. In our abbey we never study for fear of the mumps, which disease in horses is called the mourning in the chine. Our late abbot was wont to say that it is a monstrous thing to see a learned monk. By God, master, my friend, magis magnos clericos, non sunt magis magnos sapientes. You never saw so many hares as there are this year. I could not anywhere come by a goshawk, nor tassel of falcon. My Lord Belloniere promised me a lanner, but he wrote to me not long ago that he was become Percy. Oh, the partridges will so multiply henceforth that they will go near to eat up our ears. I take no delight in the stalking horse, for I catch such cold that I am like to founder myself at that sport. If I do not run, toil, travel, and trot about, I am not well at ease. True it is that in leaping over the hedges and bushes, my frock leaves always some of its wool behind it. I have recovered a dainty greyhound. I give him to the devil if he suffer a hare to escape him. A groom was leading him to my Lord Untlittle, and I robbed him of him. Did I ill? No, Friar John, said Gymnast. No, by all the devils that are, no. So, said the monk, do I attest these same devils so long as they last, or rather, virtue of God, what could that gouty limpard have done with so fine a dog? By the body of God, he is better pleased when one presents him with a good yoke of oxen. How now, said Ponocrates, you swear, Father John? It is only, said the monk, but to grace and adorn my speech. They are colours of a Ciceronian rhetoric. End of chapter 39. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey.
Chapter 40 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1, by François Rabelais. Translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Chapter 40. Why monks are the outcasts of the world, and wherefore some have bigger noses than others. By the faith of a Christian, said Eudemon, I do wonderfully dote and enter in a great ecstasy, when I consider the honesty and good fellowship of this monk, for he makes us here all merry. How is it, then, that they exclude the monks from all good companies, calling them feast-troublers, marrers of mirth, and disturbers of all civil conversation, as the bees drive away the drones from their hives? Ignavum fucos pecos, said Maro, a praecepibus arcent. Hereunto, answered Gargantua, there is nothing so true as that the frock and cowl draw unto itself the opproberies, injuries, and maledictions of the world, just as the wind called Cesius attracts the clouds. The peremptory reason is, because they eat the ordure and excrements of the world, that is to say, the sins of the people, and like dung-chewers and excrementitious eaters, they are cast into the privies and secessive places, that is, the convents and abbeys, separated from political conversation, as the jakes and retreats of the house are. But if you conceive how an ape in a family is always mocked and provokingly incensed, you shall easily apprehend how monks are shunned of all men, both young and old. The ape keeps not the house as a dog doth, he draws not in the plough as the ox, he yields neither milk nor wool as the sheep, he carrieth no burden as a horse doth. That which he doth is only to concite, spoil, and defile all, which is the cause wherefore he hath of all men mocks, frumperies, and bastinadoes. After the same manner, a monk, I mean those lither, idle, lazy monks, doth not labour and work, as do the peasant and artificer, doth not ward and defend the country, as doth the man of war, cureth not the sick and diseased, as the physician doth neither preach nor teach, as do the evangelical doctors and schoolmasters, doth not import commodities and things necessary for the commonwealth, as the merchant doth. Therefore is it that by and of all men they are hooted at, hated, and abhorred. Yea, but, said Grangousier, they pray to God for us. Nothing less, answered Gargantua. True it is, that with a tingle-tangle jangling of bells, they trouble and disquiet all their neighbours about them. Right, said the monk, a mass, a matin, a vesper well rung are half said. They mumble out great store of legends and psalms, by them not at all understood. They say many paternosters interlarded with Ave Marias, without thinking upon or apprehending the meaning of what it is they say, which truly I call mocking of God, and not prayers.
But so help them God as they pray for us, and not for being afraid to lose their victuals, their manchots, and good fat pottage. All true Christians, of all estates and conditions, in all places and at all times, send up their prayers to God, and the mediator prayeth and intercedeth for them, and God is gracious to them. Now such a one is our good Friar John. Therefore every man desireth to have him in his company. He is no bigot or hypocrite. He is not torn and divided betwixt reality and appearance, no wretch of a rugged and peevish disposition, but honest, jovial, resolute, and a good fellow. He travels, he labours, he defends the oppressed, comforts the afflicted, helps the needy, and keeps the close of the abbey. Nay, said the monk, I do a great deal more than that, for whilst we are in dispatching our matins and anniversaries in the choir, I make withal some crossbow strings, polish glass bottles and bolts, I twist lines and weave purse nets wherein to catch conies. I am never idle. But now, hither come, some drink here. Bring the fruit, these chestnuts are of the wood of Estrox, and with good new wine are able to make you a fine cracker and composer of bum sonnets. You are not, as yet it seems, well moistened in this house with the sweet wine, and must. By G, I drink to all men freely, and to all fords, like a proctor or promoter's horse. Friar John, said Gymnast, take away the snot that hangs at your nose. Ha, ha, said the monk, am not I in danger of drowning, seeing I am in water even to the nose? No, no, quia, though some water come out from thence, there never goes in any, for it is well antidoted with pot-proof armour and syrup of the vine-leaf. O my friend, he that hath winter boots made of such leather may boldly fish for oysters, for they will never take water. What is the cause, said Gargantua, that Friar John hath such a fair nose? Because, said Grangousier, that God would have it so, who frameth us in such form, and for such end, as is most agreeable with his divine will, even as a potter fashioneth his vessels. Because, said Ponocrates, he came with the first to the fair of noses, and therefore made choice of the fairest and the greatest. Pish, said the monk, that is not the reason of it, but according to the true monastical philosophy, it is because my nurse had soft teats, by virtue whereof, whilst she gave me suck, my nose did sink in as in so much butter. The hard breasts of nurses make children short-nosed. But hey, gay, ad formam nasi cognoscitur ad te levavi. I never eat any confections, page, whilst I am at the bibbery. Item, bring me rather some toasts. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1, by François Rabelais. Translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Chapter 41. How the monk made Gargantua sleep, and of his hours and breviaries. Supper being ended, they consulted of the business in hand, and concluded that about midnight they should fall unawares upon the enemy, to know what manner of watch and ward they kept, and that in the meanwhile they should take a little rest, the better to refresh themselves. But Gargantua could not sleep by any means, on which side soever he turned himself. Whereupon the monk said to him, I never sleep soundly when I am at sermon or prayers. Let us therefore begin, you and I, the 7 penitential psalms, to try whether you shall not quickly fall asleep. The conceit pleased Gargantua very well, and beginning the first of these psalms, as soon as they came to the words Beati quorum, they fell asleep, both the one and the other. But the monk, for his being formerly accustomed to the hour of claustral matins, failed not to awake a little before midnight, and being up himself, awaked all the rest, in singing aloud and with a clear voice the song, Awake, O Rhinian, ho, awake! Awake, O Rhinian, ho! Get up, you no more sleep must take, get up, for we must go. When they were all roused and up, he said, My masters, it is a usual saying that we begin matins with coughing and supper with drinking. Let us now, in doing clean contrarily, begin our matins with drinking, and at night before supper we shall cough as hard as we can. What, said Gargantua, to drink so soon after sleep? This is not to live according to the diet and prescript rule of the physicians, for you ought first to scour and cleanse your stomach of all its superfluities and excrements. Oh, well physicked, said the monk, 100 devils leap into my body, if there be not more old drunkards than old physicians. I have made this paction and covenant with my appetite, that it always lieth down and goes to bed with myself, for to that I every day give very good order. Then the next morning it also riseth with me, and gets up when I am awake. Mind you your charges, gentlemen, or tend your cures as much as you will. I will get me to my drawer, in terms of falconry, my tiring. What drawer or tiring do you mean? Said Gargantua. My breviary, said the monk, for just as the falconers, before they feed their hawks, do make them draw at a hen's leg to purge their brains of phlegm, and sharpen them to a good appetite, so, by taking this merry little breviary in the morning, I scour all my lungs, and am presently ready to drink. After what manner, said Gargantua, do you say these fair hours and prayers of yours? After the manner of Whipfield, Fesicamp, and corruptly, Fecin, said the monk, by 3 psalms and 3 lessons, or nothing at all, he that will. I never tie myself to hours, prayers, and sacraments, for they are made for the man, and not the man for them. Therefore is it that I make my prayers in fashion of stirrup leathers. I shorten or lengthen them when I think good. Brevis oratio penetrat caelos, et longa potatio evacuat siphos. Where is that written? By my faith, said Ponocrates, I cannot tell, my pillicock, but thou art more worth than gold. Therein, said the monk, I am like you, but venite apotemus. Then made they ready the store of carbonados, or rashers on the coals, and good fat soups, or brevis with sippets, and the monk drank what he pleased. Some kept him company, and the rest did forbear, for their stomachs were not as yet opened. Afterwards every man began to arm and befit himself for the field, and they armed the monk against his will, for he desired no other armour for back and breast but his frock, nor any other weapon in his hand but the staff of the cross. Yet at their pleasure was he completely armed cap a pie, and mounted upon one of the best horses in the kingdom, with a good slashing sable by his side, together with Gargantua, Ponocrates, Gymnast, Eudemon, and 25 more of the most resolute and adventurous of Grangousier's house, all armed at proof with their lances in their hands, mounted like St. George, and every one of them having an arquebusier behind him. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1, by François Rabelais. Translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Chapter 42. How the monk encouraged his fellow champions, and how he hanged upon a tree. Thus went out those valiant champions on their adventure, in full resolution to know what enterprise they should undertake, and what to take heed of and look well to in the day of the great and horrible battle. And the monk encouraged them, saying, My children, do not fear nor doubt, I will conduct you safely. God and Sanct Benedict be with us. If I had strength answerable to my courage, by's death, I would plume them for you like ducks. I fear nothing but the great ordnance, yet I know of a charm by way of prayer, which the sub-sexton of our abbey taught me, that will preserve a man from the violence of guns and all manner of fire weapons and engines, but it will do me no good, because I do not believe it. Nevertheless, I hope my staff of the cross shall this day play devilish pranks amongst them. By G, whoever of our party shall offer to play the duck and shrink when blows are a-dealing, I give myself to the devil, if I do not make a monk of him in my stead, and hamper him within my frock, which is a sovereign cure against cowardice. Did you never hear of my lord Murrel's his greyhound, which was not worth a straw in the fields? He put a frock about his neck, by the body of G. There was neither hare nor fox that could escape him, and which is more, he lined all the bitches in the country, though before that he was feeble-reined and ex frigidis et maleficiatis. The monk, uttering these words in choler, as he passed under a walnut tree, in his way towards the causey, had broached the visor of his helmet on the stump of a great branch of said tree. Nevertheless, he set his spurs so fiercely to the horse, who was full of mettle and quick on the spur, that he bounded forwards, and the monk, going about to ungrapple his visor, let go his hold of the bridle, and so hanged by his hand upon the bough, whilst his horse stole away from under him. By this means was the monk left hanging on the walnut tree, and crying for help, murder, murder, swearing also that he was betrayed. Eudemon perceived him first, and calling Gargantua, said, Sir, come and see Absalom hanging. Gargantua, being come, considered the countenance of the monk, and in what posture he hanged. Wherefore he said to Eudemon, You were mistaken in comparing him to Absalom, for Absalom hung by his hair, but this shaveling monk hangeth by his ears. Help me, said the monk, in the devil's name. Is this a time for you to prate? You seem to me to be like the decretalist preachers, who say that whosoever shall see his neighbour in the danger of death ought, upon pain of trisulk excommunication, rather choose to admonish him to make his confession to a priest, and put his conscience in the state of peace, than otherwise to help and relieve him. And therefore, when I shall see them fallen into a river, and ready to be drowned, I shall make them a fair long sermon de contemptu mundi et fuga seculi, and when they are stark dead, shall then go to their aid, and succour in fishing after them. Be quiet, said Gymnast, and stir not, my minion. I am now coming to unhang thee, and to set thee at freedom, for thou art a pretty little gentle monachus. Monachus in claustro non valet ova duo, sed quando est extra, bene valet triginta. I have seen above 500 hanged, but I never saw any have a better countenance in his dangling and pendulatory swagging. Truly, if I had so good a one, I would willingly hang thus all my lifetime. What, said the monk, have you almost done preaching? Help me in the name of God, seeing you will not in the name of the other spirit, or by the habit which I wear, you shall repent it, tempore et loco prelibatis. Then Gymnast alighted from his horse, and climbing up the walnut tree, lifted up the monk with one hand by the gussets of his armour under the armpits, and with the other undid his visor from the stump of the broken branch. Which done, he let him fall to the ground, and himself after. As soon as the monk was down, he put off all his armour, and threw away one piece after another about the field, and taking to him again his staff of the cross, remounted up to his horse, which Eudemon had caught in his running away. Then went they on merrily, riding along on the highway. End of chapter 42.
Chapter 1, Part 18 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Caron. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1, by François Rabelais. Translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Chapter 1, Part 18. How the scouts and foreparty of Poroki were met with by Gargantua, and how the monk slew Captain Drawforth, Tyrant, and then was taken prisoner by his enemies. Poroki, at the reaction of who had escaped out of the broil and defeat wherein Trippet was untripped, grew very angry that the devils should have so run upon his men, and held all that night a council of war, at which Rascalf and Touchfaucet, as to view Tocadian, concluded his power to be such that he was able to defeat all the devils of hell, if they should come to jostle with his forces. This Poroki did not fully believe, though he doubted not much of it. Therefore sent he under the command and conduct of the Count Drawforth for discovering of the country, the number of 1600 horsemen, all well mounted upon light horses for skirmish and thoroughly besprinkled with holy water, and everyone for their field mark or cognizance had the sign of a star in his scarf, to serve at all adventures in case they should happen to encounter with devils, that by the virtue as well of that Gregorian water as of the stars which they wore, they might make them disappear and vanish. In this equipage they made an excursion upon the country till they came near to the Vagoyan, which is the valley of Gaillon, and to the Spital, but could never find anybody to speak unto. Whereupon they returned a little back, and took occasion to pass above the aforesaid hospital, to try what intelligence they could come by in those parts. In which resolution riding on, and by chance in a pastoral lodge or shepherd's cottage near to Caudray, hitting upon the 5 pilgrims, they carried them way bound and menacled, as if they had been spies, for all the exclamations, adjurations, and requests that they could make. Being come down from thence towards Seville, they were heard by Gargantua, who said then unto those that were with him, Comrades and fellow soldiers, we have here met with an encounter, and they are 10 times in number, more than we. Shall we charge them or no? What a devil, said the monk. Shall we do else? Do you esteem men by their number rather than by their valour and prowess? With this he cried out, Charge, devils, charge! Which when the enemies heard, they thought certainly that they had been very devils, and therefore even then began all of them to run away as hard as they could drive, Drawforth only excepted, who immediately settled his lance on its rest, and therewith hit the monk with all his force, and on the very middle of his breast. But coming against his horrific frock, the point of iron, being with the blow either broke off or blunted, it was in matter of execution, as if you had struck against an anvil with a little wax candle. Then did the monk, with his staff of the cross, give him such a sturdy thump, and were it bewitched his neck and shoulders upon the acromion bone, that he made him lose both sense and motion, and fall down stone dead at his horse's feet. And seeing the sign of the star, which he wore scarfwise, he said unto Gargantua, These men are but priests, which is but the beginning of a monk. By St. John, I am a perfect monk. I will kill them to you like flies. Then ran he after him at a swift and full gallop till he overtook the rear, and felled them down like tree leaves, striking athwart and longest, and every day. Gymnast presently asked Gargantua if they should pursue him, to whom Gargantua answered, By no means, for according to right military discipline, you must never drive your enemy on to despair, for that such a strait doth multiply his force, and increase his courage, which was before broken and cast down. Neither is there any better help or outrage of relief for men that are amazed, out of heart, toiled and spent, than to hope for no favour at all. How many victories have been taken out of the hands of the victors by the vanquished, when they would not rest satisfied with reason, but attempt to put all to the sword, and totally to destroy their enemies, without leaving so much as one to carry home news of the defeat of his fellows. Open, therefore, unto your enemies all the gates and ways, and make to them a bridge of silver rather than fail, that you may be rid of them. Yea, but, said Gymnast, they have the monk. Have they the monk? Said Gargantua. Upon mine honour, then, it will prove to their cost, but to prevent all dangers. Let us not yet retreat, but halt here quietly, as in an ambush, for I think I do already understand the policy and judgment of our enemies. They are truly more directed by chance and mere fortune than by good advice and counsel. In the meanwhile, whilst these made a stop under the walnut trees, the monk pursued on the chase, charging all he overtook, and giving quarter to none, until he met with a trooper who carried behind him one of the poor pilgrims, and there would have rifled him. The pilgrim, in hope of relief at the sight of the monk, cried out, Ha, my lord prior, my good friend, my lord prior, save me, I beseech you, save me. Which words being heard by those that rode in the van, they instantly faced about, and seeing there was nobody but the monk that made this great havoc and slaughter among them, they loaded him with blows as thick as they used to do an ass with wood. But all this he felt nothing, especially when they struck upon his frock. His skin was so hard. Then they committed him to 2 of the marshal's men to keep, and looking about, saw nobody coming against him, whereupon they thought that Gargantua and his party were fled. Then was it that they rode as hard as they could towards the walnut trees to meet with them, and left the monk there all alone. with his 2 foresaid men to guard him. Gargantua heard the noise and neighing of the horses, and said to his men, Comrades, I hear the track and beating of the enemy's horse feet, and withal perceive that some of them come in a troop and full body against us. Let us rally and close here, then set forward in order, and by this means we shall be able to receive their charge to their loss and our honor. End of Chapter 1, Part 18. Recording by Chris Caron, Ham Lake, Minnesota. Podcast, chrisbob99@hotmail.com.
Chapter 44 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Penfold. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1, by François Rabelais. Translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Chapter 44. How the monk rid himself of his keepers, and how Picrochole's forlorn hope was defeated. The monk, seeing them break off thus without order, conjectured that they were to set upon Gargantua and those that were with him, and was wonderfully grieved that he could not succour them. Then considered he the countenance of the 2 keepers in whose custody he was, who would have willingly run after the troops to get some booty and plunder, and were always looking towards the valley unto which they were going. Farther he syllogized, saying, These men are but badly skilled in matters of war, for they have not required my parole, neither have they taken my sword from me. Suddenly hereafter he drew his brackmard, or horseman's sword, wherewith he gave the keeper which held him on the right side such a sound slash, that he cut clean through the jugulary veins, and the sphagitid, or transparent arteries of the neck, with the forepart of the throat called the gargarian, even unto the 2 adines, which are throat kernels, and redoubling the blow, he opened the spinal marrow betwixt the 2nd and 3rd vertebrae. There fell down that keeper stark dead to the ground. Then the monk, reining his horse to the left, ran upon the other, who, seeing his fellow dead, and the monk to have the advantage of him, cried with a loud voice, Ha, my lord prior, quarter! I yield, my lord prior, quarter! Quarter, my good friend, my lord prior! And the monk cried likewise, My lord posterior, my friend, my lord posterior, you shall have it upon your posteriorums. Ha, said the keeper, my lord prior, my minion, my gentle lord prior, I pray God make you an abbot. By the habit, said the monk, which I wear, I will here make you a cardinal. What? Do you use to pay ransoms to religious men? You shall therefore have by and by a red hat of my giving. And the fellow cried, Ha, my lord prior, my lord prior, my lord abbot that shall be, my lord cardinal, my lord all. Ha, ha, no, my lord prior, my good little lord the prior, I yield, render, and deliver myself up to you. And I deliver thee, said the monk, to all the devils in hell. Then at one stroke he cut off his head, cutting his scalp upon the temple bones, and lifting up in the upper part of the skull the 2 triangulary bones called sincipital, or the 2 bones pragmatis, together with the sagittal commissure, or dart-like seam which distinguisheth the right side of the head from the left, as also a great part of the coronal or forehead bone, by which terrible blow likewise he cut the 2 meninges or films which enwrap the brain, and made a deep wound in the brain's 2 posterior ventricles, and the cranium or skull abode hanging upon his shoulders by the skin of the pericranium behind, in form of a doctor's bonnet, black without and red within. Thus fell he down also to the ground, stark dead. And presently the monk gave his horse the spur, and kept the way that the enemy held, who had met with Gargantua and his companions in the broad highway, and were so diminished of their number for the enormous slaughter that Gargantua had made with his great tree amongst them, as also Gymnast, Ponocrates, Eudaemon, and the rest, that they began to retreat disorderly and in great haste, as men altogether affrighted and troubled in both sense and understanding, and as if they had seen the very proper species and form of death before their eyes, or rather, as when you see an ass with a brise or gadby under his tail, or fly that stings him, run hither and thither without keeping any path or way, throwing down his load to the ground, breaking his bridle and reins, and taking no breath nor rest, and no man can tell what ails him, for they see not anything touch him. So fled these people destitute of wit, without knowing any cause of flying, only pursued by a panic terror which in their minds they had conceived. The monk, perceiving that their whole intent was to betake themselves to their heels, alighted from his horse and got upon a big large rock which was in the way, and with his great brackmard sword laid such load upon those runaways, and with main strength fetching a compass with his arm without feigning or sparing, slew and overthrew so many that his sword broke in 2 pieces. Then thought he within himself that he had slain and killed sufficiently, and that the rest should escape to carry news. Therefore he took up a battle-axe of those that lay there dead, and got upon the rock again, passing his time to see the enemy thus flying, and to tumble himself amongst the dead bodies, only that he suffered none to carry pike, sword, lance, nor gun with him, and those who carried the pilgrims bound he made to alight, and gave their horses unto the said pilgrims, keeping them there with him under the hedge, and also Touchfaucet, who was then his prisoner. The end of chapter 44. Recording by Mark Penfold.
Chapter 45 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michael Evans. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1, by François Rabelais. Translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Chapter 45. How the monk carried along with him the pilgrims, and of the good words that Grangousier gave them. This skirmish being ended, Gargantua retreated with his men, excepting the monk, and about the dawning of the day came unto Grangousier, who in his bed was praying unto God for their safety and victory. And seeing them all safe and sound, he embraced them lovingly, and asked what was to become of the monk. Gargantua answered him that without doubt the enemies had the monk. Then have they mischief and ill luck, said Grangousier, which was very true. Therefore it is a common proverb to this day, to give a man the monk, or, as in French, lui bailler le moins, when they would express the doing unto one a mischief. Then commanded he a good breakfast to be provided for their refreshment. When all was ready, they called Gargantua, but he was so aggrieved that the monk was not to be heard of, that he would neither eat nor drink. In the meanwhile the monk comes, and from the gate of the outer court cries out aloud, fresh wine, Gymnast, my friend. Gymnast went out, and saw that it was Friar John, who brought along with him 5 pilgrims and Touchfaucet prisoners. Whereupon Gargantua likewise went forth to meet him, and all of them made him the best welcome that they possibly could, and brought him before Grangousier, who asked him of all his adventures. The monk told him all, both how he was taken, how he rid himself of his keepers, of the slaughter he had made by the way, and how he had rescued the pilgrims and brought along with him Captain Touchfaucet. Then did they all together fall to banqueting most merrily. In the meantime Grangousier asked the pilgrims what countrymen they were, whence they came, and whither they went. Sweertogo, in the name of the rest, answered, My sovereign lord, I am of Saint Genou in Berry. This man is of Palvo, this other is of Anze, this of Argy, this of Saint Nazarand, and this man of Villebrenet. We come from Saint Sebastian, near Nantes, and are now returning, as we best may, by easy journeys. Yea, but, said Grangousier, what went you to do at Saint Sebastian? We went, said Sweertogo, to offer up unto that sanct our vows against the plague. Ah, poor men, said Grangousier, do you think that the plague comes from Saint Sebastian? Yes, truly, answered Sweertogo, our preachers tell us so indeed. But is it so? Said Grangousier. Do the false prophets teach you such abuses? Do they thus blaspheme the saints and holy men of God, as to make them like unto the devils, who do nothing but hurt unto mankind? As Homer writeth, that the plague was sent into the camp of the Greeks by Apollo, and as the poets feign a great rabble of Vejove and mischievous gods? So did a certain cafard or dissembling religionary preach at Sine, that Saint Anthony sent the fire into men's legs, that Saint Eutropius made men hydropic, Saint Clitus fools, and that Saint Genou made them goutish. But I punished him so exemplarily, though he called me heretic for it, that since that time no such hypocritical rogue durst set his foot within my territories. And truly I wonder that your king should suffer them in their sermons to publish such scandalous doctrine in his dominions, for they deserve to be chastised with greater severity than those who, by magical art, or any other device, have brought the pestilence into a country. The pest killeth but the bodies, but such abominable impostors empoison our very souls. As he spake these words, in came the monk very resolute, and asked them, Whence are you, poor wretches? Of Saint Genou, said they. And how, said the monk, does the abbot Gulligut, the good drinker, and the monks, what cheer make they? By G's body, they'll have a fling at your wives, and breast them to some purpose, whilst you are upon your roaming rant and gadding pilgrimage. Hin, said Swear to go, I am not afraid of mine. For he that shall see her by day will never break his neck to come to her in the night time. Yea, marry, said the monk, now you've hit it. Let her be as ugly as ever was Proserpina. She will once, by the Lord G, be overturned, and get her skin coat shaken, if there dwell any monks near to her. For a good carpenter will make use of any kind of timber. Let me be peppered with the pox, if you find not all your wives with child at your return, for the very shadow of the steeple of an abbey is fruitful. It is, said Gargantua, like the water of the Nilus in Egypt, if you believe Strabo and Pliny, Lib 7, Cap 3. What virtue will there be, then, said the monk, in their bullets of concupiscence, their habits and their bodies? Then, said Grangousier, go your ways, poor men, in the name of God the Creator, to whom I pray to guide you perpetually. And henceforward, be not so ready to undertake these idle and unprofitable journeys. Look to your families, labor every man in his vocation, instruct your children, and live as the good apostle St. Paul directeth you, in doing whereof God, his angels and saints, will guard and protect you, and no evil or plague at any time shall befall you. Then Gargantua led them into the hall to take their refection. But the pilgrims did nothing but sigh, and said to Gargantua, O how happy is that land which hath such a man for their lord! We have been more edified and instructed by the talk which he had with us, than by all the sermons that ever were preached in our town. This is, said Gargantua, that which Plato saith, Lib 5 de Republic, that the commonwealths are happy whose rulers philosophate, and whose philosophers rule. Then caused he their wallets to be filled with victuals, and their bottles with wine, and gave unto each of them a horse to ease them upon their way, together with some pence to live by. End of chapter 45.
Chapter 46 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Penfold. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1, by François Rabelais. Translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Chapter 46. How Grangousier did very kindly entertain Touchefaucet, his prisoner. Touchefaucet was presented under Grangousier, and by him examined upon the enterprise and attempt of Péricole, what it was he could pretend to, or aim at, by the rustling stir and tumultuary coil of this his sudden invasion. Whereunto he answered, that his end and purpose was to conquer all the country, if he could, for the injury done to his cake-bakers. It is too great an undertaking, said Grangousier, and as the proverb is, he that grips too much holds fast but little. The time is not now as formerly to conquer the kingdoms of our neighbor princes, and to build up our own greatness upon the loss of our nearest Christian brother. This imitation of the ancient Herculeses, Alexanders, Hannibals, Sciopios, Caesars, and other such heroes, is quite contrary to the profession of the gospel of Christ, by which we are commanded to preserve, keep, rule, and govern every man his own country and lands, and not in a hostile manner to invade others. And that which heretofore the barbars and Saracens called prowess and valor, we do now call robbing, thievery, and wickedness. It would have been more commendable in him to have contained himself within the bounds of his own territories, royally governing them, than to insult and domineer in mine, pillaging and plundering everywhere like a most unmerciful enemy. For by ruling his own with discretion he might have increased his greatness, but by robbing me he cannot escape destruction. Go your ways in the name of God, prosecute good enterprises, show your king what is amiss, and never counsel him with regard unto your own particular profit, for the public loss will swallow up the private benefit. As for your ransom, I do freely remit it to you, and will that your arms and horse be restored to you. So should good neighbors do, and ancient friends, seeing this our difference is not properly war. As Plato, lib. 5 de Repub, would not have it called war, but sedition, when the Greeks took up arms against one another, and that therefore, when such combustions should arise against them, his advice was to behave themselves in the managing of them with all discretion and modesty. Although you call it war, it is but superficial. It entereth not into the closet and inmost cabinet of our hearts. For neither of us hath been wronged in his honour, nor is there any question betwixt us in the main, but only how to redress, by the by, some petty faults committed by our men, I mean both yours and ours, which, although you knew, you ought to let pass. For these quarrelsome persons deserve rather to be contemned than mentioned, especially seeing I offered them satisfaction according to the wrong. God shall be the just judge of our variances, whom I beseech by death rather to take me out of this life, and to permit my goods to perish and be destroyed before mine eyes, than that by me or mine he should in any sort be wronged. These words uttered, he called the monk, and before them all thus spoke unto him. Friar John, my good friend, is it you that took prisoner the Captain Touchefaucet here present? Sir, said the monk, seeing himself is here, and that he is of the years of discretion, I had rather you should know it by his confession than by any words of mine. Then said Touchefaucet, My sovereign lord, it is he indeed that took me, and I do therefore most freely yield myself his prisoner. Have you put him to any ransom? Said Grangousier to the monk. No, said the monk, of that I take no care. How much would you have for having taken him? Nothing, nothing, said the monk. I am not swayed by that, nor do I regard it. Then Grangousier commanded that, in presence of Touchefaucet, should be delivered to the monk for taking him the sum of 62,000 saluts, in English money 15,500 pounds, which was done, whilst they made a collation or little banquet to the said Touchefaucet, of whom Grangousier asked if he would stay with him, or if he loved rather to return to his king. Touchefaucet answered that he was content to take whatever course he would advise him to. Then said Grangousier, Return unto your king, and God be with you. Then he gave him an excellent sword of a Vienne blade, with a golden scabbard wrought with vine branch-like flourishes, of fair goldsmith's work, and a collar or neck-chain of gold, weighing 702,000 marks, at 8 ounces each, garnished with precious stones of the finest sort, esteemed at 160,000 ducats, and 10,000 crowns more, as an honourable donative by way of present. After this talk Touchefaucet got to his horse, and Gargantua for his safety allowed him the guard of 30 men at arms, and 60 archers to attend him, under the conduct of Gymnast, to bring him even unto the gate of the Roque Clermont, if there were need. As soon as he was gone, the monk restored unto Grangousier the 62,000 saluts which he had received, saying, Sir, it is not as yet the time for you to give such gifts. Stay till this war be at an end, for none can tell what accidents may occur, and war begun without good provision of money beforehand for going through with it is but as a breathing of strength, and blast that will quickly pass away. Coin is the sinews of war. Well then, said Grangousier, at the end I will content you by some honest recompense, as also all those who shall do me good service. The end of chapter 46. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapter 47 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Penfold. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1, by François Rabelais. Translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Chapter 47. How Grangousier sent for his legions, and how Touchfaucet slew Rashcalf, and was afterwards executed by the command of Picrochole. About this same time those of Bessay, of the Old Market, of St. James Bourge, of the Dragage, of Péril, of the rivers, of the rocks St. Paul, of the Vaubreton, of Pautil, of the Brehemont, of Cambridge, of Cravant, of Gramont, of the town at the Badger Holes, of Hymus, of Segre, of Houssaye, of Saint-Levant, of Panzust, of the Caldreau, of Varon, of Coulan, of Chaussay, of Varennes, of Bourgeuil, of the Bochard Island, of the Craulet, of Narcey, of Candé, of Montsoreau, and other bordering places, sent ambassadors unto Grangousier to tell him that they were advised of the great wrongs which Picrochole had done him, and, in regard of their ancient confederacy, offered him what assistance they could afford, both in men, money, victuals, and ammunition, and other necessities for war. The money which by the joint agreement of them all was sent unto him amounted to 60 millions, 2 crowns, and a half of pure gold. The forces wherewith they did assist him did consist in 15,000 cuirassiers, 32,000 light horsemen, 69,000 dragoons, and 140,000 volunteer adventurers. These had with them 11,200 cannons, double cannons, long pieces of artillery called basilisks, and smaller-sized ones known by the name of spirols, besides the mortar pieces and grenadoes. Of pioneers they had 47,000, all victualled and paid for 6 months and 4 days of advance, which offer Gargantua did not altogether refuse, nor wholly accept of, but giving them hearty thanks, said that he would compose and order the war by such a device, that there should not be found great need to put so many honest men to trouble in the managing of it, and therefore was content at that time to give order only for bringing along the legions which he maintained in his ordinary garrison towns, of the Divinière, of Chavigny, of Graveau, and of the Quinquenay, amounting to the number of 2,000 cuirassiers, 66,000 foot soldiers, 26,000 dragoons, attended by 200 pieces of great ordnance, 22,000 pioneers, and 6,000 light horsemen, all drawn up in troops, so well befitted and accommodated with their commissaries, sutlers, farriers, harness-makers, and other such like necessary members in a military camp, so fully instructed in the art of warfare, so perfectly knowing and following their colours, so ready to hear and obey their captains, so nimble to run, so strong at their charging, so prudent in their adventures, and every day so well disciplined, that they seemed rather to be a concert of organ-pipes, or mutual concord of the wheels of a clock, than an infantry and cavalry, or army of soldiers. Touchfaucet, immediately after his return, presented himself before Picrochole, and related unto him at large all that he had done and seen, and at last endeavored to persuade him with strong and forcible arguments to capitulate and make an agreement with Grangousier, whom he found to be the honestest man in the world, saying further that it was neither right nor reason thus to trouble his neighbours, of whom they had never received anything but good, and in regard of the main point, that they should never be able to go through stitch with that war, but to their great damage and mischief, for the forces of Picrochole were not so considerable but that Grangousier could easily overthrow them. He had not well done speaking when Rashcalf said out aloud, Unhappy is that prince which is by such men served, who are so easily corrupted, as I know Touchefaucet is. For I see his courage so changed that he had willingly joined with our enemies to fight against us and betray us, if they would have received him. But as virtue is of all, both friends and foes, praised and esteemed, so is wickedness soon known and suspected, and although it happen the enemies to make use thereof for their profit, yet have they always the wicked and the traitors in abomination. Touchefaucet, being at these words very impatient, drew out his sword, and therewith ran Rashcalf through the body, a little under the nipple of his left side, whereof he died presently, and pulling back his sword out of his body, said boldly, So let him perish that shall a faithful servant blame. Picrochole incontinently grew furious, and seeing Touchefaucet's new sword, and his scabbard so richly diapered with flourishes of most excellent workmanship, said, Did they give thee this weapon so feloniously therewith to kill before my face my so good friend Rashcalf? Then immediately commanded he his guard to hew him in pieces, which was instantly done, and that so cruelly that the chamber was all dyed with blood. Afterwards he appointed the corpse of Rashcalf to be honourably buried, and that of Touchefaucet to be cast over the walls into the ditch. The news of these excessive violences were quickly spread through all the army, whereupon many began to murmur against Picrochole, in so far that Pinchpenny said to him, My sovereign lord, I know not what the issue of this enterprise will be. I see your men much dejected, and not well resolved in their minds, by considering that we are here very ill provided of victual, and that our number is already much diminished by 3 or 4 sallies. Furthermore, great supplies and recruits come daily into your enemies, but we so moulder away that, if we be once besieged, I do not see how we can escape a total destruction. Tush, pish, said Picrochole. You are like the Meloon eels, you cry before they come to you. Let them come if they dare. The end of chapter 47. Recording by Mark Penfold.
Chapter 48 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1, by François Rabelais. Translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Chapter 48. How Gargantua set upon Picrochole within the rock Clermont, and utterly defeated the army of the said Picrochole. Gargantua had the charge of the whole army, and his father Grangousier stayed in his castle, who, encouraging them with good words, promised great rewards unto those that should do any notable service. Having thus set forward, as soon as they had gained the pass at the ford of Ved, with boats and bridges, speedily made, they passed over in a trice. Then, considering the situation of the town, which was on a high and advantageous place, Gargantua thought fit to call his council, and pass that night in deliberation upon what was to be done. But Gymnast said unto him, My sovereign lord, such is the nature and complexion of the French, that they are worth nothing but at the first push. Then they are more fierce than devils, but if they linger a little and be wearied with delays, they'll prove more faint and remiss than women. My opinion is, therefore, that now presently, after your men have taken breath and some small refection, you give order for a resolute assault, and that we storm them instantly. His advice was found very good, and for effectuating thereof he brought forth his army into the plain field, and placed the reserves on the skirt or rising of a little hill. The monk took along with him 6 companies of foot and 200 horsemen well armed, and with great diligence crossed the marsh, and valiantly got upon the top of the green hillock, even unto the highway which leads to Loudun. Whilst the assault was thus begun, Picrochole's men could not tell well what was best, to issue out and receive the assailants, or keep within the town and not to stir. Himself, in the meantime, without deliberation, sallied forth in a rage, with the cavalry of his guard, who were forthwith received and royally entertained with great cannon shot that fell upon them like hail from the high grounds on which the artillery was planted. Whereupon the Gargantuists betook themselves unto the valleys, to give the ordnance leave to play and range with the larger scope. Those of the town defended themselves as well as they could, but their shot passed over us without doing us any hurt at all. Some of Picrochole's men that had escaped our artillery set most fiercely upon our soldiers, but prevailed little, for they were all let in betwixt the files, and there knocked down to the ground, which their fellow soldiers seeing, they would have retreated. But the monk having seized upon the pass by which they were to return, they ran away and fled in all the disorder and confusion that could be imagined. Some would have pursued after them and followed the chase, but the monk withheld them, apprehending that in their pursuit the pursuers might lose their ranks, and so give occasion to the besieged to sally out of the town upon them. Then staying there some space, and none coming against him, he sent the Duke Frontiste to advise Gargantua to advance towards the hill upon the left hand, to hinder Picrochole's retreat at that gate. Which Gargantua did with all expedition, and sent thither 4 brigades under the conduct of Sebaste, which had no sooner reached the top of the hill, but they met Picrochole in the teeth, and those that were with him scattered. Then charged they upon them stoutly. Yet they were much endamaged by those that were upon the walls, who galled them with all manner of shot, both from the great ordnance, small guns, and bows. Which Gargantua perceiving, he went with a strong party to their relief, and with his artillery began to thunder so terribly upon that canton of the wall, and so long, that all the strength within the town to maintain and fill up the breach was drawn thither. The monk, seeing that quarter which he kept besieged, void of men and competent guards, and in a manner altogether naked and abandoned, did most magnanimously on a sudden lead up his men towards the fort, and never left it till he had got up upon it, knowing that such as come to the reserve in a conflict bring with them always more fear and terror than those that deal about them with their hands in the fight. Nevertheless he gave no alarm till all his soldiers had got within the wall, except the 200 horsemen, whom he left without to secure his entry. Then did he give a most horrible shout. So did all these who were with him, and immediately thereafter, without resistance, putting to the edge of the sword the guard that was at the gate, they opened it to the horsemen, with whom most furiously they all together ran towards the east gate, where all the hurly-burly was, and coming close upon them in the rear, overthrew all their forces. The besieged, seeing that the Gargantuists had won the town upon them, and that they were like to be secure in no corner of it, submitted themselves unto the mercy of the monk, and asked for quarter, which the monk very nobly granted to them, yet made them lay down their arms. Then, shutting them up within churches, gave order to seize upon all the staves of the crosses, and placed men at the doors to keep them from coming forth. Then opening that east gate, he issued out to succour and assist Gargantua. But Picrochole, thinking it had been some relief coming to him from the town, adventured more forwardly than before, and was upon the giving of a most desperate home charge, when Gargantua cried out, "Ha, Friar John! My friend Friar John, you are come in a good hour." Which unexpected accident so affrighted Picrochole and his men, that giving all for lost, they betook themselves to their heels, and fled on all hands. Gargantua chased them till they came near to Vaugaudry, killing and slaying all the way, and then sounded the retreat. End of chapter 48. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey.
Chapter 49 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1, by François Rabelais, translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart, Chapter 49. How Picrochole in his flight fell into great misfortunes, and what Gargantua did after the battle. Picrochole, thus in despair, fled towards the Bouchard Island, and in the way to Rivière, his horse stumbled and fell down, whereat he, on a sudden, was so incensed that he with his sword, without more ado, killed him in his collar. Then, not finding any that would remount him, he was about to have taken an ass at the mill that was thereby. But the miller's man did so baste his bones, and so soundly bathwack him, that they made him both black and blue with strokes. Then stripping him of all his clothes, gave him a scurvy old canvas jacket, wherewith to cover his nakedness. Thus went along this poor choleric wretch, who, passing the water at Port-Huot, and relating his misadventurous disasters, was foretold by an old Lourpidon hag that his kingdom should be restored to him at the coming of the Cocklicranes, which she called Coqcigrues. What is become of him since, we cannot certainly tell. Yet was I told that he is now a porter at Lyons, as testy and pettish in humour as ever he was before, and would be always with great lamentation inquiring at all strangers of the coming of the Cocklicranes, expecting assuredly, according to the old woman's prophecy, that at their coming he shall be re-established in his kingdom. The first thing Gargantua did after his return into the town was to call the muster roll of his men, which when he had done, he found that there were very few either killed or wounded, only some few foot of Captain Tolmere's company, and Ponocrates, who was shot with a musket ball through the doublet. Then he caused them all, at and in their several posts and divisions, to take a little refreshment, which was very plenteously provided for them in the best drink and victuals that could be had for money, and gave order to the treasurers and commissaries of the army to pay for and defray that repast, and that there should be no outrage at all, nor abuse committed in the town, seeing it was his own. And furthermore commanded, that immediately after the soldiers had done with eating and drinking for that time sufficiently, and to their own heart's desire, a gathering should be beaten for bringing them all together, to be drawn up on the piazza before the castle, there to receive 6 months' pay completely. All which was done. After this, by his direction, were brought before him in the said place all those that remained of Patroclus' party, unto whom, in the presence of the princes, nobles, and officers of his court and army, he spoke as followeth. End of chapter 49. Recording by Ezwa in Belgium in November 2009.
Chapter 50 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1, by François Rabelais, translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Chapter 50. Gargantua's speech to the vanquished. Our forefathers and ancestors of all times have been of this nature and disposition, that upon the winning of a battle they have chosen rather, for a sign and memorial of their triumphs and victories, to erect trophies and monuments in the hearts of the vanquished by clemency than by architecture in the lands which they had conquered. For they did hold in greater estimation the lively remembrance of men purchased by liberality than the dumb inscription of arches, pillars, and pyramids, subject to the injury of storms and tempests, and to the envy of every one. You may very well remember of the courtesy which by them was used towards the Bretons in the battle of Saint-Aubin of Cormier, and at the demolishing of Parthenay. You have heard, and hearing admire, their gentle comportment towards those at the barriers, the barbarians of Spaniola, who had plundered, wasted, and ransacked the maritime borders of Olone and Talmondois. All this hemisphere of the world was filled with the praises and congratulations which yourselves and your fathers made, when Alpharbal, king of Canard, not satisfied with his own fortunes, did most furiously invade the land of Onyx, and with cruel piracies molest all the Armoric islands and confine regions of Brittany. Yet was he, in a set naval fight, justly taken and vanquished by my father, whom God preserve and protect. But what, whereas other kings and emperors, yea, those who entitle themselves Catholics, would have dealt roughly with him, kept him a close prisoner, and put him to an extreme high ransom, he entreated him very courteously, lodged him kindly with himself in his own palace, and out of his incredible mildness and gentle disposition, sent him back with a safe conduct, laden with gifts, laden with favours, laden with all offices of friendship. what fell out upon it? Being returned into his country, he called a parliament, where all the princes and states of his kingdom being assembled, he showed them the humanity which he had found in us, and therefore wished them to take such course by way of compensation therein, as that the whole world might be edified by the example, as well of their honest graciousness to us, as of our gracious honesty towards them. The result hereof was that it was voted and decreed by an unanimous consent that they should offer up entirely their lands, dominions, and kingdoms, to be disposed of by us according to our pleasure. Alpharbal, in his own person, presently returned with 9,038 great ships of burden, bringing with him the treasures not only of his house and royal lineage, but almost of all the country besides. For he embarking himself to set sail with a west-north-east wind, every one in heaps did cast into the ship gold, silver, rings, jewels, spices, drugs, and aromatical perfumes, parrots, pelicans, monkeys, civet cats, black spotted weasels, porcupines, etc. He was accounted no good mother's son that did not cast in all the rare and precious things he had. Being safely arrived, he came to my said father, and would have kissed his feet. That action was found too submissively low, and therefore was not permitted, but in exchange he was most cordially embraced. He offered his presents. They were not received, because they were too excessive. He yielded himself voluntarily a servant and vassal, and was content his whole posterity should be liable to the same bondage. This was not accepted of, because it seemed not equitable. He surrendered, by virtue of the decree of his great parliamentary council, his whole countries and kingdoms to him, offering the deed and conveyance, signed, sealed, and ratified by all those who were concerned in it. This was altogether refused, and the parchments cast into the fire. In end, this free goodwill and simple meaning of the Canarians wrought such tenderness in my father's heart, that he could not abstain from shedding tears, and wept most profusely. Then, by choice words very congruously adapted, strove in what he could to diminish the estimation of the good offices which he had done them, saying that any courtesy he had conferred upon them was not worth a rush, and what favour soever he had showed them, he was bound to do it. But so much the more did Alpharbal augment the repute thereof. What was the issue? Whereas for his ransom, in the greatest extremity of rigour and most tyrannical dealing, could not have been exacted above 20 times 100,000 crowns, and his eldest sons detained as hostages till that sum had been paid, they made themselves perpetual tributaries, and obliged to give us every year 2 millions of gold at 24 carats fine. The first year we received the whole sum of 2 millions. The second year, of their own accord, they paid freely to us 23,000 crowns. The third year, 26,000. The fourth year, 3 millions, and do so increase it always out of their own good will, that we shall be constrained to forbid them to bring us any more. This is the nature of gratitude and true thankfulness. For time, which gnaws and diminishes all things else, augments and increaseth benefits, because a noble action of liberality, done to a man of reason, doth grow continually by his generous thinking of it and remembering it. Being unwilling, therefore, any way to degenerate from the hereditary mildness and clemency of my parents, I do now forgive you, deliver you from all fines and imprisonments, fully release you, set you at liberty, and every way make you as frank and free as ever you were before. Moreover, at your going out of the gate, you shall have every one of you 3 months' pay to bring you home into your houses and families, and shall have a safe convoy of 600 cuirassiers and 8,000 foot, under the conduct of Alexander, esquire of my body, that the clubmen of the country may not do you any injury. God be with you. I am sorry from my heart that Picrochole is not here, for I would have given him to understand that this war was undertaken against my will, and without any hope to increase either my goods or renown. But seeing he is lost, and that no man can tell where nor how he went away, it was my will that his kingdom remain entire to his son, who, because he is too young, he not being yet full 5 years old, shall be brought up and instructed by the ancient princes and learned men of the kingdom. And because a realm thus desolate may easily come to ruin, if the covetousness and avarice of those who by their places are obliged to administer justice in it be not curbed and restrained, I ordain, and will have it so, that Ponocrates be overseer and superintendent above all his governors, with whatever power and authority is requisite thereto, and that he be continually with the child, until he find him able and capable to rule and govern by himself. Now I must tell you that you are to understand how a too feeble and dissolute facility in pardoning evil doers giveth them occasion to commit wickedness afterwards more readily, upon this pernicious confidence of receiving favour. I consider that Moses, the meekest man that was in his time upon the earth, did severely punish the mutinous and seditious people of Israel. I consider likewise that Julius Caesar, who was so gracious an emperor that Cicero said of him that his fortune had nothing more excellent than that he could, and his virtue nothing better than that he would always save and pardon every man. He, notwithstanding all this, did in certain places most rigorously punish the authors of rebellion. After the example of these good men, it is my will and pleasure that you deliver over unto me before you depart hence, first, that fine fellow Marquet, who was the prime cause, origin, and groundwork of this war, by his vain presumption and overweening. Secondly, his fellow cake bakers, who were neglective in checking and reprehending his idle hare-brained humour in the instant time. And lastly, all the councillors, captains, officers, and domestics of Picrochole, who had been incendiaries or fomenters of the war, by provoking, praising, or counselling him to come out of his limits, thus to trouble us. End of chapter 50. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey.
Chapter 51 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1, by François Rabelais, translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart, Chapter 51. How the victorious Gargantuists were recompensed after the battle. When Gargantua had finished his speech, the seditious men whom he required were delivered up unto him, except Swashbuckler, Dirtnail, and Small Trash, who ran away 6 hours before the battle, one of them as far as to Legnel-Neck at one course, another to the valley of Vire, and the third even unto Logroine, without looking back or taking breath by the way. And 2 of the cake bakers who were slain in the fight. Gargantua did them no other hurt but that he appointed them to pull at the presses of his printing house, which he had newly set up. Then those who died there he caused to be honourably buried in Black-soiled Valley and Burnhag Field, and gave order that the wounded should be dressed and had care of in his great hospital or nosocome. After this, considering the great prejudice done to the town and its inhabitants, he reimbursed their charges, and repaired all the losses that by their confession upon oath could appear they had sustained, and, for their better defence and security in times coming against all sudden uproars and invasions, commanded a strong citadel to be built there, with a competent garrison to maintain it. At his departure he did very gracefully thank all the soldiers of the brigades that had been at this overthrow, and sent them back to their winter quarters in their several stations and garrisons. The Decumane Legion only excepted, whom in the field on that day he saw do some great exploit, and their captains also, whom he brought along with himself unto Grangousier. At the sight and coming of them, the good man was so joyful that it is not possible fully to describe it. He made them a feast the most magnificent, plentiful, and delicious that ever was seen since the time of the King Ahasuerus. At the taking up of the table, he distributed amongst them his whole cupboard of plate, which weighed 800,014 bezants. Each bezant is worth 5 pounds English money, of gold, in great antique vessels, huge pots, large basins, big tasses, cups, goblets, candlesticks, comfit boxes, and other such plates, all of pure massy gold, besides the precious stones, enamelling, and workmanship, which by all men's estimation was more worth than the matter of the gold. Then unto every one of them out of his coffers caused he to be given the sum of 1,200,000 crowns ready money. And further, he gave to each of them for ever and in perpetuity, unless he should happen to decease without heirs, such castles and neighbouring lands of his as were most commodious for them. To Ponocrates he gave the rock Clermont. To Gymnast, the Coudray. To Eudemon, Montpensier. Rivaux, to Tolmer. To Ithibol, Montsoreau. To Acamas, Cande. Varenne to Chironect. Graveau to Sebaste. Quinquenet to Alexander. Legray to Sophrone, and so of his other places. End of chapter 51. Recording by Iswa in Belgium in November 2009.
Chapter 52 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1, by François Rabelais. Translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Chapter 52. How Gargantua caused to be built for the monk the Abbey of Theleme. There was left only the monk to provide for, whom Gargantua would have made abbot of Seville, but he refused it. He would have given him the Abbey of Bourgueil or of Saint Florent, which was better, or both if it pleased him. But the monk gave him a very peremptory answer, that he would never take upon him the charge nor government of monks. For how shall I be able, said he, to rule over others that have not full power and command of myself? If you think I have done you, or may hereafter do any acceptable service, give me leave to found an abbey after my own mind and fancy. The motion pleased Gargantua very well, who thereupon offered him all the country of Theleme by the river of Loire, till within 2 leagues of the great forest of Port-Huot. The monk then requested Gargantua to institute his religious order contrary to all others. First, then, said Gargantua, you must not build a wall about your convent, for all other abbeys are strongly walled and mured about. See, said the monk, and not without cause, seeing wall and mure signify but one and the same thing. Where there is mure before and mure behind, there is store of mure, envy and mutual conspiracy. Moreover, seeing there are certain convents in the world, whereof the custom is, if any woman come in, I mean chaste and honest women, they immediately sweep the ground which they have trod upon. Therefore was it ordained, that if any man or woman entered into religious orders should by chance come within this new abbey, all the rooms should be thoroughly washed and cleansed through which they had passed. And because in all other monasteries and nunneries all is compassed, limited, and regulated by hours, it was decreed that in this new structure there should be neither clock nor dial, but that according to the opportunities and incident occasions all their hours should be disposed of. For, said Gargantua, the greatest loss of time that I know is to count the hours. What good comes of it? Nor can there be any greater dotage in the world than for one to guide and direct his courses by the sound of a bell, and not by his own judgment and discretion. Item, because at that time they put no women into nunneries but such as were either purblind, blinkards, lame, crooked, ill-favoured, misshapen, fools, senseless, spoiled, or corrupt, nor encloistered any men but those that were either sickly, subject to defluxions, ill-bred louts, simple sots, or peevish trouble-houses. But to the purpose, said the monk. A woman that is neither fair nor good, to what use serves she? To make a nun of, said Gargantua. Yea, said the monk, and to make shirts and smocks. Therefore was it ordained that into this religious order should be admitted no women that were not fair, well featured, and of a sweet disposition, nor men that were not comely, personable, and well conditioned. Item, because in the convents of women men come not but underhand, privily, and by stealth. It was therefore enacted that in this house there shall be no women in case there be not men, nor men in case there be not women. Item, because both men and women that are received into religious orders after the expiring of their novitiate or probation year were constrained and forced perpetually to stay there all the days of their life, it was therefore ordered that all whatever, men or women, admitted within this abbey should have full leave to depart with peace and contentment whensoever it should seem good to them so to do. Item, for that the religious men and women did ordinarily make 3 vows, to wit, those of chastity, poverty, and obedience. It was therefore constituted and appointed that in this convent they might be honourably married, that they might be rich, and live at liberty. In regard of the legitimate time of the persons to be initiated, and years under and above which they were not capable of reception, the women were to be admitted from 10 till 15, and the men from 12 till 18. End of chapter 52. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Chapter 53 of Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Gargantua and Pantagruel, Book 1, by François Rabelais. Translated by Sir Thomas Urquhart. Chapter 53. How the Abbey of the Thelemites was built and endowed. For the fabric and furniture of the abbey, Gargantua caused to be delivered out in ready money 27,831 of those golden rams of Berry, which have a sheep stamped on the one side and a flowered cross on the other. And for every year, until the whole work were completed, he allotted 69,000 crowns of the sun, and as many of the 7 stars, to be charged all upon the receipt of the custom. For the foundation and maintenance thereof for ever, he settled a perpetual fee-farm rent of 3,369,514 rose nobles, exempted from all homage, fealty, service, or burden whatsoever, and payable every year at the gate of the abbey. and of this by letters patent passed a very good grant. The architecture was in a figure hexagonal, and in such a fashion that in every one of the 6 corners there was built a great round tower of 60 foot in diameter, and were all of a like form and bigness. Upon the north side ran along the river of Loire, on the bank whereof was situated the tower called Arctic. Going towards the east there was another called Calaer, the next following Anatole, the next Mesembrine, the next Hesperia, and the last Criere. Every tower was distant from the other the space of 312 paces. The whole edifice was everywhere 6 stories high, reckoning the cellars underground for one. The second was arched after the manner of a basket handle. The rest were sealed with pure wainscot, flourished with Flanders fretwork, in the form of the foot of a lamp, and covered over with fine slates, with an endorsement of lead, carrying the antique figures of little puppets and animals of all sorts, notably well suited to one another, and gilt, together with the gutters, which, jutting without the walls from betwixt the crossbars in a diagonal figure, painted with gold and azure, reached to the very ground, where they ended into great conduit pipes, which carried all away unto the river from under the house. This same building was 100 times more sumptuous and magnificent than ever was Bonnivet, Chambourg, or Chantilly. For there were in it 9,332 chambers, every one whereof had a withdrawing room, a handsome closet, a wardrobe, an oratory, and neat passage leading into a great and spacious hall. Between every tower in the midst of the said body of building there was a pair of winding, such as we now call lantern stairs, whereof the steps were part of porphyry, which is a dark red marble spotted with white, part of Numidian stone, which is a kind of yellowishly streaked marble upon various colours, and part of serpentine marble, with light spots on a dark green ground, each of those steps being 22 foot in length, and 3 fingers thick, and the just number of 12 betwixt every rest, or, as we now term it, landing place. In every resting place were 2 fair antique arches where the light came in, and by those they went into a cabinet, made even with and of the breadth of the said winding, and the reascending above the roofs of the house ended conically in a pavilion. By that vice or winding they entered on every side into a great hall, and from the halls into the chambers. From the Arctic tower unto the Criere were the fair great libraries in Greek, Latin, Hebrew, French, Italian, and Spanish, respectively distributed in their several cantons, according to the diversity of these languages. In the midst there was a wonderful scalia or winding stair, the entry whereof was without the house, in a vault or arch 6 fathom broad. It was made in such symmetry and largeness that 6 men at arms with their lances in their rests might together in a breast ride all up to the very top of all the palace. From the tower Anatole to the Mesembrine were fair spacious galleries, all coloured over and painted with the ancient prowesses, histories, and descriptions of the world. In the midst thereof there was likewise such another ascent and gate as we said there was on the river side. Upon that gate was written in great antique letters that which followeth. End of chapter 53. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey.